Our story opens at a sunny amusement park tucked right next to the zoo, balloons drifting over a lazy afternoon. Just past the fence, the zoo's big cats prowl their enclosure like nothing in the world could touch them. Somebody's already hard at work with a broom, keeping the predator paths spotless. A big beware of predator sign warns visitors to keep their hands to themselves, which is exactly where our story gets interesting. Meet our zookeeper, sweeping out the big cat enclosure like it's the best job in the world. She can't help grinning to herself. Today, she thinks she is unbelievably lucky. Her senior apologizes for dumping predator duty on her at the last minute, but our girl waves it off without a second thought. She is fine with it. Turns out she's not just fine with it. She flat out loves predators, like really loves them, tiger tackling her levels of loves them. To her, every predator is untouchable, feral, and honestly kind of gorgeous. Her words, not ours. She pictures them prowling clifftops under the moonlight, all danger and elegance. As far as she's concerned, predators are the most perfect animals on Earth. She practically sings while she cleans up after them. And sing she does, dancing through her chores like the happiest zookeeper alive. Becoming a zookeeper, she decides, was hands down the best choice she ever made. Just being this close to predators makes her whole day. Then out of nowhere something shifts. A pair of glowing eyes looms out of the dark behind her. This, it turns out, is very much not part of the job description. She freezes, sweat dripping, completely blindsided by whatever's creeping up on her. When she comes to, she's not at the zoo anymore. She's staring up through trees, utterly lost. Wait, a forest. She's positive she was inside an enclosure a second ago. Did someone seriously drag her into the safari zone? Nope, these trees don't match anything from her zoo's safari zone. Something is very wrong. Totally lost, she pats around for her phone and instead finds a giant black wing attached to her own body. She stares at the wing. It just flapped. It flapped. The realization creeps in, slow and horrifying. That's not a hand, that is very much a beak and a taloned foot. What is happening? The truth lands like a ton of bricks. She is now, in fact, a full-grown crow. Staring at her own reflection, she can't process it. How can this possibly be real? Reincarnation, possession, whatever this is, the bottom line is the same. She actually became a crow. Two crow eyes blink back at her in shock. Yep, still a crow. Her beak drops open in pure disbelief. She lets out a long, furious caw that basically means, how could this happen to me? Everyone else who gets pulled into another world becomes the gorgeous female lead of a romance novel. Why, she demands, is she the animal? This is unfair. She can practically picture it, some lucky girl living out a glamorous fantasy romance while she's stuck growing feathers. If she absolutely had to be an animal, she gripes, couldn't she at least have been a cool predator like a wolf? Instead, she got stuck as, by her own accounting, the single unluckiest crow in existence. Reality sets in and she breaks down, sobbing out one broken caw after another. She's a bird now. She's actually a bird. Between sobs, she curses out whatever author saddled her with this fate and wonders how she's even supposed to survive now. Perched by a pond, she seriously considers whether this body is even worth sticking around in. Then the real crisis hits: food. A quick mental rundown of a crow's diet, insects, bugs, and rotting carcasses does not help her mood. She only half jokes about pecking out somebody's eyeballs if there really is a god responsible for this mess. She can't quite believe the things she's apparently willing to eat now that she's a crow. At least, she reasons, dry nuts and fruit are on the menu too, except she doesn't see any of that around here either. Only one option left: take to the sky and go look for something to eat. She launches herself off the branch and into open air. She can actually fly. For the first time since this nightmare started, she feels something like freedom. Cutting through the clouds, she wonders if every bird gets to feel this good. Maybe crow life isn't a total disaster after all. Mid-flight, something catches her attention below. Voices drift up from the trees, people arguing about finding someone and getting revenge for a friend. Actual humans out here. She banks toward the voices, heart racing. People, finally people. Instead of starving while she searches for scraps, she figures, why not convince someone to take her in as a pet? A hand reaches out from beneath an elaborate, gold-trimmed cloak. Sure, crows have a reputation as bad luck, but if she turns on the charm hard enough, maybe it'll work anyway. Beats starving to death, right? She dives in, fully committed to the plan. Then she gets a proper look at who she's about to charm, and it is very much not the elegant noble she was hoping for. Her exact internal reaction: there is officially no hope or joy left in this world. Turns out her big rescuer is a pair of orcs, and they are furious, shouting about some fantasy-type intruder and hunting a fugitive. As she scrambles to hide, she can't help grumbling that monsters this rude clearly missed the memo. A handsome love interest was supposed to show up instead. Safely out of sight, she does get one thing confirmed by all that orc chatter. This place definitely isn't Korea, and it definitely isn't the Earth she remembers. It's something else entirely. A full-blown fantasy world, apparently. The catch: half of every fantasy story ever written has orcs in it, so that tells her exactly nothing about whether this is a manhwa, a novel, or a game. Somewhere out there, the rules of whatever story she's landed in are still a total mystery. The orcs below aren't just annoyed, they're hunting a human they blame for a fallen friend, swearing bloody revenge if they catch him. Piecing their rant together, she's now certain there's a human hiding somewhere nearby. Whoever it is must be seriously skilled if a whole pack of orcs wants them dead, maybe a hunter, maybe a mercenary. She decides she needs to find this person before the orcs do. Her plan: track them down first, warn them, or help however she can, and hey, maybe that's enough to make a total stranger a little bit interested in her. Now she just has to figure out where they'd even be. She pleads into the forest for whoever's out there to just show themselves already. And then through the trees she spots him, a stranger with golden hair glowing faintly with magic. There he is, she's actually found him. Up close he's in bad shape, bloodied, breathing hard, clearly on the losing end of a fight. He mutters a single word under his breath: trouble. He never expected to be ambushed like this. Chasing a chance to get close to a powerful count, he realizes bitterly, was his biggest mistake. He scolds himself for ever accepting that hunting invitation in the first place, flashing back to riding out with a companion he trusted. He starts to suspect the whole hunt was a setup, orchestrated from the start by a man named Llewellyn. If only he'd already awakened the imperial family's legendary power, he thinks, glowing wolf-light flickering just out of reach. None of this would have happened, he tells himself, if his shaky claim to the throne hadn't pushed him to move too fast. Bleeding out alone in the forest, he can't help wondering if this is really how it ends. Then a small black shape drops in front of him, and all he can manage is a stunned what. Watching him, she can't shake the feeling. She's pretty sure she's seen this guy somewhere before. A sharp caw cuts through the trees, and our golden-haired stranger freezes mid-breath, listening hard. He peers down through the leaves, bracing for an orc or a wolf, but what he finds is just one scruffy little bird. He blinks and it clicks, just a crow, harmless, right? Except this crow is staring right back at him with unsettling, glowing violet eyes, like it's sizing him up. Crows, he reminds himself, are corpse eaters, the kind of bird you spot circling battlefields and graveyards, not exactly a good omen. In every story he's ever heard, a crow shows up right before something dies. So he can't help but wonder, half joking and half terrified, is this thing just waiting around for him to drop dead? Every instinct screams at him to shoo the unlucky little omen away right now. But he's stuck out here where orcs could be lurking behind any tree, and one wrong noise could bring them running. His only real plan is to sit tight, stay dead silent, and hope somebody finds him before something worse does. Naturally, that's the exact moment the crow decides to start cawing its head off. He nearly jumps out of his skin. Damn it, that ugly bird, he hisses, glaring daggers at it. If it doesn't shut its beak, he's seriously considering shutting it for good. He lunges, feathers scatter, and for a second it looks like this little bird's luck has finally run out. But the crow's already airborne, wheeling off into the trees and leaving him alone with his frustration. He storms off through the underbrush, and wouldn't you know it, that same infuriating caw follows him the whole way. Turns out he had bigger problems. Deeper in the woods, two orcs sniff the air, muttering there might be a corpse nearby. One of them points out the crow circling overhead and figures it's leading them straight to dinner. Meanwhile, oblivious for the moment, he catches his breath alone in a sunlit clearing. Then he notices something strange. The orc noises he'd been dreading are actually fading into the distance. Wait a second, he thinks. That crow wasn't circling him waiting for a corpse, it was somewhere else entirely. Up above, the crow watches two very confused, very hungry orcs trail after her instead, smug as anything. Great, follow me, you idiots. As she flies, her thoughts drift back to the blonde guy she just bought some time for. Something about his face nags at her, she's sure she's seen it somewhere before. Whether he's a character out of some game or a novel, she genuinely can't remember, but her gut says he matters. Whatever he is, one thing is non-negotiable in her mind: she has to keep that man alive. And no, she insists to herself, it is absolutely not just because he's easy on the eyes. He might be the only clue she has to this entire world, and she refuses to let that clue die for nothing. Back with her new, uninvited fan club, one orc grumbles about just how far this crow plans on making them run. She figures she's led them plenty far from him by now, right up until she realizes she's flying straight over a cliff edge. The orcs skid to a stop, griping that no self-respecting monster chases a bird, and admitting they've completely lost track of that human. She circles back with a satisfied smirk, stupid idiots every one of them. And then, right on cue, both orcs go tumbling straight off that same cliff. Comedy writes itself sometimes. Mission accomplished, she figures it's time to circle back and check on him, only to spot a trail of fresh blood staining the grass. He's bleeding a lot more than she realized, and the trail leads deep into the trees. Honestly, she thinks, forget the orcs, this guy should be a lot more worried about bleeding out. So she takes it upon herself to go hunt down something, anything, that might stop the bleeding. Small problem, she's no herbalist. Animals, sure, plants, not exactly her area. Still, crow instincts are good for something. She can at least tell edible greenery from the toxic stuff. Whether it'll actually help a human is a whole different question. What if it only works on birds? She worries, then shrugs it off. Find it first, panic about the details later. She dives into the undergrowth, hunting through leaf after leaf. There's no time to overthink this, she just has to do something. Her search leads her right to the edge of a quiet, glimmering stream. Not far off, he finally lets himself exhale, having stumbled onto that same stretch of water. Lucky break, he thinks, a place to actually clean his wound instead of just white-knuckling it through the forest. He wrings out a strip of soaked cloth, wincing with every twist. Washing off the blood and scent should at least throw off any orcs still hunting for him. He tells himself it's pure coincidence, but a nagging thought won't quit: if that crow hadn't drawn those orcs off somewhere else. Somewhere nearby, unseen, she watches over him from her perch, framed by wildflowers like something out of a painting. He finishes the thought grimly: fighting off orcs with a body this hurt, he'd have died out here. The bird that's supposed to mean death just saved his life instead. Ironic, doesn't even cover it. He shrugs his coat back on over the makeshift bandages, still turning it all over in his head. He knows better than to count on that kind of luck striking twice. From here on, he's got to find his own way to survive. Then he tugs something out of his hair, a stray leaf, and freezes. Wait a minute. It's not just any leaf, it's the exact herb used to stop a wound from bleeding. No way, he mutters, staring at it like it just spoke to him. Somewhere above, the crow lets out a proud little caw, like she's taking full credit. He genuinely cannot wrap his head around it. Watching him from a branch while he changes, she can't help but think there's no way an ordinary bird pulls off something that smart. He arrives at the exact same conclusion: no regular bird is this smart, don't tell him. Is it somebody else's familiar, some noble's magical pet, wandering around loose in these woods? Or maybe, he thinks, eyes narrowing, it's not a regular familiar at all, maybe it's a hybrid, possibly even a polymorphed dragon in disguise. He shakes his head, trying to process the idea that a dragon might be bandaging him up right now. Problem is, hybrids have a reputation for hating humans. They are definitely not known for going out of their way to save one. And the people back home who actually like him well enough to help, none of them keep a familiar. Which, by his logic, only leaves one real answer: the odds are climbing that this bird is secretly a dragon. Dragon or not, the real question still nags at him: why would this crow bother helping him at all? His answer arrives with a soft thud, a little pile of ripe red berries dropped right at his feet. He stares at the offering, baffled. "What is this?" he mutters, then, only half joking, "No way does it want to eat me." She flaps and squawks back at him indignantly, clearly offended at the accusation. Cautiously, he reaches down and picks one up anyway. He pops it in his mouth, braced for the worst, and it's actually sweet. A small, genuine smile breaks across his face right there in the middle of a monster-infested forest, and somehow, that's the moment neither of them will ever forget. So after that rocky start, our two misfits somehow slid into the weirdest little cohabitation you've ever seen. Every day it was the same routine. She'd scout out fruit, medicine, or squawk a warning the second danger got close. And in return, he'd hunt fish, rabbits, you name it, and split every catch with her. Honestly, she was just relieved she didn't have to choke down bugs anymore. Watching him toss her another bite, she figured helping this guy out was turning into a pretty good call. Little by little, the two of them became each other's whole support system out here in the wild, and then, one day, everything changed. She'd swoop ahead through the trees while he tracked her from below, moving like the two of them had always traveled together. Then he'd flash that easy grin and call out her name like it was the best part of his day, Rainelle. He'd reach for her without even thinking about it now, like having a crow perched on his arm was just normal. When he first found her, he was closed off and wary of everything. Now, he looks at her like she's the one steady thing in his life. Something about that softness cracks her open to a feeling she can't quite name creeping into her chest. Yeah, okay, she'll admit it. Getting called by name by a guy this good-looking hits different, like winning the celebrity DMSU lottery. He points right at her, completely caught off guard by his own reaction. "Who told you you're allowed to laugh like that?" he teases, nuzzling her like it's some unforgivable crime. "My heart's in danger, this is basically cheating." She fires back in her head that if being this handsome were illegal, he'd be doing life without parole, so quit laughing so carelessly. "Me," she squawks, playing it cool, "don't go thinking I actually like this." He just smirks and calls her bluff. "You like being petted, Rainelle," and well, she kind of does. But his own mind keeps drifting somewhere darker, back to a court where everyone around him was either scheming to use him or planning to betray him outright. Which is exactly why this scrappy little crow, of all things, is the first thing in years that's actually made his heart feel at ease. He just holds her a little closer, quiet for once. Part of him wants to just stay out here with this bird and forget the palace, the crown, all of it, but deep down he knows he can't hide forever. He thinks of every knight who already died protecting him, and the debt just keeps piling up. And then there's Llewellyn, the smug rival, sitting pretty on the throne, letting the whole empire suffer under his tyranny while he does it. There's only one answer: he has to go back. Back to the palace, back to the throne room, back to everything waiting for him there. Problem is, if he walks back in the same way he left, he's just handing Llewellyn an excuse. By now the guy's probably already declared him dead and taken his place. See, the one thing no imposter can fake is the royal bloodline's real party trick, the power to shift into a wolf. A power he hasn't even unlocked yet. Back in the present, our crow heroine is just going about her business, poking around the underbrush for anything useful. Better find more medicine before it gets dark, she figures, wings cutting through the evening sky. Then something catches her eye, a glint buried down in the bushes. A jewel out here in the middle of nowhere. Can't eat it, so why bother, she shrugs, turning back to her herb hunt right before something makes her freeze completely. It suddenly clicks, she knows exactly what this thing is. She swoops back down for a closer look, heart pounding. Even mid-crisis, she can't help pawing at the shiny thing like an actual bird, which is exactly the kind of moment that makes her yell at herself. "I'm a human, dang it, a human. A primate, an anthropoid, an actual homo sapien. Give this woman back her dignity," she demands of absolutely no one, then stops mid-rant. Wait a second. She's seen this exact jewel before, she's sure of it. The memory slams into her all at once. This isn't a jewel at all, it's the Croban rock, a legendary fruit with the power to fully awaken a character. You only ever get one per playthrough, and whoever you hand it to completely changes how the story ends. The game practically screams it at her: choose carefully because this call matters. Hand it to a character who hasn't earned enough affection and the fruit's power kills them outright, and yep, you get thrown in prison for murder as your reward. She remembers ranting about that exact bad ending back in her old life, cursing this dumb game she'd been grinding through for a whole year. And suddenly she's kicking herself for not putting it together sooner. Because this whole world, it's the exact autumn game she binged 3 years ago. Cue an all-out crow meltdown. She is flipping out, screeching curses at whatever cosmic force dumped her into this feathery nightmare. "You absolute bastard of a god," she rages internally, sticking me in some shoujo game I barely even remember the name of. She flips the sky off with everything a wing can manage, then slowly forces herself to look for the upside. At least now she finally remembers exactly who she rescued out here that first night. His name is Balfric Ebel de Carment, a romanceable side character in the game and the actual crown prince of the Balfric Empire. And in the story she remembers, this exact stretch is when he was still powerless, grinding through hardship after hardship before his big awakening. She side-eyes him, putting the pieces together. Which means fate or the game or whatever's running this show just handed her the job of giving him his shot at awakening. No point overthinking it, she snatches up the rock and goes straight to him. Because once he claims the throne for real, she might actually find her own way back home. He stares down at the glowing thing she just dropped in his hands, completely thrown. "Rainelle, what exactly is this?" "Not even the imperial family can get their hands on a Croban rock," he mutters, half joking. "What even are you, a dragon, a prophet?" She just puffs up proudly, basically saying, "Pat me on the head, I did good," while he narrows his eyes like he's not sure what to make of her anymore. Of course, there's a catch. Take this power in and fail to handle it, and it kills you instead. He weighs the rock in his hand and the choice in front of him. He says her name once, low and steady. If I die, he tells her simply, "Go live free." Then, without any more hesitation, he presses the rock straight to his chest. The power surges into him instantly. She freezes, watching in horror, praying she didn't just get him killed. Then the whole clearing goes up in a blinding column of golden light. Wow is all she can manage. Her brain immediately jumps to the worst-case scenario. What if all that power just turns him into a walking pheromone bomb, purring, "Are you free tonight? At anything with a pulse?" No, focus. Back to reality, he can feel the power crackling through every nerve right now. "I'm completely overwhelmed," he breathes, "by power this pure. Every animal for miles bolts, even they can tell something this powerful just woke up." But power like this doesn't exactly stay quiet. It drags in some very unwelcome company, a pack of snarling wolf beastmen closing in through the trees. She bolts upright, wings snapping open, because now there's an actual fight on the way. One of the mutts snarls something about not attacking mid-transformation, like there are actual rules for this sort of thing. Another one rounds on her specifically, snapping that she must be some kind of monster herself for showing up now, and yeah, running away sounds pretty great right about now. His words from a minute ago echo in her head, "If he dies, go live free." She's not about to let that be how this ends. "I'm losing my mind," she grumbles to herself. Why would he even say something like that? Well, fine, guess there's no getting out of this one. She dive bombs straight at the beastmen, screeching her own dare right back at them. "Come at me, all of you, today we all go down together." All she has to do is buy enough time for his awakening to finish. A blinding surge of golden lightning rips through the forest as his power finally starts breaking free. He chokes back a cry as the power tears straight through his body. Every nerve feels on fire. This pain is excruciating, he thinks, barely holding onto consciousness. The light keeps building, wave after wave, like his very bones are being rewritten. "It makes me want to die instead," he admits to himself. That's how bad this hurts. But he grits through it. "No, I need to endure this," he tells himself. "I have to." A flashback hits hard. His own soldiers begging him to run, throwing themselves in as bait to buy him time. "You must stay alive," one guard begs, ready to give everything to protect his prince. Their sacrifice echoes in his mind. "Stay alive, prove their deaths weren't for nothing." "I cannot die like this," he vows. Something ancient answers his desperation, fur and fangs start breaking through his human form. The story rewinds all the way to the beginning, back when a god first shaped this world. Divine animals were sent to guide every living creature in it, and among them, the wolves. Those wolves shared their power with the beings who resembled their creator. So the ones with God's blood in their veins, the humans, could rule wisely over everything. That same ancient bloodline is roaring back to life inside him right now. The wolf howls through him as centuries of buried power finally break the surface. The light collapses inward, and for 1 second everything goes dead still. One of the wolf beast raiders hunting him sneers, "You've finally awakened." The two wolves collide in a snarling, clawing blur, his brand new power getting its first real test. Then mid-fight, a small black crow swoops in out of nowhere. Battered and drained from the transformation, he finally lets himself sag. "It's okay for me to rest, right?" He spots the crow and snaps awake with worry. "Rainelle, I clearly told you to go live freely yet. For a shockingly smart bird, you chose to foolishly stay right by my side," he mutters, half exasperated, half touched. Guilt creeps in. If she'd actually listened and left, she wouldn't be this hurt right now. He cradles her small, battered body carefully in his hands, unwilling to let her go. "This is giving me a headache," he sighs. "I feel powerless, despite everything he just survived." He sets off through the trees at sunset, determined to find some way to heal her soon. Rainelle stirs awake in agony, the world around her nothing but darkness and pain. "How long was I even out?" she wonders, too sore to open her eyes, while Balfric begs a hooded stranger to look after this young one seriously. "Yes, I understand," the stranger agrees, and a warm light starts washing over her. A glowing hand reaches down toward her, and she jolts awake in surprise. Energy swirls around her as she panics, completely disoriented. What is happening? Where even is she? The moment she's lucid, she's frantically calling for Camute. Where is he? Is he even safe? Balfric rushes in, startled by the racket. "Rainelle, it's okay. It's all right." He explains they're safe at a trusted knight's home, and introduces the physician who patched her up. The physician forces a laugh, muttering that treating an actual crow was not on their bingo card and only agreed because a prince asked nicely. Rainelle blinks, realizing her body genuinely doesn't hurt anymore. Is this some kind of divine healing power? In this world, apparently, anything's possible. The physician excuses themselves and Balfric thanks them sincerely, promising to repay the favor. The door clicks shut behind them, leaving the two of them finally alone. Balfric lets out a long, quiet breath, the weight of the whole day finally catching up to him. "I'm glad," he says softly, "that you're safe." He pulls her in close, just repeating it to himself, "Safe, safe, safe." Rainelle's brain, meanwhile, completely short-circuits at the contact. "He's doing this on purpose to make my heart explode, right?" she wails internally. "I'm going crazy. I've been single my whole life. I have zero immunity to this. Somebody save this poor human." "Wait, no, Crow, because that's somehow the crazier part of all this." As he dozes off holding her, she spirals. What's the point of being adored by this gorgeous man if she isn't even human? I can't be anything more than his pet, and in the end he'll marry someone else anyway. Goodbye, everyone. Tilda. Her imagination jumps straight to his future wedding to some other woman, and she loses it all over again. "If I have to be single, so does he," she caws furiously. "To hell with couples, this is singles heaven." Balfric notices her flailing and asks, genuinely puzzled, if he's hugging her too tight. She jokes that if her chaotic new life were a webtoon, the title would nail it exactly, and honestly, it does. "My excitement to see you wake up must have gotten the better of me," he admits with a warm grin. His mind drifts back to when they first met in the forest. "Thanks to you, I'm alive," he reflects. She kept helping him again and again after that, small act after small act. And in the end, because of her, he was finally able to awaken his true power. The memory of that raw, overwhelming awakening flashes through his mind once more. "You don't know how grateful and how sorry I am for putting you in danger," he tells her. "I don't know what it'll take to repay you for everything, but I promise you, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you." Rainelle melts a little inside. Honestly, is there anything not to like about this man? She nuzzles into him contentedly, soaking up the quiet, affectionate moment. "I refuse to see him belong to anyone else," she thinks fiercely as he laughs and asks if she's forgiving him. "If Camute ends up with someone else, I will peck them until they run screaming," noted and slightly terrifying. He shivers out of nowhere, muttering that he suddenly got chills for no reason at all. A knock at the door interrupts them. "Your Highness, please excuse me, come in." A visitor steps through the doorway. It's a knight with his arm in a sling, ushered forward to greet the prince properly. "I am so glad that you are safe," the knight says, clearly relieved beyond words. Rainelle freezes on Balfric's shoulder, staring at the knight. That person is. His name is Winster Garlinos, and something in her past life memory is screaming that she's read about him before. She can't quite place what kind of character he was in the story, while the physician scolds him for barging in unannounced. Garlinos brushes it off. A knight's duty comes first. What really eats at him is that he wasn't there to protect his prince when it mattered. "That is too big a sin to forgive," he says grimly. "Please allow me to repent with my death." And he actually means it, drawing his sword against himself right then and there. Balfric and Rainelle both freeze in horror. "No," Rainelle shrieks, diving in. "Handsome characters do not get to die without my permission." We open mid-scramble, a hand's already lunging for a sword, and something is very wrong here. Turns out it's Rainelle, still stuck as a crow, diving in to knock the blade clean out of a man's grip, right at Balfric's side. The sword clatters to the floor and the room goes dead silent because that blade wasn't aimed at Balfric. It was aimed at the man holding it. It skids away in a shower of sparks and somebody breathes out a shaky "really? Yeah, that was way too close." Balfric settles the crow on his shoulder and gives his shaken knight a look. "I like that you're loyal, just maybe dial it back from suicidal." Riding the adrenaline, Rainelle squawks her own victory lap. "Nice shot, Camute," then teases that maybe he just didn't want to lose such a pretty face. The knight, copper hair, clearly the one who almost hurt himself, finally breaks, choking out, "But your Highness," through the guilt. Balfric's voice softens. His name is Garlinos, and there's nothing to atone for. He was off on an imperial mission the day his prince went missing. Cue the flashback, the day Balfric first knighted him, petals scattering as Garlinos kneels at his feet. Garlinos can barely get a word out past the honor of it, so Balfric tells him, if he really wants to make it up, there's one promise he wants instead. "Become my sword," Balfric says, "and protect me," and just like that, Winster Garlinos has a title to live up to. For a second, Garlinos is too stunned to even answer. Then he finds his voice for the oath. "I, Knight Garlinos, swear to become the sword and armor of Balfric Ebel de Camute. And protect you," he finishes, a vow sworn with a crow already perched, unnoticed, on his future. "Even at the expense of my own life," he adds, and it is very clearly not just for show. Watching it replay, present-day Rainelle finally places the memory. She knows this knight from somewhere. In the game she used to play, this exact knight never once wavered on Prince Camute, and Balfric, half smiling, quietly tests how much weight that oath can hold. It's the same hand that swore that vow years ago, a loyalty that's apparently never cracked. Back in the present, Balfric finally says it out loud. "Thank you, Garlinos, for serving someone like me." Not once has that loyalty wavered, not in exile, not in disgrace, not now. Rainelle, still stuck as a bird, can't exactly interrogate him about it, but she can't stop wondering why Balfric is hiding the fact that he's awakened at all. Elsewhere, Garlinos stirs awake to find his prince has come to check on him in person. Still recovering, he has to ask how Balfric even made it here safely. The rumors going around described injuries bad enough to kill. Balfric just smiles it off. There's someone he's been meaning to properly introduce. "Rainelle, come here," he calls, and she flutters down, feathers drifting about to get her official introduction. Garlinos just blinks, a crow. Then it clicks, this is the same bird that was perched on Balfric during the entire scuffle earlier. And the way his prince is attached to it starts feeling a little ominous. Balfric reads the look instantly and cuts him off. This crow is the reason he's alive, warding off the orcs on his tail and finding him medicine when he had nothing. Rainelle preens under the praise, absolutely delighted with herself. "You see, I'm so great. If it wasn't for Rainelle, I wouldn't be here alive," Balfric finishes, and Garlinos can only manage a humbled "I see." Her mind drifts to what she knows of him from the game. Prince Camute, always composed, always taking care of everyone but himself, never showing a single crack. Because in that story, one slip was all it took. He fell beneath his rival prince, who'd already awakened his power while Balfric hadn't. So watching that same untouchable prince smile warmly at a literal omen of death at her genuinely throws her. Garlinos, meanwhile, is having his own revelation. As expected, His Highness is no ordinary person. He practically shouts internally, eyes burning with fresh devotion. If even a bird has thrown in with this man, Garlinos figures he'd better step his own game up too. Which apparently means challenging the crow to a duel to the death. In his head, Rainelle just stares back, thoroughly unbothered by the sudden death glare. She chalks it up to bird prejudice and figures she's got a long way to go winning him over. Meanwhile, Balfric's already moved on to business. First question, what exactly has been happening back at the palace since he vanished? Garlinos clarifies he means after Balfric disappeared, right? Exactly that, and yes, the other knight's bodies turned up but not his, so the whole thing got quietly filed as a missing persons case instead of anything worse. A search and rescue team was even assembled, hoping to find him out there. Apparently the third prince made quite a show of it too, sobbing about how he couldn't just sit around while his brother was missing. That performance is reportedly what got the emperor to approve the search in the first place. Balfric nearly laughs into his tea. What nonsense. He's not fooled for a second. That clumsy performance basically confessed to the scheming underneath it. The royal decree still went through anyway. Not that Balfric surprised. Their father has only ever cared about ending up with exactly one clean heir, however that shakes out. Rainelle just sits there taking mental notes, so this is what a real royal power struggle sounds like up close. They say a prince commands nearly limitless power. But getting shoved into a fight to the death against your own brother is a whole different kind of power. Balfric's voice softens as he strokes her feathers. You must have had it really rough, he says, and it's not totally clear if he means the crow or himself. The two of them just sit with that a moment, the room gone quiet. Don't worry, Rainelle, I'm fine, he tells her, and he means it because he's already planned for every angle. He's not about to let any of that preparation go to waste now. He sends Garlinos ahead to the capital to tell their father he's alive, and Garlinos can't help clocking exactly how carefully his prince is cradling that crow while he says it. Garlinos hesitates once word gets out that Balfric's alive. Won't the third prince just go right back to scheming? Not immediately, Balfric reasons, not while their father's still fixated on worrying over him. The third prince will have to play it careful too, biding his time for the right moment to strike. Not that it would even matter if he came at Balfric head-on instead. Honestly, Balfric says, eyes flashing, he's almost hoping he does. Cut to some time later, Rainelle perches on a garden wall watching servants unload luggage, taking her first real look at the grounds. It hits her all at once, she's actually about to walk into the imperial palace. This is a building she only ever saw as concept art in the game she used to play, and now it's right there in front of her. Bound to be gorgeous inside, she figures, but she reminds herself this isn't exactly a sightseeing trip. Because the palace is also exactly where Camute's enemy is waiting. Honestly, she's relieved she's stuck as a crow for this. A mysterious human tagging along at his side would have painted a target on both of them. She can practically picture it branded as the prince's woman and dragged into a scandal she never asked for. Balfric finds her in the garden. Rainelle, there you were, and she chirps back, ready to roll. He scoops her up without much warning. Time to go, he says. And then, with a very final clang, Rainelle finds herself shut inside an actual birdcage. She just stares through the bars, completely blindsided. Sorry, Balfric offers, not even a little convincingly, this is just until we reach the city. He strolls off swinging the cage like it's nothing, while Rainelle short-circuits inside it. Did he seriously just cage her, after everything? She lets out one furious, echoing caw of pure betrayal across the sky, and that's exactly where we leave her. Before she was a crow, she had a whole different life, a zookeeper wrangling an escaped, apparently level 99, red panda mid-chaos. Turns out taming energetic animals is code for getting your face used as a chew toy. She's got the flashback scars to prove it. Cut to now, a guard's shoving her, cage and all, toward a waiting carriage. Please go in, he says, like she's got a choice. She is not here for it, screeching every insult a crow can manage and demanding release immediately, right now, no exceptions. Enter Balfrick, sweating through the heat, waving off his aide. Nope, he's carrying her cage personally, thank you very much. Which doesn't stop her from complaining the whole ride. Stop swinging the cage, the floor's shaking, she's genuinely dizzy. Everything's spinning like a rough hangover morning, which feels deeply unfair, since this body has never even had a drink. Finally, she just caws it straight at him. Camute, I feel like throwing up, so much for a romantic carriage ride. That night the caravan finally stops, and a careful hand slides her cage door open. It's Balfrick looking genuinely guilty. Rainelle, are you okay? I didn't realize you'd have it this rough. She's still seeing stars, groaning out a thoroughly undignified caw that roughly translates to ugh. Then it actually registers. Did he just ask if she was okay? For 1 second her prickly little crow heart melts. And unmelts instantly. You bastard, she caws, all sympathy gone. She lays into him like a disappointed parent. You traitor. Is this how I raised you? You should be ashamed of yourself. He just holds her up, wincing through it. I guess you're really angry this time. Rainelle, will you forgive me? He starts petting her like that'll fix everything. She insists it absolutely will not work on her. It works on her immediately. Softer now, he tells her he's genuinely sorry for making things so hard on her. They settle into a quiet moment together, him cradling her gently in a field of flowers. Camute, she murmurs, surprising even herself, I don't care what you are anymore. Dragon clan or not, he tells her, none of that matters. What matters is that she's become his lucky charm. She looks up at him, something shifting in her chest. So, she starts, please don't leave my side. He finishes for her instead, leaning down to press a kiss right to the top of her feathery head. He freezes mid-motion, clearly just as stunned by that move as she is. Did he seriously just kiss her? Her brain short-circuits completely. Cue a full system meltdown, ? Static the works. Feathers fly and nobody's making a lick of sense out loud, just pure high-alert chaos over one measly kiss. In a quieter, heavier moment, his thoughts turn serious. The only one he can fully trust in this whole world is her, just a little crow named Rainelle. She realizes exactly why right now, Camute is telling her things he's never told another living soul. Because she's an animal who can't talk, she can only listen and keep every secret completely safe. If she'd been human this whole time, she thinks, she probably never would have gotten to see this side of him at all. This is the Balfrick everyone else gets, careful, guarded, saying exactly what's expected and not one word more. Camute, she tells him, I know I can't do much for you as a crow, but I promise I'll always stay right by your side. Thank you for understanding, Rainelle, he says, then immediately turns beet red. Aw, my face is so hot. Next stop, the actual imperial palace, all spires and gold and completely over the top. Her crow brain short-circuits on sight. Whoa. So this is Camute's room, he says, showing her in. What do you think, Rainelle? Do you like it? Everything in here is sparkling, every single thing. She eyes a shiny trinket by the fireplace, already scheming. He won't notice if I steal just one, right? How much is all this even worth? She catches herself mid-heist plan and has an actual crisis about it. Get it together, you're a human, a homo sapien. Balfrick has business to handle. Rainelle, I'm going to step out for a bit, there are some things I need to take care of. Stay put till I get back, okay? There might be danger, she calls back a very solemn okay. On his way out, he flags down a servant with one clear order: watch the crow while I'm gone. Enter their unlucky volunteer, who just got handed the strangest assignment of his career. The door clicks shut behind the prince, and it's just the two of them now. He's actually pretty upbeat about it at first, can't wait to clock out for the day, he figures. Then it hits him properly and he is not thrilled. Of all things, why do I have to look after a bird of death? Cue an unnecessarily dramatic nightmare vision. Can't exactly run either, not with direct orders from the prince himself. Guess he's just feeding it then. He reaches into the cage, and she gives him a deeply unimpressed once-over. Worth noting, the menu gets drawn extremely cute here purely, as the art insists, to protect the eyes of the readers. She is not exactly thrilled with tonight's dinner options. Why? He nervously talks himself into it birds like worms, so this should do the trick. Meanwhile, out handling his business, Balfric suddenly goes rigid. What? Back at the palace, the servant swears he just heard Rainelle screaming, and no, he is not imagining a very clear hurry back, Camute echoing down the hall. Balfric can hardly believe it himself. They haven't even been apart that long and he's already worried sick, rushing to wrap up his work so he can get back to her. Then someone comes sprinting at him, practically in tears. "Brother, you're alive." It's Llewellyn, hand pressed to his chest like he can barely believe his own eyes. But off in the shadows, someone else is watching this whole reunion with a very different look on his face. "The time has come," he murmurs. "It's been a while," Llewellyn, Balfric says carefully. "I was so worried." Llewellyn lays it on thick. Does Balfric know how terrified he was, hearing his brother vanished on a hunting trip? Especially dangerous for someone who hasn't even had his awakening yet. The two brothers stand close, the reunion dripping with emotion, or at least, that's how Llewellyn's playing it. Balfric isn't buying the performance for a second. "Do you really think I'll fall for your childish jabs? Guess I owe you an apology, Llewellyn," he says, dry as ever. Llewellyn backpedals fast. He should be the one looking out for Balfric, not the other way around, and clearly he's only caused him worry instead. Straightening his brother's collar, he adds that his brother looked awfully unsightly, worn down from all that worrying. Llewellyn's smile flickers just for a second. And somewhere close by, that mystery man's sharp golden eyes narrow, impressed, or maybe unsettled, that a couple of words hit this hard. Word around the Empire is simple. The third Prince Llewellyn only rose this high because he's an awaken and nothing else. And since power came easy, he never bothered building any real skill to back it up. He just grew up spoiled, arrogant, and drunk on his own hype. Arrogant and naive then, arrogant and naive now. Some men just don't grow. Funny thing is, Llewellyn doesn't even sense that his rival brother has already awakened too. That blind spot is exactly why he still hasn't locked down the succession. Enter Balfric, all smiles, telling his brother he'll try to understand his little brother's mischief next time and thanking him for the search party. "So sorry it was all for nothing." Llewellyn just blinks, rattled. "I don't get what you're saying, brother," he stammers, because he absolutely does. Balfric cuts the chat short. He's got somewhere to be. "I have to go meet father now," he says, already walking off. He struts off through the palace like he owns the place, some poor attendant trailing behind him. But his parting thought is ice cold. "Things are about to get very interesting for you, Llewellyn." Cut to the throne wing, where a stiff old chamberlain and a sharp-eyed attendant escort him toward the emperor's chambers. Balfric straightens up and bows low. "It's an honor to see you, your highness," he says, formal as ever. He kneels at the foot of the bed and announces himself properly. "Greetings from the first Prince Camute." His father, sick and reclining, doesn't even bother with pleasantries. "Right, I heard you went missing," he says. "Right to business, how's your body?" the emperor asks. "Neither good nor bad. Nothing's changed," Balfric answers flatly. "And you don't have to worry that anything will happen," Balfric adds, cutting straight through the formalities himself. His father isn't impressed. He grabs him by the collar. "You're finally out of the egg, you good-for-nothing. This is exactly why your little brother is stabbing you in the back," the old man snarls, tightening his grip. Balfric just thinks, as expected, father can tell he's awakened unlike everyone else. Out loud, he just smiles. "It's actually thanks to his backstabbing that I awakened at all," he says, cool as ice. "Heemp, how foolish," his father spits. "Guess I'd better work harder so I'm not so foolish anymore," Balfric shoots right back. "You can loosen your grip now, father," he says calmly. "It's late, but I fully intend to secure my claim to the throne." "Please, be at ease," Balfric adds, and his father needles him one more time. "Aren't you going to meet the empress you've been missing?" Something about that question hits different. A cold, half-formed memory flickers behind Balfric's eyes. It's a memory of a brutal old rule. Royal blood keeps fighting until only one heir survives, and a young Balfric getting called an arrogant bastard for questioning it. "Was there ever a time I wasn't arrogant?" Young Balfric fires back, even as his father pins him down. His father's warning is ice cold. "Survive your illness and you'll see exactly how the succession gets rigged out from under you." The threat lands, Balfric turns and walks away down the long, gilded hall saying nothing. Then I'll excuse myself, he says quietly, taking his leave. Alone in the hallway, his expression cracks into something sharper, almost a smirk. He starts laughing, really laughing, the kind that's one part relief, one part unhinged. A pale, silver-haired advisor nearby just nods along. That's right, that's the spirit you should have. If you'd seen the look on his face, the advisor adds, trailing off as a portrait of a golden-haired woman looms nearby. That portrait belongs to Balfric's late mother, and with her comes a grim piece of lore. Lose your bonded companion to misfortune, and the grief alone can kill you. We flash back to her final days laid out in state, hands folded past saving. Her last prayer is simple: may Camute find his place and do his duty well until my meaningless life ends, she whispers. I wanted to see you smile, but the light takes her. It's a quiet, golden kind of ending. Back in the present, a very unladylike sound echoes through the palace halls. Caw, caw, erg. It's Rainelle the crow, absolutely famished, and making sure the whole palace knows it. How long has Camute even been gone? Because Rainelle is losing her mind. Birds, it turns out, have brutally fast digestion. I feel like I haven't eaten in 3 days, she wails, probably an exaggeration, probably. A dark-haired steward keeps offering her insects, utterly baffled that the crow won't touch them. What am I supposed to feed you? He begs. Rainelle isn't having it. I'm going to starve, she caws dramatically, then just wants Camute to hurry up and come home already. She goes quiet for a second, side-eyeing her own situation with real suspicion. There's a bowl of something squirming waiting for her. Bugs, wriggling, glistening bugs. Her dinner options have hit a new low. Should I just try one? She wonders, staring down her own hunger. Screw it, I've got a crow's guts now anyway, she decides and goes for it. The second the steward gets close enough, Rainelle absolutely clocks him. Hunger makes you do wild things. Huff huff, I almost lost my humanity there, she pants. Crow instincts are no joke. Fine, I really will eat the bugs. Where the hell is he? She's about to give in when a familiar voice finally calls her name. Rainelle, Rainelle. Camute's finally back and he looks genuinely alarmed. Are you hungry? Is it because of the insects? Rainelle practically launches herself at his hand, screaming his name in crow. He scoops her up like she's the most precious thing in the palace and barks orders at his steward. Get meat, get fruit now. Understood, the steward scrambles off to make it happen. There's dessert too, apparently. Rainelle stuffs her face while internally panicking. That hunger almost broke her. Gotta protect her humanity at all costs. Once she's done eating, Camute wants her to come find him, though getting there involves him nearly wiping out on his own floor. Take as much as you want, he tells her, gesturing at something. Rainelle's beak drops open. It's a literal treasure chest, glittering with jewels. Oh my god, she thinks, doing rapid mental math. How much is all of this even worth? Then the guilt kicks in. I'm just an unlucky crow, she thinks, a plain, ordinary bird. But she can't deny it anymore. She is genuinely being spoiled rotten. Would have been nicer if this was love for me as a human, she thinks, then immediately flags her own thought, falsehood. Her brain helpfully conjures up a whole romantic fantasy anyway, Camute sweeping her into his arms. But I wasn't reincarnated as the human lead of this thing, so let's just give up on that. It's chapter 7 after all, she reminds herself, right as Camute asks. So how do you like them, Rainelle? Guess I finally shook off my whole unlucky crow reputation, she muses. Though isn't this a bit much of an upgrade? Don't hold back, Camute tells her, take as much as you can carry. Rainelle reaches out instead and hands him something small and red from the pile, one of her own little toys. Rainelle, are you giving me a gift right now? Camute asks, completely melting. My child gave me their toy, he practically swoons. Are you insane, Camute? Rainelle thinks, stunned, as he vows, once he's emperor he's making the crow the national bird. He pulls her in close with a grin. Hurry up and love me more, Camute, she demands right back, and honestly, fair enough. We open in the royal garden, and would you look at that, our girl Rainelle is out on a joyride, weaving past fountains and topiary like she owns the place. A bee buzzes past her wingtip while she skims the hedges. Turns out crow life has its perks. She banks hard through the open sky, wings cutting loose for the first time in a while. It's been ages since I could fly somewhere this open, she sighs happily. This is so refreshing. She perches on a branch, admitting there's plenty to see cooped up in Camute's room too, but hey, a girl needs her walks. Down below, a palace guard spots her circling overhead and about loses it. How is there a bird of death in the prince's garden? He panics, grabbing a broom. If I don't shoo it out, the captain's gonna have my head. He winds up to swat her away right until a hand closes over the broom handle and a voice cuts in flat. Leave it be. The guard freezes. Prince? Turns out the man treasures this particular bird and he's making it very clear that if she gets so much as a scratch, he's walking. Still not clear, he presses and the poor guard nearly jumps out of his boots. Yes, I'll keep that in mind, sir. As Balfric strolls off, the guard mutters that he'll never understand the tastes of nobility, then bolts to find literally anything else to do. Alone again, Balfric straightens his collar, quietly rattled. Rainelle could have actually gotten hurt just now. There's only so many times he can pull a stunt like that before people start putting it together. He needs an actual plan here. What he needs, he decides, is some kind of official sign, something to make sure nobody dares treat her harshly again. Before he can think it through further, Rainelle's head snaps up. What is that? Something's coming. She can feel someone approaching from across the grounds, and it's not just anybody. Sure enough, a bright, strawberry-blonde young man strolls into view. So this is where you were, hi young Nim, he grins. Rainelle's stomach drops when she clocks the second visitor trailing behind him. Llewellyn, great, the one guy you never want crashing your garden day. Her brain immediately fires off the snark, rolling up uninvited like this, hard pass. Somebody tell this man to go home and get an actual job. Balfric doesn't bother hiding his irritation. Why exactly were you out here looking for me personally? A servant could have passed the message along. Llewellyn just smirks. Sounds like somebody's got a lot of free time on his hands. I'm hurt, Llewellyn sighs, all mock offense. Treating your own brother so coldly when he just wanted some quality sibling time. Balfric isn't buying the act for a second, needling him right back about how much he dotes on the youngest of the three, Cephia. Someone cracks that this brother lost all his cuteness the moment he grew up, and honestly, the shade is not subtle. Watching from a safe distance, Rainelle can practically feel the sparks flying between them. Yikes, is this actually going to be okay? Llewellyn finally drops the pleasantries. Let's stop dancing around it. I came out here because I heard something very amusing. That line yanks Balfric straight back into memory to the day their father announced he'd finally settle the succession for good. Is that true? One of the brothers presses, barely believing it. Balfric, cool as ever even back then, doesn't flinch. Yes, so shouldn't we start settling this ourselves? The stakes get spelled out fast. Whoever comes out on top gets named the next crown prince. And whoever doesn't walk away at all. The air between the three brothers turns ice cold. Cephia can't help a disbelieving laugh. Ha, never thought I'd hear that out of you. Then the insults start flying. Somebody gets called out as a nobody who never even awakened his power. Balfric fires right back. Sure, awakening is impressive and all, but it clearly wasn't enough to actually lock down the throne, was it? Rainelle, watching this play out in her memory, can't help the commentary. Is this seriously that overwrought throne fight scene from every royal drama ever? Llewellyn grabs his little brother by the collar to make his point. You awakened and did nothing with the chance you were given, he snarls. Compared to me, which of us is really the more pathetic one? Balfric just smiles, cold and even. Next time I'll explain it simply enough for you to actually understand. That throne is on the line, let's settle it right here, right now. Someone's clearly satisfied, watching the powder keg go off exactly as planned. Balfric's eyes go wide. Whatever just happened, he did not see it coming. He breathes, staring down something that's very much not human anymore. Cephia's shifted into full beast form, all snarling teeth and fury. Rainelle, ever helpful, notes that the size of that thing is a lot less wolf and a lot more oversized dog. Balfric doesn't back down, throwing his own power into the fight against the snapping beast. Now, how do I handle this? He thinks fast, sizing up his options mid-brawl. The two collide head-on in a burst of raw power, claws and light tearing up the clearing. Side by side, the difference is obvious. His true wolf form dwarfs whatever Sephia's managed to pull off. Then someone spots her hovering way too close to the fight, Rainelle. The beast takes a hit and staggers, blood welling up through its fur. It goes down hard, pinned to the ground. That's when Rainelle loses it completely, diving in with a furious caw, "You absolute bastard. How dare you attack our Camute," she screeches. "I'm the crow who beat 17-1 odds, buddy, I'm the one you know." Balfric's blood runs cold watching her fly straight into danger. "To think that's my little brother under there," he realizes grimly. If this keeps up, Rainelle's the one who gets hurt. Meanwhile, she's up there taunting the beast that it can't reach her this high. She keeps at it, smug and completely unbothered, while the beast snarls uselessly below. The beast lunges hard, snapping at the air right where she was hovering a second ago. "Stop," Balfric barks, done watching this unfold. He cuts in with a blast of raw power, putting himself between the beast and his crow. The beast goes down hard under the hit, driven straight into the dirt. Sephia coughs up blood, human again and thoroughly beaten. Their father's voice cuts through the wreckage, cold and unimpressed, shifting into a wolf in his garden without permission, and getting wrecked by nothing more than a crow on top of it. Balfric doesn't back down an inch. "The imperial bloodline of this land doesn't carry a dog's blood in it," he says flatly. "Shut your mouth, you degenerate," Llewellyn snaps back at him. Sephia, meanwhile, is still fuming about his own injury. "How dare that measly crow scratch up my face?" Llewellyn just shrugs it off. "You're right, I'm a degenerate, part of the imperial family who never even awakened. But listen closely, little brother," he adds, voice dropping. "Just because I never awakened doesn't mean I'm weaker than you. Beating someone smaller and more worn down than before isn't exactly hard to do." And with that, he overpowers an exhausted Balfric through sheer brute strength alone. Balfric hits the ground, coughing, completely spent from the fight with Sephia moments earlier. Sephia, still nursing his scratched-up face, mutters a quiet vow, "This will not happen again." Back in the present, Balfric shakes off the memory. Now's not the time to move, not while Llewellyn's still got a small army of loyal followers behind him. Strike too soon with that many people backing his brother, and the whole thing just turns into chaos. So the real plan is patience. Take Llewellyn down, sure, but only once his own foundation is rock solid. Shaking off the memory for good, he calls out across the garden, "Rainelle, come here." There's a glint in his eye as he says it. "You're getting a scolding today." She lands right in his palm, blinking, "Caw, come again." "Why, all of a sudden," she squawks, already on the defensive. Llewellyn's the one who actually did something wrong here. Back at the hideout, Balfric lays down the law, arms crossed, telling Rainelle flat out that what almost happened to her was really, genuinely dangerous. No matter how young and full of himself Llewellyn looks, he explains, someone who's awakened is playing a completely different game than a normal human, so what exactly was she planning to do if she'd gotten bitten? And with an ego like his, Balfric adds, Llewellyn might just decide to target her specifically next time. Rainelle shrinks down guiltily on the bed, silently admitting, yeah, Camute really was in danger because of her. Then she gives him the most pitiful look she's got, and Balfric practically groans out loud, "Ugh, that's just unfairly cute." He feels bad for scolding her for about half a second, then catches himself. "Nope, can't let this slide, get it together, Camute." Clutching the pendant at his chest, he holds firm. It's still a no even if she turns on the charm. This is exactly like the time she went reckless against the Null monsters. Lecture aside, he reaches out and gently touches her anyway, because apparently that's just how this works now. In her head, the crow's got nothing to say to that. Yeah, fair point actually. Here's the thing though, back in her old life, she obsessively researched wolves, their habits, their hunting patterns, exactly which body parts were easiest to hurt. That's exactly why she dove in without hesitation. She trusted a crow's reflexes completely. Of course, Camute has no clue about any of that to him. It looked just like watching someone's dog jump in front of a bus for a total stranger. Honestly, she admits, she'd be furious too if she were in his shoes. He settles down next to her on the bed, the tension between them finally easing. "Cor, I'm sorry," she finally says, and actually means it. She nuzzles into his hand and promises she won't make him worry like that again. His mind starts to wander somewhere strange, though. What if Rainelle isn't just a crow at all? What if she's some kind of ancestor? Or even a dragon? Because an attack at Llewellyn's level should have been nothing to dodge for something that powerful, so why couldn't she pull it off when it counted? Then again, he admits there's still a real chance she's just an unusually smart crow. Whatever she actually is, he silently decides he's going to protect her until every last threat out there is gone. Rainelle, he says softly, don't overexert yourself trying to protect me anymore. She promises she won't get tricked so easily now that she's awakened, and he just watches her, clearly working up to something bigger. But most importantly, he starts trailing off. He tells her straight up he refuses to lose her to a pathetic bastard like Llewellyn. And with that, the story yanks you somewhere much darker in the palace. Because across the capital, the self-crowned temporary Emperor Llewellyn is absolutely losing it, cursing Camute's name and trashing his own furniture. He's practically hyperventilating with rage, straightening his robes like that's somehow going to fix his mood. Fists clenched against his face, he just seethes. It all traces back to one thing, that annoying crow bastard. How dare that so-called bird of death plant its filthy little feet right on his face? Truly a crime worthy of imperial fury. He swears that the second he's officially crowned, step one is exterminating every crow in the empire. Cut to him cackling on the throne steps, feathers flying everywhere, howling that he'll never have to look at another one again. Then mid-rant he suddenly stops cold. Because now that he thinks about it, why exactly did Camute get involved in all that in the first place? He orders everyone around him to stay perfectly still, no matter what he does to the birds watching closely for any reaction. He decides he needs to dig into this a whole lot further. Cut to him getting ready in front of a mirror, clearly somewhere else entirely in his head. Shadows and thorns seem to crawl through the palace as his fury cools into something far more calculated. He issues a direct order straight from the temporary emperor himself. He wants an item made, and he wants it fast. In the shadows, the mysterious hooded figure he's summoned murmurs something under their breath. They bow low. His command will be carried out. Back with Balfric, the crow gently nudges at him, urging her guy to actually take a break for once. A servant suddenly announces a visitor, Marquis Namiel, has come to call on the prince. Balfric blinks. That name rings a bell from somewhere. In strides a striking, silver-haired man, greeting him like they go way back. Namiel says he's come because the item Balfric requested is finally finished. He holds it out with a knowing little smile. Ever composed, Balfric waves him in and apologizes for pulling him away from his work, admitting he honestly didn't expect it done this fast. Before the pleasantries can even finish, though, everything erupts into chaos. Rainelle suddenly launches herself straight at the poor wizard, wings out, claws first. Turns out this isn't hostility at all, it's a full meltdown. It's really Namiel, she's screaming internally. Because Charmant Namiel, the Duke's magician son, is someone she recognizes instantly. This exact character had one seriously important setup, way back in her old life. He's the actual real male lead straight out of the novel she used to read. Bet you didn't see that plot twist coming. She can practically picture the illustrated romance scenes now, swept up in it from memory alone. She honestly can't believe she's seeing him in the flesh. Handsome in the drawings, sure, but somehow even more handsome in person. Every crow within earshot seems to agree, screeching their approval. Her brain fully short-circuits. Handsome men are the best, handsome men will save the world, apparently no notes. Namiel, charmed, admits he's never met a crow this friendly before, calls her fascinating. He even gives her a nickname on the spot, Nell, and she melts completely, nuzzling up to him like a total traitor. He laughs it off, ticklish, while nearby Balfric quietly clocks that he's never once seen her get this cozy with someone else. With one sharp word, he calls her straight back to his side. He plucks her right out of Namiel's hands and tells her flatly to stop causing trouble for their guest. Busted, she visibly panics. She admits it to herself, she got so distracted by one handsome stranger that she totally neglected her own handsome man back home. She scrambles to apologize, swearing up and down she wasn't about to cheat on him. Fluttering right up in his face, she insists she's loyal. Come on, he trusts her, right? He just warns she's earned herself another scolding later, while Namiel, thoroughly entertained, declares this the single most interesting bird he's ever met. Namiel even jokes she might be some ancient ancestor spirit or a dragon in disguise. She insists, a little too fast, that she's just a crow. When he jokes about hauling her off to his lab to dissect her, Balfric shuts that down immediately, guarding her like his life depends on it. Business resumes. Balfric asks to see the item Namiel actually brought with him. Right, almost forgot. Namiel produces the box. Inside, nestled in velvet, sits a necklace with a gem that seems to glow with magic all its own. Here Namiel says, "The necklace your highness requested." He can't help but remark specifically requesting a necklace laced with magic is a pretty particular ask. Balfric admits he didn't realize his friend would immediately guess this was meant as a gift for someone. The crow peers at the glittering necklace. Yeah, it's pretty clear there's someone this prince treasures very, very dearly. And on that quiet, tender note, petals drift across the screen as the chapter fades out. Word around the palace, the ice-cold crown prince has a soft spot nobody saw coming, and it's got feathers. Cue one very jealous noblewoman spinning out that he might ditch her for someone else entirely. In her head, it's already a love story, roses, a warm embrace, the whole fairy tale. But flip the script and suddenly she's picturing herself tossed aside and utterly alone. Back in reality, the prince means it dead serious. He tells his crow flat out, there's no way he'd ever abandon her. And that entire jealous meltdown, turns out it was all in her own overactive imagination. Meanwhile, the real prince leans in close to his very real crow, working up to something. "You're precious to me," he says, wrapping her up like a newborn, "so become our child." Rainelle's reaction is instant, full-body horror. She is not about to be somebody's baby crow. How miserable is that, she screeches, bolting off. She'd rather take her chances back in the wild. Cue the dramatics. Is love even allowed for a crow, she wonders, and no way is she anybody's kid. While she's busy spiraling, someone quietly fastens something cold and glittering around her neck. She blinks down at the little charm now hanging off her, totally lost on what just happened. Then it clicks, that necklace looks exactly like the one she thought was proof he'd marry someone else. Turns out he had it custom made just for her, and just like that she's doing victory laps in the air. The big scary marriage rumor she panicked over, total nonsense this whole time. It was a gift, not a goodbye. Enter Namiel, the silver-haired magician, who lets it slip the size-shifting spell he cast was for that exact necklace. The prince just mutters that's right and looks away fast, clearly caught being sentimental. He admits it outright, that necklace is his way of marking her as precious to him. And then, just as fast, he turns possessive, warning Namiel to keep his distance from Rainelle. Namiel just laughs it off, promising he'd never want to be on the prince's bad side, which only makes Balfric more suspicious. Namiel blinks, caught off guard by just how seriously that landed. Namiel plays it straight, reminding him he's not just some hidden prince anymore, he's the future ruler. The two stand there, an unlikely pair, a magician and a runaway prince, quietly sizing each other up. Namiel trails off, hinting there's a lot riding on whether the wrong people ever learn who he really is. Balfric doesn't let it slide. He presses Namiel straight up, demanding to know his real angle. Namiel admits his own father warned him to stay far away from politics entirely. Turns out Namiel's father is imperial blood too, one who never awakened his power and quietly walked away from the throne to dodge a scandal. Hating court politics as much as his old man, Namiel picked up magic instead of a crown. But staying neutral stopped being an option the moment Prince Llewellyn forced his hand. Namiel's seen firsthand how Llewellyn treats magicians, not as people, just disposable tools. And if a man like that ends up on the throne, Namiel says it's like watching his own home burn. That's the line for him. He refuses to just stand by while Llewellyn does his worst. His face hardens. This isn't loyalty for show, it's a decision he's already made. Balfric throws the hard question right back. What happens if power changes Namiel the same way? Rainelle, watching all this, quietly wonders if Balfric is testing him on purpose. Namiel calls it out directly, asking if the prince is doubting his loyalty. Balfric admits he doesn't actually doubt him, but Namiel offers something up anyway, just in case. Whatever it is, it's enough to make Rainelle's eyes go wide. Namiel pulls out a small glass bottle glowing with something clearly not ordinary. The reveal lands heavy, like everyone in the room already knows how big a deal this is. It's a Crown rock, and even Balfric can barely process that Namiel actually has one. Namiel explains fast eat it, and it unlocks every ounce of hidden strength buried inside you. That name rings a bell for Rainelle, and not in a good way. She flashes back to something she once picked up herself. The memory's hazy, but the shape of it is unmistakable. Namiel explains just how absurdly rare these things are to even find, let alone one that's ready to open. He got his by pure luck, raiding a griffin's nest, and Rainelle quietly realizes she is in way over her head. Something about all this is clearly rattling her more than she's letting on. Deep down, she's panicking that her own meddling has already thrown this whole story wildly off course. Is the world actually going to fall apart because of something she did? She has no idea. Balfric asks the obvious question: why hand off a shot at real power instead of taking it himself? Namiel shrugs it off. Sure, he's got imperial blood too, but he'd rather stay a magician than wrestle with that kind of strength. Balfric just stares at him, clearly stunned. Someone would give up a legendary power that easily. There's a beat of quiet between them, trust actually starting to take root. Balfric decides to make it official. If he ever takes the throne, there's a deal on the table. He swears on his own name that every bit of Namiel's support will be repaid in full. Namiel picks the moment right back up. He pledges his knowledge and magic in return, and asks for something simpler: just talk to him like an equal. Balfric hesitates. Technically, a future emperor isn't supposed to get this familiar with just a noble. He drops the formality anyway and just agrees. And with that, the deal is sealed. Which brings everyone's attention right back to that glowing little bottle sitting between them. Alone with the Crown rock, Balfric turns over the real question: who could actually be trusted with that kind of power? He turns the glowing fruit over in his hand, running through every name he can think of. And somehow, every road leads back to the same answer: Rainelle. He still doesn't even know what she really is. Maybe a dragon, maybe something else entirely, which only makes him more curious what this fruit would do to her. Rainelle, meanwhile, is staring down the exact same fruit with a lot less enthusiasm. No matter how she looks at it, none of this feels like good news. She can't stop wondering what a rock like this would even do to someone already as powerful as Balfric, and something about it feels off. Just looking at the thing gives her the distinct feeling something's trying to crawl inside her head. Whatever's inside that rock, it is very much aware of her. Before anyone can stop her, Rainelle's already got the Crown rock in her beak, and Balfric panics. That thing could kill you, he begs, trying to sweet-talk his own crow into just giving it back. She just stares back at him, dead silent. And then, before he can reach her, she makes her choice. The second Balfric lays out a strange glowing stone called the Crown rock, Rainelle darts in and swallows it whole before he can stop her. Rainelle, he yelps, panic flooding his face. Wait, that thing is dangerous, you could die. He drops to her level, forcing a shaky smile, and begs her sweetly to just spit it back out. Rainelle just stares back at him, the stone still lodged in her beak, saying absolutely nothing. And then in one horrified gulp, she swallows it anyway. Balfric loses it completely, screaming at her that she is not allowed to die on him. He is fully unraveling now, ripping at his own collar and promising her anything in the world if she'll just cough it back up. A wall of blue light erupts around her as she screams, and the horrifying thought hits him. What if this triggers an awakening her small crow body can't survive? No, he breathes, one tear slipping free, refusing to even consider it. He crushes her against his chest, voice cracking, saying if he lost her now, he genuinely would not be able to handle it. He just stands there in the middle of the room, holding on tight, like letting go might make it real. Neither of them says anything for a long moment, the whole room holding its breath. The silence stretches on as Rainelle shifts weakly in his arms, waiting for whatever is coming. Then nothing. Balfric blinks, baffled that absolutely nothing seems to have happened. Rainelle looks just as confused, cocking her head at him from the desk like, wait, that's it. Later, slumped in relief, he admits he genuinely thought something terrible was about to happen to her. In her head, Rainelle is doing her own damage control, admitting she blacked out completely the second that rock took hold of her. Judging by Balfric's face, she figures she really did just eat the thing, and honestly, better her than him. Better that than setting off some unpredictable chain reaction, she reasons, and hey, nothing happened to her anyway. What a shame, though, she jokes to herself, imagining what it'd be like to come out of this an unstoppable, invincible crow shooting beams out of her beak. Cue the daydream counterattack of the bird of death, Balfric dramatically vaporized in her imagination. Cute fantasy, shame nothing actually happened. Back to reality, she sighs, guess she's just stuck being a regular crow forever then. She half jokes that she was hoping to feel the same rush Camute got from his own awakening, very main character of her, she admits. Then without warning, her whole body seizes up in agony. What? Why does it suddenly hurt everywhere? She gasps, and Balfric is instantly at her side, shouting her name in a panic. She tries to play it cool, noting her body isn't even glowing like a real awakening should, dreading him seeing her this sick. He's begging her to wake up, half joking through the fear that maybe it's just a stomachache, and this is exactly why she can't go around eating random things. He clutches her to his face, voice breaking completely as he wails her name. A palace healer is called in, and after checking her over, offers some relief. Physically, there's nothing wrong with the crow. Balfric isn't buying it. If she's fine, he demands, why does she clearly look like she's in pain? The healer admits they're stumped, since neither the illness prayer nor the wound healing magic has faded, which should mean nothing's actually wrong. Something is off though, because Rainelle's whole body is burning up like a furnace. She lies there panting, clearly suffering even if the magic says otherwise. The healer trails off, unable to explain it, and quietly dismisses themselves, leaving Balfric with more questions than answers. Alone with her again, Balfric's fear curdles into guilt. This is on him, he decides entirely. If he'd just been more careful about pulling that stone out in front of her in the first place, none of this would even be happening right now, he thinks bitterly, replaying the moment over and over. All he can do now, he decides, is stay right here and watch over her. He presses his face into the bed beside her, admitting quietly that she's made him feel scared and completely helpless. Covering his eyes, all he can manage is a whispered plea for her to please wake up. No matter how much trouble she causes or how reckless she gets, he vows, he'll give her absolutely anything she needs. Night falls over the palace, and still, he doesn't move from her side. Hours pass in that same silent vigil, until exhaustion finally starts to win out. Somewhere far from her crow body, Rainelle drifts awake in a sea of stars, utterly disoriented. Where am I? She looks down at her own hands, human hands, and realizes with a jolt that these definitely aren't crow wings. Wait, does that mean she didn't actually die, right? The thought alone sends her into a spiral. No way is she letting herself just die like that. It's completely unfair. After everything she's put up with stuck in that crow's body, she is not going out like this. She's got way too much left to see through with Camute. A sudden wind rises up around her, sweeping through the starlit void. It pulls at her gently but insistently, like something is calling her back. The light gathers into a single, blinding thread, drawing her toward it. And then everything dissolves into pure, golden light. The light settles into something older, a memory that isn't quite hers, unfolding like a legend. Wings unfurl across a sky thick with stars, wrapped in a power far older than either of them. Feathers drift down through the light like the start of some ancient bedtime story. A long time ago, the vision begins, there was a bird that flew closer to the sun than any other. That bird helped a wounded wolf, the legend goes, and became its wings when it no longer had its own. And when the bird finally died, the wolf ate its remains to carry its power forward. It was done for the sake of the human who had shared that power with it. So the living wouldn't be left to suffer under a mounting pile of the dead. And from that sacrifice, a new bird was born, one they came to call the crow. The shells of its eggs were left scattered across the ground, remnants of that same old power. And whoever eats them, the legend finishes, gets to fly just a little bit higher. The vision starts to fade, pulling Rainelle back toward her own body. Feathers scatter one last time as the light lets her go. Back in the real world, Balfric has finally lost the battle with exhaustion, slumped over the bed with a groan. He jolts awake in a panic. Oh no, I fell asleep, furious at himself for dozing off even for a second. He turns back to check on her, already bracing himself for the worst. Rainelle, how are you, Fee? The question dies in his throat. His hand hovers over the bed, frozen, not quite believing what he's looking at. Because lying there wrapped in his coat, surrounded by scattered feathers, isn't a crow anymore. It's a girl with long black hair. She looks fragile and human, petals and down feathers still clinging to her skin like the transformation only just finished. Somewhere else entirely, Namiel bolts upright, startled awake by a strange ripple of power he can't quite place. Back at Balfric's side, all he can force out is a stunned, disbelieving you. Feathers settle over golden fabric as the moment hangs there, unfinished, and the chapter cuts out right as everything is about to change. Balfric creeps up on the mystery girl asleep in his own bed, dead serious for a second. Could this be an assassin who slipped past every guard in the palace? Nah, he decides. One look at her hand settles it. No professional killer has fingers this soft. And come on, he adds, what kind of assassin naps this peacefully with her target standing right there? Then his eyes land on the necklace at her throat, and his breath catches. He knows that pendant. No way, he thinks, the realization creeping in. Are you? He just stands there frozen, staring down at her like the floor dropped out from under him. Rainelle, he finally whispers her name, half expecting her not to answer. Somehow, sometime in the night, his crow turned into flesh and blood, feathers scattering into starlight as the truth sinks in. He reaches out, almost afraid to touch it, and runs his fingers through hair as glossy and black as her feathers used to be. It's just like Rainelle's feathers, he murmurs, piecing it together in real time. It clicks all at once. She's Rainelle. She sleeps on completely undisturbed, that same little pendant still glowing faintly against her collarbone. He wonders if that stone, the one they call the Crown Rock, is what gave her this body in the first place. He can't stop staring at her face up close, cataloging every unfamiliar detail. Then she stirs, murmuring his true name, half asleep. What's wrong, Camute? And he practically jumps back, caught red-handed. She blinks through the haze, tears already welling up before she's even fully awake. Then it hits her too. Something is very, very wrong. Why, she gasps, staring down at hands that are absolutely not supposed to look like this. Mira, she shrieks, scrambling so hard she nearly decks Balfric in the process. Where's the mirror? I need it. She's still swinging and he's taking every hit like a champ. Whoa, calm down, the exit's over there, he says, then, deadpan, the mirror is right there. Look at yourself, thoroughly, he tells her, clearly enjoying this way more than he should. She freezes in front of the glass, completely floored by the stranger staring back at her. I look, she starts, voice trailing off, different. Nothing about this face matches the one she remembers from her old life. A doll-like face, skin like porcelain, eyes that shine like jewels, and hair with an honest-to-God aurora shimmer. She can hardly believe this is her. Feathers drift down around her as the shock softens into something closer to wonder. Did I awaken? Is this really me? She wonders, shaky on legs she's never had to use before. I feel so weak. Then she flexes and promptly panics. Where are the war hero muscles she had in her past life? Balfric just stares, thoroughly alarmed by the outburst. My arms feel like cotton swabs. How am I supposed to land a hit on Llewellyn like this? She grumbles, while across the room Balfric's ears itch like someone's talking trash about him. No, let's focus on the positives, she decides, practically glowing. I've finally become human. No more getting locked in a cage, she cheers, and no more desperately hunting worms just to survive. Somewhere nearby, a very confused little hamster just watches this whole meltdown happen. The moment quiets down, and Balfric pulls her gently into his arms. Are you done looking in the mirror, Rainelle? He asks softly. That must have been suffocating, he says, thinking of every year she spent unable to speak a single word to him. Now I can finally hug you as much as I want, he breathes, sweeping her up as she gasps out his real name for the first time, Camute. He carries her through a shower of falling petals, holding her like he's terrified she'll vanish if he lets go. Rainelle, he says again, eyes glassy with tears he's not bothering to hide anymore. I can finally talk to you as much as I want, she whispers back, saying his name over and over just because she finally can. Carmute. I can finally say your name as much as I want to, he murmurs, holding her so tight neither of them bothers hiding the tears. Carmute, she breathes one more time, soft and certain. Once they finally settle down, Balfric still looks a little lost, like he's got a dozen questions and doesn't know which to ask first. Yes, maybe, she admits quietly, wiping at her eyes. If it's okay, will you tell me why you're crying, he asks gently. Were you just startled by how different you look now? In her head, the whole truth comes pouring out. She used to be an ordinary woman, somehow woke up possessing a crow, found him and this strange pendant called the Crown Rock, and realized this entire world is from a game she played 3 years ago. She's been quietly shadowing him for answers ever since, suffering through it all as a bird. He is what I'd love to say, she thinks, but that's way too much to actually get out loud. She almost tells him the rest too, that the second he learns he's basically a character written for someone else's amusement, he'd realize exactly how unlucky it is to exist purely for someone else's entertainment. The thought alone makes the pendant flare with cold light. I don't think, she starts and stops herself, the words catching somewhere dark. I think it's better to just leave things as they are, she decides. He watches her, clearly not fully convinced, but lets it go. What she does say out loud is smaller, but just as true. I was scared I was going to die because of the Crown Rock's power. She blinks, caught off guard by whatever he says next. It felt like the end of the world, he admits. I was terrified you might never wake up, like my whole vision was just going dark. I even thought about taking your suffering onto myself if I could, he says quietly. I still can't believe it, he says. Not only did you open your eyes again, you can actually talk to me like this now. He reaches for her, tender and careful, like she might still be fragile. You have no idea how happy and relieved I am, he tells her, pulling her close. Thank you, Rainelle, he says, smiling in a way she's never seen on him before. Thank you so much, he murmurs again, for waking up safe. Then, mid-hug, something shifts. Balfric suddenly goes bright red and completely short-circuits. What am I even supposed to do right now? Turns out Rainelle's panicking just as hard on the inside, stunned that even puffy and tear-streaked, she can't stop staring at him. Why is he this handsome, she wails internally, this is so unfair. What's wrong, Rainelle, are you uncomfortable being hugged? He asks, baffled since she used to love this as a crow. Is it just weird now that you're human? It's because you're turning me into an actual beast just by being human near me, she blurts, then panics harder. No, forget I said that. My heart's about to explode, she decides. I think I'd better go back to being a crow to calm down. In a burst of feathers, she's a crow again, fluttering straight up off his lap while he just blinks, completely stunned. The Crown Rock glints once more in the dark, a quiet reminder that whatever gave her this new life might not be finished with her yet. Well, that didn't last. One transformation later and she's back to flapping around as a plain black crow, screeching bloody murder midair. Why is she a bird again? Our girl is spiraling, and honestly fair enough. In her head she's already drafting a complaint. She got a human body and now it's just gone. This isn't some free trial universe. She's imagining refund policies for a body that was never for sale in the first place. Peak crow brain panic. Enter the prince, unbothered as ever, scooping up his hysterical crow and telling her to calm down. Apparently this isn't her first meltdown. He explains gently, her look keeps shifting because she's still new to this. No big deal, they will just practice. Practice sounds simple enough, so simple their little training session just starts right there on the bed. Time for a demonstration. Watch and follow, he says, then lights up like he's about to prove exactly how it's done. And it turns out to be a full-on golden wolf. Even mid-panic, she can't help but admit that's a good-looking wolf. Normally you'd be terrified of a wolf this size bearing down on you. But this one practically glows. A golden wolf like this you will not find back on Earth, buddy. Then the big golden menace licks her, and she about loses her tiny bird mind. Carmute, watching his shrieking crow flail on the table, has exactly one review: cute. He studies her for a beat, clearly cooking up his next lesson plan. Now you do it, easy right, reader, it was not in fact easy. Her verdict, not at all easy. She's basically asking if his big demonstration was even supposed to teach her anything. Turns out Camute's a classic genius who can't teach type, great at wolfing out, terrible at explaining how. So he tries again? Stop copying him, just focus on what she wants to look like. And somewhere in the back of her mind, a very human thought surfaces. Back in her old life, all she ever wanted was to win the lottery. And just like that, it works. Feathers give way to skin, and she collapses into his arms as a full human woman again, dark hair, sharp violet eyes, the whole deal. Oh, so that's how it's done, she grins, getting a little too close to his face for someone who just relearned how to have one. See, I told you it was easy, he smirks right back. Cut to a proper feast laid out for her, real plates, real food, the works. After who knows how long eating like a bird, this is basically a 5-star meal. Camute personally feeds her a bite because apparently even crown princes have a soft side reserved for one very specific crow girl. She's practically glowing. I'm happy, she sighs, cheeks in her hands, living her best human life. Turns out this isn't just any meal, it's the same luxury course the crown prince eats himself. Camute, ever the gentleman, just tells her to slow down before she chokes on her good fortune. Then he asks something a little too sharp for comfort. She handles the tableware awfully well for someone who supposedly just became human. Did she already know how to use it? Uh-oh, she really does not want him finding out about the whole past life human memory bank rattling around in there. Quick save, she blames it on watching him eat and picking it up naturally. He buys it completely, just impressed she's a fast learner. Note to self, be more careful. She wraps up dinner and calls it a night before she slips up again. Time to call in the cleanup crew, which means it's also time for her to turn back into a crow for a bit. Sure, she says, easy as that now. The magic kicks in again, and just like flipping a switch, human Rainelle folds back down into crow Rainelle. She's getting the hang of this shapeshifting thing fast, fluttering off feeling pretty proud of herself. I've officially mastered the art of transforming, she declares, strutting around like a crow with a diploma while the actual cleanup gets handled. Of course, crow life still has its downsides, but honestly so does being human. Every form's got its own baggage. And that's when it clicks for her. Maybe that's exactly why Camute's been so insistent on keeping her human side under wraps. There's some kind of hidden magic seal going on too. Fewer people who know her secret, the stronger his protection actually works. One of the palace staff heads out, bowing to your highness on the way, just a reminder of how many eyes are always around this place. Camute goes quiet for a second, then says something she wasn't expecting. I'm sorry. He says her name and she practically jumps. Sorry for what exactly? Turns out he's been hiding her human form out of pure greed, he admits, but now he's got a favor to ask her. Called it, she braces herself, mind already spinning through worst-case scenarios of what the crown prince could possibly want from her. First guess, undercover spy work, crow style, very dramatic, very her. Second guess, somehow escalating, full-blown assassination of Llewellyn disguised as a palace maid, dagger and all. Her imagination did not hold back. Honestly, at this point she's just hoping he lets her do undercover work instead of murder. Reasonable request. Then Camute says her name, ready to cut through the fantasy. What he actually wants is a lot simpler and a lot softer. He just wants her safe. The two of them just stand there together, human to human, the playful energy from earlier gone quiet. Safe, so this isn't about using my ability, she asks, genuinely thrown. Here's the real problem. His younger brother Llewellyn is arrogant, greedy, and used to getting exactly whatever he wants. Camute hesitates before he says it outright, but the meaning is already landing hard. Her human form would be in real danger inside the imperial palace. Around someone like Llewellyn, that's not a small risk. She hates that she immediately understands exactly what he's not saying. Maybe she thinks it really is safer to just be a crow who doesn't know anything at all, as his hand gently brushes her face. He promises something better is coming, a place where she can be whatever form she wants, no hiding required. Just not yet, please wait a little longer, he tells her. She looks up at him, quietly moved, and agrees, yes. I understand, Camute, she says, and this time it's not a joke or a deflection, she actually means it. He asks for one more thing in return: let him actually help her for real this time. That help, he says, could speed up their whole timeline, get her that safe place a lot sooner than planned. She doesn't hesitate, yes. She pulls him into a hug. Of course, she says, trusting him completely for better or worse. Something surges between them right after, a flicker of magic neither of them fully explains, sealing whatever deal they just made. And while all this is happening, someone else is watching every second of it through a little glowing orb, smirking like he already knows something they don't. Yeah, that's not ominous at all. Somewhere in the palace, Prince Llewellyn, the Empire's brand new temporary emperor, is having a full meltdown, slumped on his couch and demanding to know how his perfect plan went wrong. His hands are shaking. All my plans were perfect, he mutters through gritted teeth, which is historically exactly what people say right before finding out they weren't. By his own admission, the plan was simple. His older brother, the first prince, was never supposed to walk away alive. He'd struck the moment the prince's most loyal knight was called away, and the report he got back said every single knight under his brother's command had been wiped out. Word even came back that the prince himself was gravely wounded, so Llewellyn was dead certain that this was finally over. Cut to the actual scene. Prince Balfric and his crow, Rainelle, both broken and bleeding out in the middle of nowhere, exactly the picture that would make any assassin feel great about himself. Except golden light is already flooding in around him, and dead men don't usually start glowing. There's one detail Llewellyn conveniently glossed over. His brother had already declared he'd fight with everything he had to claim the throne. And now, staring at the wreckage of his own scheme, Llewellyn has absolutely no idea which way this is about to turn. Alone, back turned to the world, he finally lets the real question out: was his judgment wrong all along? Here's the political backstory. The nobles only rallied behind Llewellyn because he'd awakened his power first, and that alone made them complacent enough to overlook everything else about him. See, this whole empire runs on one old blood legend, and it is about to bite Llewellyn right in the tail. The wolf has always been the empire's symbol of honor and legitimate rule. Legend says whoever truly carries the wolf's blood is destined to start the dynasty that rules everything. And that authority only gets proven one way: by shifting freely and fully into the beast itself. One of the empire's power players lays it out plainly: as long as Balfric holds that wolf's blood, nobody's baring their teeth at him. Which is exactly why Llewellyn needed the best money could buy. Only 5 mercenaries in the whole empire carry a platinum rating, and their opinion isn't one anyone can just ignore. With firepower like that supposedly behind him, the nobles felt they had no choice but to fall in line behind Llewellyn. Sure, he lacked the actual bloodline qualifications for the job, but hey, they figured the vassals would just prop him up well enough. In their minds, that compromise was the only way to keep the empire's glory intact. Meanwhile, high above all that political scheming, a certain crow is already on the move. Back in the palace, Llewellyn's nerves are fraying. What's going to happen to me now? Deep down, he already knows exactly what a dead scheme smells like. His right-hand man isn't doing much better. He's screaming the truth out loud. The first prince is alive, and Llewellyn has already thrown him under the carriage. Llewellyn, ever the picture of composure, responds by screaming that Marquis Wilhelm is an incompetent bastard who'd better never show his face in front of him again. Freshly discarded, Wilhelm sits alone with the wreckage of his own choices and admits it: this really is the worst possible ending. So what now? Does he spend the rest of his life waiting to get quietly assassinated for what he knows? Or does he take the one other option nobody in his position usually survives choosing? Should he find a completely different path to walk instead? Outside his window, something dark is already perched and watching. It's Rainelle, Balfric's crow, eyes glowing, dropping in like she owns the place. Wilhelm about jumps out of his skin. A crow? Everyone in this empire knows exactly what that bird is supposed to mean. The so-called bird of death perched on the first prince's shoulder is basically a walking threat, and this one just cawed something that sounds a lot like "I'll be watching you." Message received. Wilhelm requests an audience, and everyone wants to know why Llewellyn's own right-hand man is suddenly knocking on this particular door. The crow's screeching gets 1 point across loud and clear, and Wilhelm's face says the realization is already sinking in. It hits him like a slap. This meeting isn't a courtesy, it's a warning. Think about it, you don't grant a private audience to the man who just tried to have you killed unless you're using that dreaded bird as a warning shot first. Face to face with the prince he tried to kill, Wilhelm drops straight to begging. One wrong word and he knows he's dead. But he's come this far, and there's no backing out now. He doesn't even apologize for the assassination attempt outright. He frames it as duty, something he simply had to do while serving Llewellyn. Balfric just raises an eyebrow. You thought, huh, then I take it something's changed. He lays it out cold. Wilhelm's the type who will never stop believing the throne belongs to whoever's actually awakened, which is exactly why he backed Llewellyn in the first place. But you failed to kill me, got tossed aside for it, and now you've got nowhere left to run but to me. Balfric finishes. Brutal, but not wrong. Did I say anything wrong? He asks, all faux innocence, while Rainelle lets out one very amused little caw from his shoulder. Wilhelm, for his part, has clearly seen straight through the whole performance. Every plan, every betrayal, every card. Llewellyn thought he was hiding all of it. Standing there in the light, Balfric finally looks like exactly what he is, the one person who actually has what it takes to sit on that throne. Wilhelm's grip tightens. The truth of who he's kneeling in front of is finally landing. He sinks lower, hand pressed to his chest, completely undone. Balfric doesn't let him off easy. Do you understand what this looks like? Switching sides is never a clean move. Call me a bat if you want, Wilhelm answers. I won't argue, flip-flopping to whoever's winning. Yeah, he knows exactly how that looks. I'm just a man who made the wrong call, he says, and now I'm living with what that cost me. Balfric studies him for a long, silent moment, Rainelle watching just as closely from his shoulder. I know exactly what you're capable of, Balfric finally says, but past that I can't take you seriously, Marquis. Switch sides once, he points out, and doing it a second time gets easy, and he's not about to trust that kind of loyalty with an entire country. Still, he pulls him in and lays out the deal. Wilhelm can stay by his side, but he'll live under non-stop suspicion and distrust from here on out. You still don't mind, even having to endure all of that, Balfric presses. That, Wilhelm answers without hesitating, is exactly what I was hoping for. Later, someone says his real name Camute, and everything softens. And here's the twist, Rainelle isn't a crow right now. She's got legs, a dress, and a very human face, curled up beside Balfric and asking why he let the man who tried to kill him walk away alive. Simple, Balfric says. Now Llewellyn's nobles get nervous and a lot of people are about to start lining up on my side instead. But you must have been furious, Rainelle says softly. Of course I was, he admits, forehead against hers, but I can't afford to lose because I let my feelings run the show. And he starts brushing her hair back, clearly building up to something. Because of all of it, he finishes, pulling her close. I got to meet you. She goes a little speechless at that. Well, that is true, she admits with a grin she can't quite hide. Then he turns the tables. Rainelle, can I ask you something? Back then, he starts and her stomach drops a little. What is it? Why did you help me, he asks, when I was just some dying stranger in the woods? Well, about that, Rainelle stalls, visibly panicking behind her calm little face. Internally, she's spiraling because the real answer is basically, I didn't want to survive on bugs and corpses forever, so I figured I'd save you, and even she knows that's not exactly romance novel material. Then a light bulb goes off. That's it, she's got her cover story. Her mind flashes back to how the two of them actually first met. The story of how she found Camute in the first place. Back then he was just a wounded stranger collapsed alone in the forest, and she was just a crow who happened to be nearby. So instead of the truth, out comes this. In the middle of that forest, your blonde hair sparkling in the sunlight was just so pretty, I couldn't look away. She says it with such a straight face, even she almost believes it. Sorry, Balfric says, clearly not buying a word of it but enjoying every second. I just assumed, since you always seem to follow along so well. So my hair's to your liking, huh? Guess I'd better keep it looking good, then can't have my precious Rainelle falling out of love with me. He leans in close enough that her whole brain short-circuits. She goes bright red on the spot, completely cooked. Whoa, she manages, this is crazy, not exactly the smoothest recovery. Internally, she's cackling and screaming at the same time. This man just went full romance novel lead out of absolutely nowhere. So what, why does that matter? He teases, clearly enjoying watching her fluster. How long are you going to stay this flustered, Rainelle? He laughs because underneath the teasing, the truth is simple. Camute has become someone genuinely important to her, and that's all that really matters. Back to business. Balfrick is already figuring out how to keep Wilhelm close enough to use, but far enough to never fully trust. One thing's for sure, Camute's about to get a lot busier, and that unlucky bird of death reputation isn't doing their so-called temporary emperor any favors. Evening settles over the imperial palace as Crown Prince Camute broods alone at his desk, the weight of shifting court loyalties pressing down on him. I have a problem, Galinos, he finally admits, hands pressed to his face like the words physically hurt to say. His night practically short-circuits, His Highness, the man who never flinches, admitting to a problem. Something is very wrong. Sweating bullets, Galinos braces himself. Whatever this is, it must be serious. Camute lays it out plainly. With noble loyalties swinging his way lately, the whole palace suddenly looks at him a little too fondly. Ever since Marquis Wilhelm threw his support behind Camute, the balance of power in the palace has been quietly tipping. With Wilhelm's backing gone, the foundation Prince Llewellyn's whole faction was standing on is starting to crack. Even the guards can tell something's up, watching Galinos wander off looking like he just lost a bet. He's practically vibrating with nerves. This has to be serious. Even if this is something horrible, Your Highness, please just tell me, Galinos begs, gripping his sword like it's the only thing holding him together. As your sword, I, Galinos, he declares, ready to throw his entire existence at whatever crisis is coming. We'll solve this issue even at the cost of my own life. Bold words, let's see if they survive the actual problem. Because the actual crisis is this, Rainelle, his crow, just stopped following him around. Galinos' brain audibly reboots. What? Yeah, that's it, that is the whole emergency. Turns out the bird who used to shadow his every move has been ditching him lately, and Camute is taking it about as well as you'd expect. Did I do something to ruffle her feathers? He wonders aloud, dead serious, like a man interrogating his love life over a pet bird's mood swings. Meanwhile, the grieving party in question is perched in the flower beds, sipping stolen wine, quietly scheming to keep him worried a little longer. Cut to Camute, dramatically sprawled among the roses like a man betrayed by fate itself, that ungrateful bird of death. Galinos watches from behind, jaw tight. In his mind, this is somehow entirely his own failure. I should have been the one to rescue His Highness, not the crow, he broods, but it's too late now, since that's the case. He sets his jaw. If he can't undo the past, he'll just make Camute forget the crow ever mattered. So Rainelle not being around is what's making you anxious? He asks, deadpan. Your Highness, I'm not an animal, so I can't exactly give advice there. But I understand your heart feels empty, so I will personally fill that emptiness. Bless him, he means it with his whole chest. He's practically on fire with devotion at this point. Want my finger? Take it. Want my heart? I'll rip it out myself. Buddy, nobody asked for that. Just say the word and I'll do anything. I'm fine now, get out. Poor Galinos. Camute is somehow only getting more anxious by the minute. Elsewhere, maids are quietly redecorating Camute's old furniture, swapping out anything that's been touched for too long. Perched nearby and unnoticed, Rainelle watches the staff bustle around. Everyone's working hard today, she notes. It'd be nice if I could actually help, she thinks, a little wistful, but putting usefulness aside. More importantly, I am losing my mind from boredom. Ever since Marquis Wilhelm picked a side, she's had to keep her distance from Camute. That was obviously something I had to do, she reminds herself, the weight of it invisible but heavy all the same. Back at his desk, Camute is already thinking 3 moves ahead. This shift will make Llewellyn's remaining nobles very, very nervous. Since he all but announced it himself, plenty of nobles are about to come calling to feel him out in person. And the last thing any of those guests need to see is the so-called bird of death perched on his shoulder. So Camute settles in to face his visitors alone, the empty space beside him a little more obvious than he'd like. Most people, Rainelle's learned, can't even hide how repulsed they are the moment she shows up. She's become something people flinch away from on sight, and there's no dressing that up. I may not know much about the politics of this world, she admits, but I'm smart enough to know nothing good comes from being seen next to Camute right now. So until I figure something out, I just need to stay put. Easier said than done for a bird with this much personality. She settles onto a quiet perch alone, wings folded, waiting out her self-imposed exile. Is there really nothing else to do, she grumbles, just sitting here doing absolutely nothing. She briefly considers spying on the staff who come through to work, purely for entertainment purposes, obviously. Except spies don't just casually become maids in Camute's private room. Ugh, forget it, look at all that shiny stuff, and there go the crow instincts again. She catches herself mid-shiny object trance. Get it together, then it hits her, oh that's right. Given my situation, she reasons, I might not be able to do anything big, but... The maid nearby jolts as feathers drift past her in warning. I can, Rainelle decides. Rainelle swoops in with a blue rose clutched in her talons, aiming to win over the people who'll be around Camute the most. The maid tenses the second she spots the crow drifting closer, every instinct screaming danger. Ah, why is the bird of death coming toward me? She shrieks, scrambling back. Tears in her eyes, she panics harder. His Highness adores this bird, so she can't exactly swat it away either. What is happening right now? I'm so sorry, please just leave me alone, she begs, backing straight into the furniture. Rainelle awkwardly holds out the rose anyway. Were you trying to give this to me? I caught it by accident, comes the world's least convincing excuse. The maid takes it hesitant. It won't fix her opinion overnight, Rainelle figures, but small kindnesses have to start somewhere. I'm sure I can win them over eventually, she tells herself. Then Camute asks point blank, did you give a maid a flower, Rainelle? You must have really taken a liking to my crow, he tells the maid, already sweeping in with more than she bargained for. You can keep that, he says simply. The maid freezes on the spot. Boo, but this, she stammers, staring at a flower worth more than her entire salary. It's the least I can do given how well you look after things around here. Keep up the good work. Yes, Your Highness, she manages. Blushing, she tells herself she was just doing her job, but for the prince to care this much over it, that's a lot to process. Alone in the hallway afterward, she can hardly believe it. She just experienced something genuinely extraordinary. Holding the rose close, she wonders if she's been a little too quick to judge that crow all along. And just like that, word starts spreading through the palace. Compared to Prince Llewellyn, well, Rainelle and the Crown Prince. Later that night, back in Camute's private quarters, the air shifts into something a lot more personal. You've been avoiding me lately, he says quietly. Was it because you were having more fun with that maid instead? And here's the big reveal, folks, Rainelle in the flesh, human form and all, looking every bit like she just got caught. Why do I feel like I got caught cheating? No, that's not it, but... Look, other humans don't exactly view me fondly, she explains, so if people saw me constantly at your side whenever they visited. Rainelle, he starts, quiet and a little wounded. That's exactly why I wanted to put some distance between us so your guests wouldn't get scared off because of me. Come on, Camute, you didn't exactly like me at first either, remember? She's got him there and he knows it. That damned bird, he mutters, unable to argue back. Sorry about back then, she offers, and the mighty Crown Prince goes visibly weak in the knees over it. But if I can slowly win people over the way I won you over, she says, I figure there'll be a day people actually like me too. Rainelle, he says again, this time dead serious, taking her hand in his. No matter what anyone else thinks, you'll always be my lucky charm. And if someone turns away from me just because of you, then honestly, I see no point in trying to get close to them anyway, he finishes, his hand tightening around hers. In a palace where I feel like I can barely breathe, you're my safe haven, Rainelle. So please don't shut me out because of what other people think. I'll do anything for you. And he means anything, like shiny things, take all my coins, hungry, I'll get you the best food in the empire. Don't like something, I'll change it until you do. The man is fully spoiling this bird and he does not care who knows it. You can tell me anything anytime, he says softly, and for once she doesn't have a joke ready. Camute then, she starts, and you can practically feel him holding his breath for whatever comes next. Can you find me a crow that can become my mate? Not exactly the confession he was bracing for. Even she's stunned by her own mouth. Why the hell are my crow instincts leaking out even in human form? Camute just grins wide and lets out a mocking caw, fully enjoying watching her spiral. I must be losing it, that is not what I meant, Camute. Sure, Rainelle, sure. We open on Balfrick, jaw tight, turning someone down flat. I can't do that, Rainelle, he says, and from his face alone you can tell this one's going to hurt. Rainelle stammers, totally thrown, and above her head flashes the show's favorite running gag, human mode on. Whatever he just said, it knocked the wind right out of her. He takes her hand, presses a kiss to it like it's the most natural thing in the world and hesitates. Well, like he's bracing himself to explain. Balfrick admits it plainly. Whatever he's asking for, deep down he knows it's pure selfishness on his part. Here's the truth nobody's saying out loud. Rainelle may be human now, but she was hatched a crow and raised a crow. So wouldn't it only make sense for her to end up with one of her own kind, another crow? However, Balfrick isn't about to let logic get in the way of how he actually feels. His answer to maybe she belongs with a crow is a full internal meltdown. If Rainelle wants it, I need to handpick the best crow in the entire empire for her. Cue his brain literally conjuring an imaginary crow boy band lineup to vet for her and hating every single member on site. But I don't like that either, he grumbles. Because plot twist, he already knew nobody in this world is as precious to him as Rainelle. Jealousy, thy name is Balfrick. He reaches for her hand and just says her name, soft, deliberate, like he's about to say something he can't take back. If you really want a partner, he tells her, just tell me. Not exactly subtle, Balfrick. He pulls her in close, and for a second neither of them needs to say anything at all. As long as you're in your human form, he murmurs, eyes locked on hers, I will become your partner, and there it is, he said the quiet part out loud. Foreheads together, eyes closed, this recap is officially a romance now. Rainelle's brain short-circuits mid-hug. You can practically see the temperature gauge in her head redlining. Crazy, the beast inside me is going crazy, she panics, which, for a girl who used to literally be a bird, might be more literal than she'd like. Her whole nervous system just declared a state of emergency over one hug. If this keeps up, I don't know what my crow instincts will do, she thinks, truly a top-tier excuse for being flustered. So she does the only sensible thing, sounds the alarm in her own head and calls a full tactical retreat. Balfrick, meanwhile, is left standing there a little dazed, watching her bolt for the door. Then he just starts cracking up, loud, delighted, utterly smug laughter. You haha, Rainelle, why do you always get so shy? He teases like he doesn't know exactly why. It's because you act like some sly little punk, she fires back, which is not really an answer, but sure, we'll allow it. Someday, Balfrick vows to himself, red in the face, I will definitely fluster you back. Sure you will, buddy. He's still grinning, still blushing. This crow has him wrapped completely around her wing. But underneath the teasing, something real. Whenever he's with Rainelle, he says, all his worries just seem to disappear. Because the rest of his life is anything but light. The weight of fighting for the throne, the constant struggle to hold power among the nobles, presses down on him every day. There's a doubt he can't shake, tangled up in blood and thorns, the cost of everything he's done just to get here. The lives of others he's had to take are embedded in him now, right alongside his own fear of dying. On the darkest days, he admits all of it, the throne, the power, everything starts to feel completely meaningless. Except when he's holding her hand, looking at that unguarded smile of hers. When I look at your hair, black as the night sky, and he starts clearly working up to something big. It feels like death itself has decided to favor me, he finishes, heavy words for a guy who almost never says how he really feels. The art lingers on the two of them tangled together, feathers and all, because to him she isn't just comfort, she's practically a miracle. I will gather the courage to do anything for you, he promises, and given everything we just saw, that is not a small vow. Because she's the one who gave up an entire sky's worth of freedom just to stay by his side. To the one person who actually wants to help him win the future he's fighting for. If Balfric trails off, snapping back to the present, chandelier light catching his eyes like he almost said too much. His hand finds hers again, fingers lacing together the sentence he couldn't finish, said without words. When it comes to you, yeah, we're never getting the end of that sentence today, but we all know where it was going. And just like that, the mood snaps. Something else is about to grab their attention. Because there's one more thing weighing on him, once every threat to them both is finally gone. There's something he really, truly wants to tell her. Cliffhanger noted, show we see you. Cut to later, Rainelle's perched in Balfric's office now, papers stacked sky-high on his desk. In the end, Camute talked me into it, she narrates, and I followed him to his office. He's buried in paperwork and she's just hanging around, keeping him company like it's no big deal. Well, I had no choice, she insists to herself. It's because Camute wanted me to stay by his side. It's not like I followed him because I was lonely or bored, she adds. The Tsundere Crow strikes again. Then something catches her eye. This office is way fancier than the last time she was here. Before and after, side by side, spot the difference the show practically dares us, she's stumped too. Something's weird, she thinks, though sure, a prince redecorating his own office isn't exactly unheard of. But redoing the bedroom is one thing, who bothers upgrading the office too? Camute's been buried in work lately, no wonder he hasn't even clocked that anything's different. Is this a death flag, she wonders, only half joking. What do I do if he collapses from overwork? Best play it surprised when it happens. Boo, but I have a bad feeling about this, I should just ask Camute, she decides, her instincts kicking in like a sommelier sniffing out trouble in the glass. I bet this is some classic romance fantasy cliché, she mutters, and with the guard Galinos posted right outside the office door. She figures she'd better slip past quietly and shift back to crow form before anyone notices, while Galinos grumbles to himself about that sly crow beating him to the prince's side. Back with Balfric, he's already grilling his staff about the new decorations in the office. Was it you who changed them? The answer he gets back doesn't add up, and his gut starts telling him something's off. He goes quiet, turning it over. If his own staff didn't do this, then who did? He zeroes in on a new vase and flowers sitting on his desk, like they've always been there. I never asked anyone to put this here, he says flatly, and just like that, this stops being about interior design. He barks for his knight, Galinos, and Galinos snaps to attention on cue. His Highness is calling me. Galinos practically vibrates with excitement, ready for orders. Call Count Namiel. Now, Balfric orders because if magic's involved, he wants his best magician on it. Something in that office is glowing, and it is definitely not supposed to be. Namiel arrives, takes one look, and his face drops. Oh no, there's a hidden image capturing ball in here. He turns the little orb over in his hands, frowning. This is going to be tricky. Why is there an image capturing device in here at all? Balfric demands, Rainelle perched right on his shoulder for the big reveal. Namiel explains, it's a magic tool built to record everything that happens in a room for a set stretch of time. There's real magic engraved into the thing itself. Small mercy, at least it only captures video, not sound. But even silent footage is more than enough to expose someone's weaknesses, which means whoever planted this knew exactly what they were doing. This was almost certainly done on someone's orders, Namiel says grimly, but there's a bigger problem. Any noble could buy one of these off the shelf, but this one's laced with recognition and ghost magic that's not off the shelf at all. And it's powerful enough that even a trained knight like Galinos never felt a thing, Namiel adds, which tells you exactly how far out of their league this caster is. Namiel says it plainly, whoever rigged this office has better magic than he does. Not a comforting sentence coming from him. The scene fades out on that thought hanging in the air. Someone far more dangerous than anyone in this room has been watching Balfric and Rainelle the whole time. 5 hidden recording devices turn up in the palace, sitting there like the world's creepiest party favors. The crow about loses it, that many. Camute may be the rightful heir, but without the throne actually secured, that just makes him an easy target. Nearby, Namiel goes pale, only now grasping just how vicious this power struggle really is. He needs to stay sharp. No more devices turn up after a thorough sweep, but they agree to keep watching, just in case. Going through what they found with Rainelle perched close by, they know that if whoever planted these finds out they got caught, it's going to get messy. Namiel figures they should be fine for now. These things only record a single day at a time, and every one of them has been sitting here far longer than that. So the coast for the moment looks clear. Still, Camute is already turning over what needs to change from here on out. Elsewhere, Galinos is a wreck. Once again, I failed to protect His Highness. He can't believe he missed every single one of those devices. Why can't I, for once, be capable? Despite visiting that office more times than he can count, he can't shake the feeling he doesn't deserve to call himself Camute's right hand. Back with Camute, Priority 1 is now sweeping his private quarters for anything else that might be hiding there. He tells Namiel he'll leave the magician hunt to him, but first. Before that, they need to stop Galinos, who looks about 2 seconds from doing something drastic out of pure guilt. Sure enough, more devices are found, this time tucked inside Camute's own personal quarters. Chaos rips through the palace as every servant tied to his rooms and office gets summoned immediately. Galinos, furious, gives the order himself. Not one servant is excused, drag them in by force if you have to. The palace steward is caught completely off guard. Wait a minute, what is going on? One young maid quietly falls apart, certain this is the end of the road for her. In her memory, she's already regretting it. I should have just refused back then. The flashback plays out, Llewellyn ordering her to swap in decorations he provides, laughing that magic will hide them and Camute's too dense to ever notice. And if she dares refuse his orders, he reminds her, her bedridden siblings certainly won't appreciate what happens next. He smirks, savoring exactly how well his timing worked out. Back in the present, she's trembling, cornered by fear she can't shake. What do I do? Her hands won't stop shaking. All she can think about is her poor sibling and the impossible choice she was handed. Namiel and Galinos regroup with every servant assembled, ready to start the investigation. Knowing Llewellyn, he probably strong-armed someone into it. Namiel figures the servant likely had no way to refuse, not if it meant keeping someone they love safe. Camute simply says, I understand. He goes quiet, turning it all over in his head. Then he raises a hand, power humming to life beneath his skin. Namiel drops to one knee. I am at your service, Your Highness. The recovered devices go up in a burst of dark magic. Nothing left behind but scorch marks on the floor. Camute rubs his temple. What a mess, understatement of the century. For now, at least, the immediate disaster is handled and the devices are gone. No need to guess who's behind it, Namiel says. It's obviously Llewellyn. Burn the evidence and move on. The real problem is finding the magician who actually built the things, since most mages are far too proud to do anyone's dirty work. Which makes it strange that someone as powerful as the mage known as Bilhelium would stoop to it at all. Someone mulls that over in silence, clearly troubled by the question. What could possibly push a figure that powerful into playing henchman? Underneath all the scheming, this is what's actually on the line. The throne that's rightfully Camute's to begin with. Alone again, Camute reminds himself to stay alert, but that's not even his biggest problem right now. He's fairly sure Llewellyn still has no idea he's already awakened his wolf power. If Llewellyn knew, there's no way he'd have stayed this quiet about it. Which brings him to the actual problem, Rainelle. She's practically lived in this very room, and more than once she's shifted into her human form right here. If even one of those moments got caught on a hidden device, her whole secret could already be blown. No wonder she looks so shaken. He calls out to her gently, a weak caw answers back. With every device destroyed and security tightened, he's done what he can for now. Won't you come down from there? He asks softly. She stays silent, curled up just out of reach. He figures she just needs time to calm down. Okay, Rainelle, I'll wait right here. Wait here till you're ready, he adds, settling in. Alone at last, she finally lets herself shift, feathers scattering into a swirl of starlight. Human again, violet eyes wide, something already feels very wrong. She wanted to go tell Camute she's okay, instead her body just refuses to finish transforming. It never glitched like this while Camute was busy hunting down the recording devices. Something's off. Could it be her own crow instincts refusing to lower their guard long enough to let her out? She hangs there, suspended in that strange starlit space between forms. But I can't just hide like this and do nothing, she argues, hurry up and let me out. A voice, her own instinct given shape, flatly refuses, too dangerous out there. It's dangerous everywhere, she snaps back. At least it's safer at Camute's side, the voice just asks who said so. Well, obviously, she reasons, because Camute's going to be emperor someday. That's Camute's future, the voice cuts in, not yours. Did you forget, it presses, out of every path this story could have taken. Not once was a bird of death named Rainelle ever mentioned, that's why you don't trust anyone, not even him. A long quiet beat follows that warning. Back with Camute, he's still keeping watch, Rainelle still won't come down. She hasn't touched a single bite of food either. He starts to worry she might faint at this rate, then it hits him, scared animals don't eat until they feel safe. Which raises an uncomfortable question, maybe she doesn't feel safe around him at all. He decides to give her the space, telling her to scream bloody murder if anyone breaks in. Alone, she watches him leave, one tear slips free. Then she bursts skyward, wings thrown wide, leaving all of it behind. Somewhere else, that flight gets swallowed by a strange wash of pink magic, someone clearly watching and working on her from a distance. A hidden figure grumbles about how exhausting it's been staying out of sight this long, sneering at what exactly the prince sees in this bird. A hooded, white-haired mage works his spell in silence, untouched by any of the chaos he's had a hand in. With a tired shrug, he decides he'll just keep playing along, for now. Our crow jolts awake in agony, completely disoriented with no clue where she is or how she got there. A voice drifts through the dark and she freezes that sounds an awful lot like the creep of a prince, Llewellyn. A hooded stranger murmurs an apology for how roughly she was handled, and it clicks this hidden figure is the one who actually snatched her. Llewellyn swoops in and dangles her by the wing, cracking jokes about calling a priest, like her pain is a punchline. He decides against healing her too, can't have his new pet strong enough to fly off, now can he? He grins down at her furious flapping, clearly loving having the upper hand on her for once. Even trapped, she can't help mentally roasting him. Watching him gloat is like watching a guy do a victory lap nobody asked for. He waves off his hooded lackey, making it very clear he wants zero interruptions for whatever comes next. The hooded man bows out without a word of protest, leaving the two of them alone. Alone at last, his tone shifts and the whole room suddenly feels a lot more dangerous. He steps in close, calling her his new pet like she's a prize he's already won. She screeches back everything she can't say in words, basically, "Let go of me, you absolute lunatic." Turns out he's still salty about a scratched nose and fantasized about plucking her feathers over it. The maturity is truly staggering. Instead, he offers a deal dripping with menace: turn human right now, stay by his side, and he'll love her for it. He reminds her, all condescension, that she's the chosen favorite of the future emperor, so she'd better feel honored instead of scared. Underneath the bravado, she starts to wonder if this whole obsession is really about the human body he glimpsed once. Her mind flashes to that very human self: dark hair, sharp violet eyes, the girl he's really after. She goes full smart mouth, mocking him for being friendless and warning him that back where she's from, incompetence like his gets you fired. Things turn violent fast, steel flashes, and someone cries out in pain. Llewellyn's temper boils over how dare a mere crow talk back to him. He can't believe the sheer audacity aimed his way as magic crackles wildly around her. He sneers that her loyalty to her irrelevant master Camute is exactly the problem here. He declares victory outright: her real master failed to protect her, so now she belongs to him. She quietly clocks something huge: Llewellyn has no idea Camute has already awakened his true power, and she's relieved whatever is recording this is still rolling. But it's too late for regrets now. Someone even more powerful than Namiel built the hidden magic tool that caught her off guard. She tells herself not to beat herself up over missing it, nobody could have seen this coming. Priority 1, survive this. She locks in and starts scheming her way out. Llewellyn taunts her not to hold her breath, waiting for her master to burst in and save her. He boasts the room is sealed behind a barrier only he can open, and elsewhere, a silver-haired ally is already trying to break through it. That ally strains against the ward and has to admit defeat, it's simply too strong to shatter. Only elders of the magic tower are supposed to get through something like this, but he vows to try anyway, clashing blades with the guards in his way. Sparks and steel fly as the fight to break in escalates fast. The defenders push back hard and the standoff turns brutal. Word of the kidnapping reaches someone across the palace, and he goes rigid with shock. He roars her name into the night, then forces himself to think past the panic. What can he actually do right now? Beside him, a grim-faced Galinos has nothing to say. The situation speaks for itself. Word spreads fast through the palace that the night has turned bloody, and panicked servants whisper that the third prince is somehow behind it. One of them hisses for quiet, reminding the others of an old pledge: loyalty until a very specific prince takes the throne. A crown blazes with power while blindfolded attendants stand frozen around it. A succession ritual is quietly underway. The signal finally comes. It's time for the noble wolves to move. Balfric wipes blood from his hands, grim and focused. Whatever just happened, he isn't done yet. Down in the dungeon, imprisoned staff can't believe it when word comes that he's heading down there himself. The prisoners brace themselves, certain he's come to punish them for something. But Balfric says he understands. Some helped Llewellyn for coin, some out of fear, while one terrified maid braces to beg for her life. He tells her gently that he understands exactly how powerless her position really is. It was never fair, he admits, to expect her to stand up to people above her station, and that's exactly why he isn't blaming her now. Something in his words stirs her and she leans in, wondering what he's really getting at. He warns her plainly Llewellyn is the type to toss aside anyone loyal to him the moment it's convenient. Even if Llewellyn does end up on the throne, he warns her, her future under him is anything but safe. She admits to herself he's right, even though speaking up here could cost her everything. There's no guarantee Llewellyn would ever lift a finger to help her imprisoned brother either, but still, she hesitates. Balfric swears it on everything he has and asks for her help outright. Llewellyn has taken someone precious to him. Someone precious, the words catch her off guard, and she turns them over in her head. Then it hits her, could he possibly mean that crow he's always doted on? A creature everyone else looks down on, and here he is, practically begging on its behalf. She reasons that if he cares this much about people as lowly as them, maybe he's worth trusting after all. She remembers that very crow once pressing a jeweled rose into her hands, asking for nothing back. That small gift from a bird nobody else valued has stuck with her ever since. Her expression hardens into resolve. She's made her decision. Something quietly shifts in her, the fear finally starts giving way to purpose. Back with Llewellyn, he lounges by her cage, bored, demanding she just give in and turn human already. He taunts her about how ragged she must feel, then lets slip a telling detail: he's convinced Camute has no intention of actually killing him. She weighs her odds and decides playing along might be the smartest way to protect herself for now. But if he thinks he's turning her into a toy, he's got another thing coming. This is officially a game, and she intends to win it. Her brain runs an imaginary poll on whether Llewellyn has what it takes to be emperor, and both her crow instincts and her human instincts vote him off immediately. If she weren't already banged up, she swears she'd have pecked him bloody by now. He catches her glare and snaps, calling her an arrogant little bird for even looking at him like that. His temper finally snaps completely. He screams that maybe breaking every limb she has will knock some sense into her. Just as he moves to make good on the threat, something fast and golden crashes into the scene. Someone strides in like he owns the place, and Llewellyn's smug face instantly crumples into shock. Balfric has arrived in the flesh, flanked by allies, glaring down his damned younger brother with murder in his eyes. He snaps his fingers and raw power ripples through the room. The rescue is officially underway. We open cold on a scream of pure rage. Somebody is about to get every limb broken if they do not wake up and start making sense. A flicker of memory cuts in. A young man skids into frame, breathless, already stammering an apology for being late. Something rattles in a locked cage nearby while he gets teased for being awfully playful this time, or so it looks. Then another voice grumbles about a damned younger brother, family tension simmering right under the surface. And just like that we snap back to now, someone frozen, stammering, "How did you?" Balfric strolls in cool as ever and drops the line Llewellyn needed to hear. Not everything in this world revolves around him. That's right, he confirms, clearly enjoying it. He just walks straight through the door, flanked by his mage Namiel, his sword-sworn Galinos, and the palace maid who has been quietly helping him this whole time. The maid reminds Llewellyn of his own rule: she is allowed in and out of his room whenever he needs an errand run. Today's errand is delivering some very overdue karma. Llewellyn's eyes go wide. He genuinely does not recognize who he is looking at. Who, he manages. Turns out his memory is selective. He once brushed this very person off as too trivial to bother remembering. A cold voice cuts through: "You should have served someone decent." A jab aimed straight at his ego. "You can't even recognize the people you've threatened," comes the retort. "How exactly does a bastard like you become emperor?" All Llewellyn can do is scoff. Llewellyn falls back on his one trump card: he awakened and Balfric supposedly never did. "That's probably why you're so close to," someone starts. "Relying on trivial things because you can't do anything on your own." A swipe at every ally Llewellyn has ever needed to prop himself up. Even a ruler is only human. Balfric reminds him nobody achieves everything completely alone. "Trivial things," Balfric echoes, deadly calm. "Didn't you borrow someone else's strength too?" He has receipts. There is no way Llewellyn built that magical barrier all by himself. "The recording device is in my office." Rainelle's kidnapping. Balfric lists it out flatly. "Did you really pull those off alone?" "You're the one leaning on borrowed power," he says, and for once Llewellyn has nothing clever to fire back. Llewellyn just groans, cornered, with the evidence dangling right in front of him. "How dare you?" Llewellyn spits, insisting Balfric is just blinded by his own awakening. Balfric fires back the real question: what else does Llewellyn even have besides that one power? The memory that answers it is not pretty: a little boy sprinting to his mother, desperate to prove himself. "Mother, I've awakened." "That's amazing, Llewellyn, how admirable." His mother coos and the boy just beams. "I awakened before my brother did." "Of course," she adds, almost as an afterthought, "but you still have to be nice to your brother." The memory turns cruel fast. "Despite that, no one is on your side." Young Llewellyn screams no. Why? The first real crack in a kid who was never going to be okay. "Why do I have to get along with that incapable bastard?" he screams. "I'm the only one who's awakened. I take him the special one. Everyone else is trash," he insists, spiraling. "Just look at me, mother, only me." And there it is, the wound underneath everything. His mother simply turns away. "You'll be alone forever." A dark shape looms over that memory, reaching the fear that never actually left him. Back in the present, Llewellyn snaps out of it screaming, "Shut up, don't you ever look down on me." He lunges, magic crackling around him, daring Balfric to see what that handsome face of his can actually do in a real fight. Then Llewellyn goes for the worst possible target, lunging straight at Rainelle. "Did you say this crow was precious to you?" Let's see if. He doesn't even finish the threat before he strikes. Balfric takes the hit himself, defending her, blood on his lip. The plan, we learn, was never supposed to get this loud. Namiel and Galinos were only meant to be the muscle: swoop in, overpower Llewellyn fast, end it clean. Also, Balfric could keep his own awakening hidden a little longer. However, the second Rainelle gets hurt, that plan is toast. How could I possibly hold myself back? The secret is out. Balfric's true form erupts, a massive wolf, all fangs and fury. He plants himself over Rainelle like a wall of muscle and teeth, daring anyone to come closer. Namiel and Galinos freeze mid-fight, stunned, "Your Highness." The whole room shudders under the impact of it. This is getting dangerous fast. Balfric's wolf form tears into Llewellyn's guards with terrifying force. But nothing is stopping him now. Because when something precious to a wolf gets hurt, and Rainelle very much is, cradled gently by the maid, wounded and still, that wolf goes straight for the throat, literally. Someone watching can only mutter, no way. How did Camute, the prince everyone wrote off as dead, awaken into something this size, this powerful? At this point, Balfric does not even care if he gets hurt himself. A weak little caw is all Rainelle can manage. Prince Camute, someone finally says it out loud. He's alive and he is absolutely terrifying. The maid is panicking, now Rainelle needs treatment immediately. Balfric can only stare, wordless, the fight completely forgotten. He shifts back to human in a burst of light, the wolf falling away like it never happened. He is at her side in a heartbeat. Rainelle. Rainelle, should I get you treated? He finishes, gathering her up like she's made of glass. She barely stirs in his palm. Relief and resolve cross his face all at once. Thank you, Rainelle, he murmurs, and for a moment the whole brutal fight fades into something a lot softer. Later, in a quiet candlelit room, the chaos finally settles. The treatment is done, Your Highness, comes the report. Rainelle laid out safely, magic still humming around her. She's still not awake though, and nobody in that room, not Rainelle, not Balfric, not the maid, looks okay with that. Turns out the damage was not just physical, it rattled something deeper too. The good news, divine power can fix it. The bad news, given how sensitive she is, it's safer to just let her heal the slow way instead. So now what? Balfric does not hesitate. He promised to protect Rainelle and he is not about to start dodging that now. Rainelle hesitates, admitting there is one method he really did not want to resort to. The maid's eyes go wide. Do you mean? Balfric's answer is bigger than anyone expected. They are about to publicly announce the Boskert. His hand closes into a fist. Decision made. There is no more hiding after this. Every empire needs a good bloody tradition, and Balfric's favorite is called the Boskert. Under the emperor's watchful eye, this ritual has crowned every heir for generations. The rule is simple and horrifying. His children turn into wolves and fight until only one is left standing. Life-threatening wounds are basically part of the invitation. Surviving is mostly luck, but hey, at least nobody can scheme their way onto the throne this time. Whoever limps away, the winner gets the crown, no questions asked. And whoever doesn't limp away, well, that's the tradition working exactly as intended. Fast forward to today, and one very determined prince is marching toward his destiny. That's Balfric, striding down the palace halls like a man who already knows exactly how this ends. The court is already buzzing. Did the two princes just start their fight for the throne? Word is the first prince has suddenly awakened his wolf blood, though nobody's ever seen a hint of it before. One skeptical noble scoffs that she'll believe it when she sees it with her own eyes. Well, she's about to see it up close and personal. Power crackles through the palace grounds like a storm about to break. And there he is, Balfric, mid-transformation, all fang and fury. Say hello to the wolf that's been hiding in plain sight this whole time. Turning into a wolf is the proof of royal blood, no faking this one. And Balfric is making absolutely sure everyone hears it. That howl rips through the palace like a starting pistol. That's the whole point actually. Announce the Boskert has begun, shattered windows be damned. Chaos erupts through the halls, and not everyone in the palace is ready for what's coming. One rattled rival can barely process the sheer chaos Balfric just unleashed on the palace. Balfric's wolf isn't holding back on the theatrics either. He's not hiding, if anything, he's daring someone to step up and face him. Come on out, scaredy cat, he taunts, because subtlety was never really his style. And somewhere close by, a second wolf finally answers the call. Enter the emperor himself, ceremonial robes and all, here to officiate this family bloodbath. He lays out the rules cold, no outside help allowed, and losing means exactly what you think it means. He asks Balfric point blank if he's really sure he wants to do this. Balfric's answer is written all over that unblinking golden stare. Then comes a wrinkle. Llewellyn's just been attacked by someone, so the fight might have to wait. Meanwhile, Llewellyn is screaming at his healers to hurry it up, because bleeding out is not a good look for an emperor in waiting. Threatening to rip everyone's heads off, as one does when one's in a delightful mood. The emperor simply decides he'll start the Boskert whenever Llewellyn's patched back together. From this moment until a victor is crowned, new rules apply across the entire empire. No scheming, no outside help for either prince, the emperor is putting his foot down hard. And no noble family had better think about testing him on it. Break that rule and the price is your life, subtle as ever. Word of the decree spreads fast among Balfric's own people. One of his retainers realizes that means even Namiel can't step in to help him now. Balfric's own allies are suddenly benched, and it shows all over their faces. Somewhere else in the palace, someone else whispers his name with real worry. The whole palace seems to be holding its breath. Cut to Balfric complimenting his palace maid on her nursing skills. She explains she's used to nursing her sick brother, and thanks to the healer Balfric sent, he's finally on the mend. Now she wants to pay that kindness forward by personally nursing Rainelle back to health, whatever it takes. Because right now, Rainelle is out cold and everyone's just hoping she wakes up soon. Deep in her own mind though, she's not exactly resting peacefully. She stirs, caught somewhere between a dream and something much stranger. Great, still stuck unconscious, and all she can think about is how worried Balfric must be. She snaps at her own crow instincts, demanding to be let out already. Turns out Rainelle's mind is split in two and the human half is furious the crow half won't budge, blaming that stubbornness for getting them kidnapped in the first place. Her crow side mumbles a reluctant, half-hearted apology. Rainelle is not letting that weak excuse slide for a second. Her crow side finally explains, letting her out right now might actually scare Balfric off for good. Confused, Rainelle asks what that's even supposed to mean. Because animals, her crow side reminds her, will do anything to avoid whatever hurt them before. Someone who looks a little too much like the one who hurt them once. It's the classic story. A dog beaten by one tall man ends up terrified of every tall man after that. But Rainelle refuses to accept that logic. Balfric and Llewellyn, she insists, are nothing alike, no matter what memories of Llewellyn's cruelty say. Even if some part of her ends up lashing out at him anyway, she wants to fight through it right now. Because running from the problem was never going to fix it. Not after what happened last time. Her crow side smirks, pointing out that Rainelle never listens to her either, so fair's fair. Rainelle sighs and finally concedes the point. But her crow side isn't quite done yet, there's one more thing to remember. I am a part of you, she says quietly. And you're just as much a part of me. The two halves finally reach for each other instead of pulling apart. And somewhere far outside her own mind, Rainelle finally gets to hold onto the one she was fighting so hard to get back to. In the palace gardens, Rainelle screams Camute's name into the dark, sprinting toward him in a blind panic. She crashes into his arms and the two just hold on, crumpling together in a mess of relief and scattered petals. He answers back just as desperate, crying her name right back, proof they both made it out alive. Camute catches her properly this time and they sink to the ground together, both still shaking from whatever just happened. Feathers drift down around them as Rainelle chokes out an apology, sorry for making him worry. Camute, cradling her close, thanks her right back for saving him. The same goes for me, Rainelle answers, they saved each other. He just holds her tighter, grateful she's safe, and lets that be enough for now. Cut to inside the palace, where Rainelle's maid nearly swallows her own tongue. She just saw something she was not supposed to see. Our Rainelle is, she stammers, short-circuiting completely, while Camute just watches the meltdown with an amused oh. As the dust settles, the two just stay wrapped up in each other a moment longer. Then it fully hits the maid, and she faceplants dramatically mid-freakout. Later, hands scrub frantically at a mess, a shaky sorry slipping out. It's my job to clean up, but I'm the one who made the mess, she says, mortified. Rainelle just laughs it off. It's all right, she was just surprised. That's right, it's not your fault, Camute adds, but the maid can't quite shake her nerves. But turns out the meltdown makes sense. She's the one who worked up the nerve to open Llewellyn's door in the first place. It'd be a shame to, she starts, but Camute cuts her off. Don't say that. Before he lost consciousness, he says, he caught every second of what she did. Rainelle, kneeling in front of her now, says she heard it too loud and clear. The memory replays in grainy flashback. It was her who dared crack open the door to Llewellyn's private room. I don't know how the hierarchy works here, I'm just a crow, but Rainelle starts, dead serious. It takes real guts to open that door. It's like a rabbit walking straight up to a wolf. The comparison lands, literally, in a cute little sketch of tiny Rainelle scaring off a wolf to protect her. Rainelle already knows Llewellyn ordered that recording device planted, and knows exactly who found the courage to expose it. "Without your bravery, you wouldn't be holding my hand like this right now," she says, squeezing tight. "Consider this me thanking you properly for what you did." Camute, ever the strategist even mid-hug, offers to make it official, assign her as Rainelle's personal attendant. "Wait, really, you can do that?" Rainelle lights up. "Yes, since she already knows who you really are, she's better off helping you directly, and it keeps Llewellyn from touching her. No more games for him to play with her safety." "That's great," Rainelle practically tackles her in a hug. "Take care of me from now on," she beams while Camute watches on, quietly touched. "You already know my name, I'm Rainelle. What's yours?" she asks. The maid pauses, a little overwhelmed by the question. "My name is Nadia," she finally says, voice thick with emotion. She won't forget this kindness. Cut to later. Camute teases Rainelle for apparently catching Galinos's flair for the dramatic in record time. "Seriously, I've been sweating trying to calm her down," he admits. Rainelle, still winged, flutters overhead. Stunned Nadia cried that hard over her. "Guess she's loyal to him now," Camute muses. Nadia apparently refused to even take a day off, words she's never used in her whole life, the caption jokes. "Most workers beg to clock out early," Camute points out, as a cartoon banner mocks the usual "I want to go home" energy. "People get honest fast around you," he adds, probably because they used to think he was just a bird who can't talk. "I should dock the head servant's pay." "What?" Rainelle balks. Kidding, he backpedals, but she's already lecturing him for talking that way, prince or not. "Don't act like you just heard something awful," she scolds, then, turning serious, warns him to watch his words and not act rashly. "We're safe from the Boskirt's declaration for now," he says, "but there could easily be more ears listening than just yours." Rainelle stares down at something about the Boskert, and the color drains right out of her face. "No way," she whispers, hands shaking. "A bloody life-or-death fight in his actual wolf form? None of this was ever in the story," she remembers. However she looks at it, this is bad. She starts vibrating with panic, stammering that he's in danger because of her. Camute just tells her to breathe. "It's not your fault, so don't feel guilty. This was always going to happen, just a little sooner than planned. Llewellyn's the one asking for trouble here, so don't spiral on me." He goes quiet for a second, catching something in her expression. He just holds her hand a little tighter, no words needed. "Rainelle, worry about yourself for once, not me," he tells her. So this is crow instinct, she realizes, watching her own wings flare on reflex. Animals instinctively flinch away from anything that could hurt them. That's just nature. Which means she just involuntarily shied away from Camute himself, and she has no idea how to undo that. She finds him resting in his full wolf form and steps closer anyway, refusing to let instinct win. "Camute," she murmurs, sinking her hands into his fur, petals scattering around them. She presses close to his snout, relieved beyond words that he pulled through. Back in human form, he notices, genuinely caught off guard, that she's fine with his wolf side after everything. He tells her that while she was unconscious, he was warned she might suffer aftereffects from it all. "Thankfully, the Boskurt's move is delayed because of Llewellyn's injury, so for once I've got free time," he says. "So don't worry, just lean on me," he adds, straightening his jacket. She stays close, hand buried in his fur, refusing to flinch this time. Her eyes well up, all the fear from before finally catching up to her. I'm scared," she admits, voice breaking. "I'm really scared, Camute," she repeats, burying herself against him. He lets her hold on as long as she needs, wings and fur tangled together. Elsewhere, steel rings out. A sparring match is already in full swing. Blades clash hard enough to send someone sliding clean across the floor. Mid-fight, Galinos can't stop wondering, does Marquess Namiel already know that Camute has awakened? "I'd bet he's the one who handed him that Craven rock," Galinos guesses bitterly, eyes on his own glowing mark. He throws himself back into the fight, using the frustration as fuel. "Why didn't he just tell me the truth?" Galinos thinks, parrying another strike as the next challenger is called up. Watching from the sidelines, two knights mutter that Winster is on an absolute tier today, better be careful, given those monstrous skills. Steel meets steel again, sparks and all. I know His Highness rarely trusts anyone, Galinos reminds himself mid-swing. But the thought trails off and it clearly still stings. His mind drifts back to the day a crow first landed on Carmute's shoulder, the day Galinos knelt and swore to risk his life for him, no questions asked. Does His Highness? He starts to wonder again, right as another blade comes screaming toward him. Long before any of this, young Galinos had one dream: pick up a sword and become the knight of the first prince he idolized. Problem was that Prince Carmute never let anyone get close to him. Even as a kid, Galinos held on tight anyway, sensing it would just take time to crack him open. That single goal, becoming his knight, was about to be tested all over again. Present day, a grown Galinos heads down the palace hall toward the prince's chambers, gut twisting. Something about this visit already feels off. He steadies his nerves with a gulp, telling himself it's probably nothing, just a misunderstanding. It's Galinos, Your Highness, he calls out, I'm coming in. The second the door opens, he catches a flash of golden light and a scramble of feathers on the bed. Carmute spins around startled, still wrapped in a fur cloak he clearly wasn't expecting company for. There on the sheet sits Rainelle, back in crow form. Again, Galinos mutters, more confused than anything. She's a crow again, he thinks, trying to make sense of what he just glimpsed. Carmute recovers fast, greeting him like nothing happened at all. You've arrived, Galinos. He clocks Galinos' uneasy face immediately. Looks like something's bothering you. Galinos' mind drifts back, unable to shake a memory from his training days. Back then, a court elder pulled him aside. His talent was wasted on the first prince, so why not serve the third instead? Thank you for your concern, Galinos told him flatly, but my decision won't change. Don't ask me again, master. He walks off with that same stubborn, confident smile that gets him into trouble. Word gets around the training yard though. Fellow knights whisper that Winster fights like he's got something to prove and does it all wrong on purpose. Cutting his own career over stubbornness, one scoffs, what a waste of talent. Then the real gut punch. Word spreads that Prince Carmute was secretly attacked and somehow nobody's mounting a real search. This doesn't make sense, Galinos snaps, refusing to just accept it. Another knight hisses at him to keep it down. Prince Llewellyn's supposedly putting together a search party soon. And you believe that? Comes the reply. They're searching to confirm he's dead, not to save him. Galinos won't hear it. No, I'm certain he's alive. So he goes looking himself alone. In the end, Winster del Galinos' own search turns up nothing. But Carmute walks back in alive anyway, entirely on his own terms. This time he's got company, a crow perched right at his side. From that day on, Galinos swears the prince is a changed man, like he came back from an entirely different journey. Galinos watches him closely, trying to read exactly what changed. He finally corners him about it directly. Your Highness, you kept this quiet to protect the crow, didn't you? Even after I swore my loyalty, you still couldn't tell me the secret. It's tangled up with something darker too, a flash of a snarling wolf that still haunts him. Bloodied and shaking, he'd once demanded to know why Carmute risked everything for a bird that symbolizes death. The memory still stings both of them. Back in the present, Carmute finally softens. I'm so sorry, Galinos, he says quietly and actually means it. The two face each other properly for the first time in a while, guards finally down. It's not that I don't see your loyalty, Carmute tells him. It still means something that you stayed by a humble first prince who never even awakened. A beam of light seems to close the memory out, like a page finally turning. Carmute lays it all out properly. Not long ago he nearly died to a sudden attack. Since then he's had to move in total secrecy just to survive. I'm sorry you had to find out about my awakening this way, he admits. Galinos finally asks the question hanging in the air, and this crow, Your Highness. That's right, Carmute says gently, I understand your doubts. He pulls Rainelle close, protective without even thinking about it. She looks like nothing more than a pet, so anything I do for her looks like way too much, he admits, almost embarrassed. I meant to tell you once everything was sorted out, but it's better you know now, up front. He turns to the crow. Rainelle, would you show him? Light wraps around her and Rainelle shifts right there into a striking young woman in black and violet. Her sharp violet eyes meet Galinos's dead-on. Galinos just about short-circuits on the spot. "A humanoid," he stammers, grasping for any explanation. "But humanoids have bird legs, she doesn't, so what is she?" I don't think now's really the time to introduce myself," he manages, before Camute tells Rainelle she can shift back. Camute spells it out. A strange item called the Crown Rock gave her the ability to become human. She's the one who saved his life out in that forest, and they've been inseparable ever since. Keeping Rainelle's identity safe matters more than anything to me. From now on, I need you to protect her too. Galinos sits with that. Camute has never once let a girl or really anyone get close. His eyes have always been shut tight, a fortress nobody was allowed inside. And yet here he is, asking Galinos specifically to guard her. He's being trusted with the one thing that actually matters to his prince. It lands heavier than any order ever has. Right now, more than ever, he wants to live up to it. The trust Camute just handed him feels endless, almost overwhelming. Every bit of anxiety he'd been carrying just melts away, like snow in the sun. As a real knight now, he vows, he'll never leave his prince's side. Then naturally, his brain sprints several decades ahead without permission. Wait, he thinks, eyes widening, that means. Cue a full-blown fantasy, a wedding, a happy little family, kids running around calling him uncle. In his head, tiny royal children are already begging, "Sir Galinos, teach us the sword." He's practically glowing, chasing his imaginary prince and princess around the garden. Snapping back to reality, he plants his feet. "I, Winster del Galinos, will put my life on the line, no matter what Prince Camute asks of me. I like the spirit, but don't push yourself too hard," Camute says, visibly worried. Galinos, of course, promises to break every limb if it comes to that. "Then I'll just have to be even more devoted," he decides. "I should always give it everything I've got." Because that's simply what loyalty looks like to him. Cut to the palace archives, where Galinos is buried in books hunting for anything on this Boskert business. "No matter how hard I look, there's nothing on Boskert anywhere," he groans to the researcher working beside him. "Oh, there's one right here," his companion finally says, spotting something. "We where?" Galinos nearly lunges across the table. It's buried in a book called The History and Laws of the Empire. The entry reads, "Boskert is a sacred duel that determines one's right to inherit the throne." That's it, yes, that's genuinely all it says. Furious, Galinos threatens to rough up the poor book for wasting his time. His companion begs him not to. "I don't get it," he grumbles. "This is way too important to have basically no record. Shouldn't something this big be documented everywhere?" Turns out writing about the Boskert at all is against the law. A new voice cuts in. "You could search your whole life and never find more than you already know, so stop wasting your time." In strolls a noble Galinos immediately recognizes, Marquis Wilhelm. "What exactly are you plotting?" Galinos demands, "Here to sabotage our investigation." "We're not stopping just because you say so," Galinos warns him. "Relax, I'm only here to help you both," Wilhelm coos, laughing off the accusation that he's being reckless. "Honesty is very important, after all," he adds, smiling just a little too smoothly to be trusted. The chapter closes on a striking vision. Camute draped in full coronation white and gold, sword in hand, every inch a king. Head bowed beneath a crown that isn't his yet but might be. Golden light traces the chains at his collar, like fate is already measuring him for the throne. Here is something most of this empire does not know. The current emperor actually survived something called the Boskert. Picture him young, still standing there in his ceremonial armor, sword still drawn from the fight of his life. This is the face that walked out of it. He never really came back the same. He says he can still remember every second of it vividly. The Boskert was not just a monster, it was carnage on a scale nobody in the palace talks about. Records of it got banned outright, probably because the whole thing is tangled up with the imperial bloodline itself. What happened out there was so brutal that nobody calls it a battle, they call it a tragedy. Not a glorious victory, a tragedy the empire would honestly rather bury. Back in the present, Camute's knight Galinos is not buying the doom and gloom. "Are you trying to scare us?" he snaps. An advisor waves it off. He swears he is not here to scare anyone, he just wants Camute to get through the Boskurt smoothly. Back in the flashback, the young emperor, blood still on his collar, gets hailed as the one destined to make the empire shine. Someone who loved him just wanted him safe. I do not want him hurt or suffering, she says, watching him march off anyway. Back in the present, talk turns to Camute's rival, Prince Llewellyn. The advisor is confident he will fight dirty to win if he has to. Which means Camute needs to be ready for absolutely anything Llewellyn throws at him. Back to the books, the mage Namiel keeps flipping through old records, hunting for anything useful. His advice is simple: do not try to stand out, so let him give them one useful tip. If they actually want real answers, do not bother with the palace archives. Go dig through the old servants' records instead. With that dropped, Namiel heads off, leaving the two of them to do their own digging. He wishes them good luck on his way out, though it sounds more like a warning than a blessing. Young men, he mutters to himself, shaking his head at the pair of them. Left alone, Camute and Galinos get straight back to work. They pore over what is left of the old records together, page by page. The search for anything useful on the Boskurt drags on late into the night. Chapter 23 kicks off proper the way this friendship apparently always does. Galinos, sword already out, grinning, let us spar, Prince Camute. Galinos swears he will train him into shape through pure sparring. Camute just groans. It is way too early and swordplay alone is not saving him from a magic beast. Digging into whatever records survived, they start piecing together a pattern. The Emperor's own personal knight, the one who stood by him back then, turns up in the old accounts too. That knight sparred with him literally every single night, right up through the Boskurt period itself. Because whatever the Boskurt really is, it clearly does not wait around for anyone to feel ready. Galinos takes the hint and doubles down on early training, insisting there is still plenty of time. Meanwhile, on Llewellyn's side, the mage Namiel and a handful of other magicians get assigned to watch him, just in case he decides to cheat. They are even heading to the magic tower to recruit a high-ranking wizard for backup. Watching Llewellyn stack up that much magical firepower, Galinos chokes up a little. Camute is working himself to the bone with basically none of that. Camute worries out loud that dragging everyone into danger for his sake is not fair. He pushes through the training anyway. It is the one thing he can actually control. The group agrees nobody actually knows what Llewellyn is capable of, so the safest bet is to just train harder. Galinos turns it into a joke, needling Rainelle for her opinion, though even he admits a little caution would not hurt. Rainelle is not laughing. Beast or not, she reminds Camute strong things die too, and she needs him to actually take that seriously. She has seen more death than any of them realize. Some creatures die to something laughably smaller than them. Others go in an instant from one wound nobody saw coming. The world does not care how strong you are, she tells him flatly. It is cold and it does not grade on effort. Sometimes surviving means doing the cowardly thing, not the noble one. So that is her ask, plain and simple. Survive, whatever it takes, Camute, just survive. You must never die, she says again, like saying it twice might make it true. It is a quiet, heavy moment between them before the actual training even starts. Camute shakes it off and goes to find Galinos. Time to actually get to work. Galinos snaps to attention. Time to prep for the duel for real this time. The training dummies out here do not stand a chance. Galinos squares up, dead serious now. Are you ready, Your Highness? Camute's answer is written all over his face. I will be in your care, Sir Galinos, he says, and then they finally go at it. Steel meets steel over and over, neither one backing down. This is not just practice anymore, it is the only real prep Camute has got. Camute pushes him harder, telling him he cannot afford to hold anything back while he is holding that sword. The second that blade is in your hand, forget everything else. Lock onto your opponent and nothing else. Galinos admits it out loud, he knows the theory. Living it is a whole different story. In his head, he is already picturing what losing to Llewellyn actually looks like, and it is not pretty. He is terrified, honestly, and who would not be? Nobody wants to go down alone. Watching from a branch nearby, crow form Rainelle cannot help her running commentary. In the story she remembers, Galinos was just a side character. Except this Galinos is clearly punching way above his supporting cast weight class, and watching him try this hard makes her wish she could pull her own weight too. So she just keeps watching the sparring match play out, blow after blow. But as a crow who is neither human nor noble, there is not much she can actually do. The Bozkurt's rules are not exactly negotiable. It drags up an old memory of hers. The last time she wandered off on her own, she nearly got kidnapped. Yeah, no, freelancing on her own right now could go a lot worse than that. Before she can spiral any further, a tiny fluffy bird starts screeching at a branch, demanding somebody shake it loose, you bastard. Turns out it is a full-blown turf war over one piece of fruit. I saw it first. No, I picked it up first, the other one screeches right back, wings flapping. It escalates fast. Now they are accusing each other of having zero conscience. That is it, Rainelle has had enough and swoops in to break it up herself. Hey guys, she caws, landing between them all casual like she was not just spying from a tree this whole time. Cut it out and just listen to me, she tries and gets an instant who even are you go away for her trouble. So much for playing peacemaker, she is the one left rattled. Now she is stuck wondering how she is supposed to talk sense into two toddlers with wings. Elsewhere in the palace, though, the mood turns a lot less silly. Alone in his room, Galinos cannot shake the thought that he genuinely does not stand a chance of winning this. In his head, he keeps replaying the size and raw power of what they are actually up against. He is convinced he will be crushed in seconds. Then, out of nowhere in the dream, a voice accuses him of hiding the fact that he has already awakened. A ghostly figure wrapped in purple smoke tells him not to worry so much and calls him future emperor. Galinos bolts upright, stunned. Future emperor, is this thing even serious? How could you possibly say that right now, he demands, and the spirit does not even flinch? It just tells him calmly, it has a way. Dark power coils around him as it speaks, thick and unnerving. You will never be defeated, it promises, the kind of promise that should terrify him more than it comforts him. Whatever this thing is offering him, it is not free. Then comes the real chill, a vow that Camute himself, the actual first prince, will pay for defying whoever this future emperor is meant to be, and that is exactly where the chapter cuts out. Back at the estate, Palace maid Nadia about jumps out of her skin when someone asks her for snacks. Rainelle wants a mountain of treats whipped up tiny enough for little birds and can't resist sneaking in a cheeky flick to poor Nadia's forehead while she's at it. Nadia snaps to it without a second thought, anything for Miss Rainelle, of course. Rainelle turns beet red and flustered, like she's just been caught red-handed. Asked if the snacks are for her friends, Nadia can only shrug, probably. Who's really keeping track? Out in the woods, our crow heroine, yes, the actual bird, corners a couple of local birds with a favor to ask. They're not thrilled about doing some kid a favor, and it takes them a second to even clock that this crow is a totally different breed they can somehow still understand. She cuts to the real question, did you two happen to eat the sparkling fruit as well? Her mind flashes back to that glowing blue rock, the very thing that turned her into a crow in the first place. One bird startles, yeah, how did you know? And Rainelle just nods, called it. The older bird puffs up smugly, bragging that after living around here so long, he's seen just about everything. Wait, Rainelle presses, are you saying you've actually seen another bird who ate one of these rocks before? Her imagination conjures up the picture instantly, some other cursed crow, trailing a cloaked human companion through the city. That crow doesn't live around here, the bird explains, but it swings by from time to time with its human friend. No way, if she could just get one chance to meet that crow. Just imagine everything she could learn from someone who's actually lived through the exact same nightmare. Cue the daydream, Rainelle casting herself as a caped hero, the self-proclaimed bird of death, ready to counterattack anyone who doubts her. Back to business, where exactly would she even find this mystery crow? The birds just shrug, no clue. They don't know where he lives, and apparently that crow absolutely hates being gossiped about. If she really wants to meet him, they say, she's on her own for that one. Rainelle sighs. As always, nothing about this life comes easy. Fine, she decides she'll pick that search back up once this whole mess with the Bozkurt is finally behind them. The birds cut her right off. Hang on, didn't you say you needed a favor from us? Right, so here's the thing, Rainelle starts. There's this guy named Llewellyn, she says, and just like that, the real plan kicks into gear. Cut to Prince Balfric mid-sword drill, getting knocked flat on his back for losing focus. He mutters an apology to his sworn attendant Gallinos. If he's honest, something's been eating at him. It's been bugging him that Rainelle keeps chatting up other birds for so long. Gallinos tells him flat out to focus on training, he can't afford to be jealous right now. Balfric insists he's never seen her talk to other birds this long before. Cue Camute's imagination, a ridiculous daydream where Crow Rainelle gets smoothly hit on by a whole flock of suitor birds offering her tea. Gallinos reminds him training comes first, but if it's really bothering him that much, he's more than happy to just slice the heads off those other birds. Problem solved, apparently. Whoa, hold on, Balfric backpedals hard. Nobody said anything about beheading anyone, they're just small birds. Gallinos isn't joking though. In his eyes, any bird that bothers his prince has committed a crime and he's dead serious about waiting for the order. Elsewhere, Rainelle, back in her human form, suddenly gets chills like she needs to wrap this conversation up fast. Balfric, standing over her, waits for her to finish that thought. She confirms it. Handling this herself is the surest way to get Llewellyn's attention. In exchange for the birds' help, she promised them a mountain of snacks, which means poor Nadia's been run ragged baking, so Rainelle insists Balfric give her a raise. Balfric hesitates, that part's easy enough, but his face tightens with a worry he isn't quite voicing yet. Something is clearly weighing on him as he looks away. Rainelle suddenly blurts out an apology, catching him completely off guard. Wait, what for? Cut back to the birds, confirming the plan. So you want us spying on Llewellyn, right? Thaw, that's right, Rainelle admits. Think you can actually pull it off? The birds grumble that this guy's always chucking rocks at them, and Rainelle admits she's terrible with faces, but he's one she'll never forget. Wow, she thinks Llewellyn really is the living definition of childish, but she's not doing this for free, she warns, eyes going razor sharp. Make sure the payment's generous, she adds. Got it. One rattled bird agrees on the spot because ever since Rainelle got ambushed by Llewellyn's people, Balfric admits he can't shake the guilt eating away at him. I'm sorry, he tells her, for never giving you anywhere you could actually feel safe. If it weren't for him, he thinks, she wouldn't have to stay on guard every second, she'd just be flying wherever she pleased. It really does feel like he's the reason her life is so hard, he admits quietly. There's always been a small part of him, he confesses, that's just plain scared. No matter how hard he trained, he got attacked anyway, simply because his awakening hadn't happened yet. And because of that, people around him died so easily. He figured finally getting his awakening would change everything. Instead, he still feels powerless and afraid. If only he actually knew what to do. If everything he does just ends up putting the people he loves in more danger, then what is he even supposed to do? He murmurs that she'd probably have been happier never meeting him at all. Rainelle grabs his hand hard and cuts him right off. You have it completely wrong. You are not powerless, she tells him firmly. She just wants to help him however she can. Her eyes well up as she means every single word of it. The moment lingers between them, soft and quiet. Balfric pushes back. When someone he loves is out there risking his life, how is he just supposed to sit around doing nothing? His eyes flicker with that same old guilt. Please, she says, don't ever say something like that again. She could fly off anytime she wanted, and the only reason she hasn't is because she's genuinely, ridiculously happy with him. Got it, Camute? She asks, softer now. The two of them walk off together, hands linked, the tension finally easing. Balfric's face finally relaxes into something like real peace. Flashback, a much younger Balfric strolls through the plaza with a certain little crow tagging along beside him. He reflects that she's always been the one saving his drowning soul, even back then. Elsewhere, someone else has hit a wall of their own. This just can't keep going on like this. The silver-haired mage Namiel paces his study, frustrated. At this rate, he's getting nowhere. Every magician he's approached has flatly refused to get anywhere near politics. Some wouldn't even agree to meet with him at all. Just assuming some powerful mystery magician is quietly backing Llewellyn isn't good enough anymore, he decides. The problem is he flat out has no way to actually track the guy down, if only. Right on cue, a hooded stranger materializes in the corridor, uncomfortably close to Balfric. The cloaked figure lingers by the window with a pair of strange, glowing eggs perched on the branch beside them, and just like that, the chapter leaves us hanging. We open on a breakfast plate, crumbs scattered everywhere. Someone's clearly already dug in. And there she is, our crow princess Rainelle, sharing crumbs with a couple of little pigeon pals. Turns out those birds aren't just moochers, they are her new recruits. Elsewhere in the palace, the household staff are having a much more serious conversation about what exactly Rainelle's been cooking up. Word gets around, Rainelle has apparently been training random birds into a full-blown spy network. Even the staff can barely process it. Nadia, the rose maid, gets scooped up mid-sentence, gushing about how outstanding her mistress is. Galinos, all business as usual, informs Nadia she's got a lord to serve now. That means. Before she can even finish asking, Sir Overkill is already demanding an emergency crash course in loyalty. Nadia salutes back like her life depends on it. Back with the birds, Balfric swoops in the second Rainelle wraps up her briefing, practically chasing after her. How did it go, Rainelle? He asks, all ears as she flutters along beside him. She's practically preening, she's got solid intel now and she's sure it'll help Camute. Cue the glow up, Rainelle drops into her stunning human form, feathered sleeves and all, ready to deliver her report properly. Ho ho ho, as expected of my perfect judgment, she announces, milking the moment before Nadia and Galinos both blurt out information at once. So she tries to explain by just cawing, loudly, repeatedly, not quite the translation anyone was hoping for. She's having the time of her life with this bit, striking a triumphant pose like she just delivered state secrets. Everyone just stares, yeah, that about sums it up. Nice one, Your Highness. Someone cheers less than sincerely while Rainelle wonders if maybe her explanation needs a little work. Undeterred, she promises to explain in detail this time and then just cause some more. Like that, she declares, flailing dramatically to really sell the whole bird language performance. Balfric can only apologize, thoroughly bewildered and none the wiser. I still can't understand the language of birds, he admits. Could you maybe just explain it in human language? Rainelle blinks, genuinely startled. Wait, was she speaking bird this whole time? She begs for backup since this is her first attempt at translating. So she puts out an emergency call and answering it is a shadowy raven who isn't thrilled about only being summoned when useful, but helps anyway, mostly because it hates the same guy she does. With her mystery translator on standby, Rainelle finally tries again. So what the birds are saying is, the intel, Llewellyn's been quietly meeting up with someone the birds clearly do not like. Word from the flock, this guy's got hair covering his face which the birds have decided means a long beard, and just the sound of his voice puts every bird in earshot on edge. They also say he radiates a seriously unpleasant energy, the kind that makes your feathers stand on end. Like he isn't even from this world. The birds decided avoiding him entirely was the smarter move. Rainelle admits she doesn't know the first thing about magic herself. But Balfric's mind is already racing. With this lead, Namiel should be able to track the guy down, right? Yes, she confirms, and honestly, this scrap of information alone might be enough. Balfric mulls it over. Unpleasant, otherworldly energy, that's a very specific kind of trouble. So he brings it straight to Namiel. Is there such a person? Turns out there is. The name that comes back, Buphilos, one of the Empire's elder magicians. According to the rumor mill anyway. Word is he's been digging into power from the demon realm itself. And if that demonic power ends up backing the third prince, Llewellyn's side could cook up some sneaky workaround to the Boskirt's rules without technically breaking them. Which means nobody actually knows what Llewellyn's really planning for the bloody fight ahead. Balfric presses Namiel, where exactly did this information come from? It's not easy to get that kind of thing, Namiel admits, a little cagey. He even asks outright, did Balfric use his shadow to dig this up? Nope, that guy got sent off to handle his actual job the moment the Boskert was declared. This intel came from an entirely different source and we all know exactly who that source has feathers. Speaking of feathers, Reinelle's little spy network has gotten a bit out of hand. A whole mob of birds has descended on her and she is panicking. I don't have any more snacks, she caws, but the word's already out, free food and a chatty crow boss. They keep coming. Nadia just laughs it off. Turns out Miss Reinelle has a lot of friends. Later, dinner's served Reinelle and Balfric sitting down together for what should be a nice, quiet meal. They're not alone for long either. Namiel pulls up a chair too, sniffing appreciatively at the spread. But something's off. The mood at this table has taken a serious turn, and it's written all over everyone's face. As usual, Namiel says, picking at his food, but for some reason, the air in here is completely suffocating. That's right, Reinelle says quietly, today is the opening day of the Boskert. Looking at the decorated venue, the grim thought hits her. This dinner could be Carmute's last supper. She can barely eat, honestly. Just thinking about the Boskert, a bloody fight fought entirely in wolf form turns her stomach. Because this isn't some polite duel between people, it can never be treated like an ordinary human fight. In the wild, beasts usually know when to tap out. They accept defeat and surrender before they're hurt too badly to recover. Because once an animal is seriously wounded, it can't hunt anymore, and that means starving to death. But the Boskert isn't the wild. This is a full-blown bloody battle between wolves, not the civilized affair humans might expect. Even surrendering won't necessarily save you. The fight doesn't stop until someone's completely out of breath and torn apart in the process. All Reinelle can picture is Carmute's golden hair getting soaked in blood. I don't want to see that happen, she says, and for once there's no joke anywhere in her voice. Balfric pulls her close and tells her not to worry. The intel she gathered is already helping him build a plan. But still, she can't quite shake the fear. So he changes tactics, flashing that trademark smug grin. If you're that anxious, how about we do a little ritual for luck? A good luck ritual? What's that? Reinelle's instantly on board. I'll do anything. It's not that hard, he says, leaning in. Just close your eyes for a second. And there they are, framed in rose petals, looking every bit like the romance novel moment Reinelle definitely recognizes from somewhere. What is he going to do, she wonders, heart absolutely racing. He tips her chin up, close enough that neither of them is breathing quite right anymore. We'll just say the tension speaks for itself. If I win, he murmurs, I'll do it properly, so will you accept it? Reinelle's brain short-circuits completely, stammering out about half a syllable. EU is genuinely all she manages to get out. And then, overwhelmed past the point of human function, she straight-up panic transforms back into a crow mid-moment. Smooth, Reinelle. As the moment so kindly puts it, that was simply too much for a woman who's been single her entire life to handle. Later, the mood shifts one more time. Balfric looks at her, dead serious now. Reinelle, for you, I will definitely survive. Cut to the arena, the stands are packed, the crowd roaring for the games to begin. From this moment on, the announcement begins and the whole crowd leans in. Up on the platform, the herald throws his arms wide, whipping the crowd into an absolute frenzy. Backstage, Balfric squares his shoulders and Galinos stands ready right beside him, sword in hand. One last breath, fists clenched, and then it's official, the Boskert has begun. Reinelle can hardly believe it after everything. She's about to watch this generation's Boskert with her own eyes. Up in the stands, the crowd is already trading bets on who walks away the winner, the first prince or the challenger stepping up against him. Some say size wins fights, others say a head start on awakening beats muscle every time until one heckler in the crowd crosses a line and gets an earful for it. Turns out some loudmouth is needling Sir Galinos on purpose, and his own men have to talk him down before he does something about it. The jerk was actually running his mouth about Reinelle. Namiel calmly tells Galinos to file the guy's face away for later payback instead of decking him now. Up above it all, still in crow form, Reinelle can only watch and worry, silently willing Carmute's name into the wind. The arena erupts in light as the ritual kicks off, and her silent worry finally bursts out of her please be safe. And with that declaration ringing out over the crowd, the Boskert has officially begun. One single step forward, and the fight for the throne is already underway. An official lays out the rules of this bloody battle for the whole crowd to hear. Rule 1, whoever survives this fight takes the throne, full stop. Rule 2, nobody, and we mean nobody, is allowed to step in and interfere. Cheat with outside help and you're disqualified on the spot, and whatever punishment that means gets decided by whoever wins. Watching over it all, robed magicians from the magic tower stand ready to sniff out any funny business. Catch a whiff of cheating and the magic tower investigates. Both princes have already agreed to accept whatever they find. With the ground rules set, the official finally turns to address the two princes directly. Camute just listens with that same cocky little smile, like none of this rattles him one bit. Then it's go time. Camute's golden wolf form launches straight into the fight. Claws out, teeth bared, the Boskert is officially a fight to the finish. Before the fight rages on, rewind, because to understand how it got here you have to go back to once upon a time. Once this family truly believed things would work out fine. Happily ever after, just like in the fairy tales. But then out of nowhere, his mother fell ill. And that's the exact moment everything started to unravel. Their father was so wrapped up in his wife that he barely looked at his own children. Maybe that's where it all started. Was that neglect the real reason behind Llewellyn's sudden awakening? Whatever the cause, Llewellyn was already selfish as a kid, and awakening only made it worse. The nobles smelled blood in the water and split into factions, jockeying for position. And out of all 4 royal children, the second prince died in what got quietly filed away as an accident. Officially, he fell off a horse. Unofficially, nobody in the palace actually bought that story. Everyone quietly agreed it was no accident at all. Honestly, it was painfully obvious. A dark, ominous mood settled over the entire palace after that. Foul play was the first thing on everyone's mind. Grief hung heavy in the halls and no one dared say the quiet part out loud. And at the center of it all was the weak mother, as the court so cruelly called her. Shattered by her son's death, she made a quiet choice of her own to follow him. That loss split the imperial palace wide open. And the cracks in this family only kept spreading from there. And finally, it all comes back around to right here. 2 brothers born of the same shattered family, now here to bite and kill each other. And the Boskert tears back into motion. This fight only ends one way, to the death. Somewhere in the palace, someone watches through the curtains, unable to shake how bitter this whole thing feels. Back in the arena, the fight explodes into a blur of fur, force, and fury. Neither brother is backing down an inch. The crowd winces along with every single hit. Namiel's companion can't take the tension anymore, though she admits her real regret is not packing snacks for a fight running this long. Elsewhere in the stands, a couple of onlookers admit they expected Camute to steamroll this. The third prince is proving tougher than anyone bet on. A sweet-looking elderly attendant sidles up to Galinos's group, complimenting their sharp eyes before politely asking to intrude. Could someone, she asks sweetly, catch her up on how the fight's actually going? Her eyesight's a bit blurry these days, she explains, and everyone else she's asked has already brushed her off. Ever the softy, Galinos waves her over and offers to walk her through the whole thing himself. Only after the words are out does it hit him he just addressed some random attendant with full formal courtesy, purely out of habit. Something about her doesn't quite add up, and Galinos can't shake the feeling. He can actually feel power radiating off her. Whoever this woman is, she is definitely not just some palace attendant. She just keeps smiling, that same harmless little smile, playing the sweet old lady act perfectly. Galinos decides to keep his suspicions to himself for now. First, he's just going to watch her closely. Across the arena, a sharp-eyed noble turns to Namiel with a theory of his own. Camute might look like he's winning, but he doesn't think that'll last. Namiel just frowns. Honestly, something about this whole match looks off to him too. No matter how desperate Llewellyn gets, the noble reasons, there's no way he can keep pushing that kind of power for long. And yet the fight just keeps grinding on, brutal hit after brutal hit. But look closer, the noble says. Something about the way Llewellyn's beast is moving just isn't right. He looks like he genuinely can't feel pain at all. Even Rainelle, perched nearby, mutters the exact same thing to herself that is deeply strange. Rainelle obsessively studied animal behavior in her past life, And by that measure, Llewellyn isn't just tough, he's acting like his survival instinct got switched off entirely. He just keeps coming, snarling straight through hits that should have slowed anyone down. And that's not even the only thing bugging her. Every landing hits the ground like a hammer. She's watching close now every single time Llewellyn's jaws close on Camute. Camute's whole body seizes up and shudders. It's a full-body flinch, way more violent than a bite alone should cause. That, Rainelle realizes with a jolt, is not just a normal pain response. Back in her old life, she'd studied exactly how animals react when something goes wrong with an escaped beast, and this reaction isn't matching up at all. Then it clicks that jolting, full-body spasm looks exactly like an animal getting hit with a stun gun. Which means whatever is crackling against Camute isn't just teeth. Camute's own body is basically confirming it for her. That exact reflexive shudder matches an animal getting zapped, not just bitten. No way, Rainelle caws out loud, the realization hitting her like a slap is Llewellyn actually cheating. Her outburst doesn't go unnoticed. The sharp-eyed noble raises an eyebrow at the little crow, suddenly causing a scene. That bird, he murmurs, is smarter than he gave her credit for. This wasn't even what brought him here today, but now he's genuinely curious. Keeping an eye on this particular bird, he decides, just got a lot more interesting, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Rain hammers down as two massive wolves crash together, fangs bared, and this fight is already ugly. One of them gets hurled clean across the stone floor, but he's already twisting back onto his feet. He snarls right back, refusing to give an inch. Claws rake through fur and blood sprays into the rain. This is not a friendly spar. His eyes flash a furious red as he lets out a roar that rattles the whole arena. Somewhere in the stands, someone screams. This duel just tipped from brutal to terrifying. He's slashed again, coughing up blood mid-leap, but he's still standing. Then, mid-fight, the golden wolf snarls out something that changes everything. You used magic, Llewellyn. Wait, Llewellyn. The other wolf glares back, seething red because this whole time, Camute's opponent has secretly been his own brother. Camute's mind races even mid-fight. First, let's figure out exactly what he's up against. Stat-boosting magic, extra speed, extra stamina, the works. Magic that erases pain, magic that erases fear. And crackling around his brother's jaw right now, something else entirely. Lightning magic on top of everything else. Camute already figured Llewellyn would pull some cheap tricks. But not stacked this deep. This is full-blown cheating. He's outgunned on paper. This was never going to be a fair fight. And worse, there's no telling when Llewellyn might reach for something darker, power from the demon realm itself. Cut to a flashback. Rainelle, the silver-haired mage who's always backed Camute, warns him beforehand, I can't tell you directly what to do, but walking you through how to handle a magic-corrupted opponent has nothing to do with this Bozkurt business. So here's the crash course. Camute takes the advice, though he's clearly hoping he'll never actually need to use it. Step 1. When you don't know what magic you're up against, conserve your strength and make your opponent burn theirs first. Go all in too early, and a hidden reserve of power can turn around and bite you. And if there's any chance the enemy's touched by demon realm corruption, careless contact could leave you cursed. Bottom line, don't you dare let his blood touch you. Back in the ring, Rainelle watches the carnage and admits, he figured this wouldn't be easy. But it's shaping up to be one hard-fought win. Camute launches through the crackling lightning, snarling, refusing to slow down. Up in the stands, Rainelle mutters to himself, straining to make out exactly what magic is being cast. He knows something's being thrown from up above the arena, he just can't pin down what. Still, he figures Llewellyn wouldn't use anything sloppy enough to get caught red-handed. After all, even if he were exposed, verifying cheating is literally the elder magician's job. Except one hooded elder magician, wrapped in dark purple energy, mutters to himself that no amount of evidence will matter. For now, all Rainelle can do is wait and trust Camute to pull off the win. Rainelle's mind keeps circling back, was this just one magician acting alone? Or is it Llewellyn himself, with every elder magician quietly in on it? If that's the case, his only real move is appealing to someone even higher up, the Imperial Palace's chief magician. One way or another, the truth is coming out. Problem is that chief magician works entirely in secret and isn't easily swayed. Summoning him would mean risking Namiel's own neck. So first, he needs at least the bare minimum of solid evidence. Not just a hunch, not just an assumption. Something actually worth staking his life on, and right then a crow shrieks nearby. It's Rainelle, flapping and cawing like her life depends on it. Namiel blinks. Wait, Rainelle. In her head, she's screaming bloody murder that jerk Llewellyn is using lightning magic. But all Namiel hears is noise. Is she just restless from sitting so long? Rainelle is losing it. Why isn't there some understand animal speech buff for male leads? She can't even turn human right now. Come on, Namiel, please just get it. So she doubles down, flapping and screeching with everything she's got. Llewellyn, lightning magic, stop it now. Namiel pauses. Did this crow just notice something? Thinking back, he realizes she's been acting weirdly sharp for a bird this whole time. Maybe, just maybe, she's trying to say the fight needs to stop. Rainelle nearly loses her mind with relief. Yes, finally, someone gets it. She swoops straight at Galino's next, cawing frantically that Carmute's going to collapse no matter how strong he is. Namiel nods slowly. At least somebody's finally on the same page as her. Galino's snaps into action. They can't just sit here, they need to stop this fight right now. But he's held back. Acting now would put their side at a disadvantage. They need real evidence first. I can't wait that long, he fires back. A composed, dark-haired courtier steps in to calm him down, tossing off a jab about how seriously Galino's is taking the bird of death's little tantrum. Big mistake. Galino's rounds on him. How dare he call her the bird of death? Her name is Rainelle Nim. The courtier backpedals fast, suddenly very sorry for insulting the crow his highness clearly adores, though he still insists they need a real plan before doing anything reckless. Off to the side, a flustered attendant asks a maid for advice on handling clashing egos among the nobility. Her answer, just smile, nod, and wait it out. Namiel can't help but smirk. Funny how every single one of them, deep down, is worried sick about Carmute. Elsewhere in the stands, a stranger with pale hair leans over to a young woman nearby, asking if she works in the palace. He doesn't recognize her at all. Man, it's just as chaotic on your end, he says. Mind filling me in on what's happening over here? She doesn't answer with words, she just points. Everyone look over there. All eyes swing back to the arena, where Galino's, the courtier, and Namiel Crow, still perched right on his arm, watch the fight hit its breaking point. Word rips through the crowd. His Highness Carmute is flat out suppressing His Highness Llewellyn. The Golden Wolf has him pinned, and Llewellyn coughs up blood beneath him. Even bloodied, Llewellyn still snarling, claws still swinging. Namiel's face lights up. Carmute's clearly worked out every trick Llewellyn's got. At this rate, he'll win clean without even needing to draw blood. The courtier turns to Galino's with a smug little grin. Guess they don't need to worry about stopping this Boskert after all. Even Rainelle finally relaxes. Looks like this ends before it gets any worse. What a relief, Namiel agrees, watching the bloodied wolf below. Carmute moves in for the finish. Across the stands, Galino's surges forward too, blade crackling with green energy. Then the whole crowd freezes. What? Because Llewellyn, mid-loss, suddenly shifts back into human form. Is he giving up on winning? Cut to a flashback. A hooded, purple-cloaked elder magician leans in close to a younger Llewellyn. If you ever can't win with the magic I've cast on you, he warns, I'll give you this as an absolute last resort. That method is the mage begins. Back in the present, human form, Llewellyn rises and turns to address the emperor himself. My most respectable highness. Rainelle's blood runs cold. He's about to frame someone. Llewellyn points a finger straight at Namiel, the silver-haired marquis who's always backed Carmute. As a royal and a magician of the tower, he announces, he cast a spell on Prince Carmute so he could win like a coward. Rainelle is stunned, speechless. He's actually stooping this low, framing an innocent man just to save his own skin. Llewellyn, smug as ever, doesn't even flinch according to the rules. Proof of this will be provided by the elder magicians themselves. And right on cue, a whole panel of them steps forward. Somewhere beneath it all, a huge, blood-red wolf silhouette looms in the shadows, and this chapter ends on exactly the gut punch you'd expect. Fresh off getting outclassed in the arena, Llewellyn just smirks to himself like he already won. I was a little behind in that bloody fight, he tells himself, but is that really such a big deal? Denial, never not funny. A hooded ally strokes his wolf head and Llewellyn practically purrs with the same delusional confidence. I was always going to win this anyway. Elsewhere, two hooded elder magicians size up Namiel. He's a good magician, one mutters, but not good enough to fool everyone. This whole conversation is theater staged to deceive the other elders. They make a show of checking for leftover magic and finding nothing unusual, although one of them trails off, like there's more he's not saying. So what do you think? One elder asks quietly, the real one, the other begins. Is him, comes the answer, as ominous magic swirls around a cloaked figure walking away into the crowd. The name hangs in the air like a verdict, Bupelos. A haunting image lingers. Namiel, Balfric, and Rainelle's crow form together over a chilling warning. Someone out there knows the truth about the research into demon realm magic. And if they know that much, the voice warns, they might also know exactly how Balfric really helped stop the demons in the first place. A hand snaps decisively, so I'm certain of one thing, the voice declares. In front of the whole arena, the accusation begins. The first prince, Balfric Ebel de Carmute, has used the power of demons to awaken, the voice continues, while the crowd holds its breath. And used that power to cheat in this bloody battle. The accusation lands like a bomb going off. The crowd erupts. What the heck is he saying? A furious voice roars back, there's a limit to making up lies. Did you lose your mind researching the demon realm? Undeterred, the accuser presses on. Has anyone noticed anything strange? Awakenings in the imperial family are supposed to happen before adulthood. But Prince Carmute awakened as an adult, and his new form and strength are anything but ordinary. Not to mention that whole incident where he mysteriously went missing, he adds, as a golden wolf silhouette glows behind the words. The accuser leans in, sharp-eyed and confident. I think that Prince Carmute faked getting attacked, faked going missing, and Marquis Namiel used black magic to awaken him. There it is, the real accusation. And right now, standing here, I can already tell the Marquis is involved in this. Namiel's had enough, this is a setup. The accuser doesn't let up, holding up a small vial as proof. After Prince Carmute returned, Namiel personally gave him the Craven rock that triggered his awakening. What do you mean, black magic? That's absurd. Namiel snaps, only for someone to needle him further. Oh, you got your hands on something even the Emperor can't easily get. The pressure keeps building. You handed a precious item to a prince who just survived an attack, almost like you were setting him up for revenge. Great timing, too great. I was just lucky, Namiel fires back. Do you have any actual evidence for this claim, Bupelos? The reply is smug and pointed. Are you calling the elder of the magic tower a liar? You've lived long enough to know better. Namiel's shoulders drop. I made a mistake, he thinks. At this point, nothing I say will change their minds. Then something shifts behind his eyes, then blue magic slices clean through the sky in one decisive stroke. Namiel moves, cloak flaring, committing fully to whatever drastic thing he's about to do. Marquis Namiel, someone shouts, and Balfric's face goes pale with alarm. What are you? Nadia, eyes brimming with tears, chokes out the rest of it. What are you doing, Marquis Namiel? Balfric straightens up, ready to make his own stand. But Namiel beats him to it. I'll even sacrifice my life if that's what it takes to prove it, so please. Call for the head of the imperial magicians and let them find out the truth. A foot slams down hard. Wait. Galinos, ever the loyal hothead, scoops up Rainelle's crow form and scolds Namiel. This is disappointing. It's my duty to risk my life for his highness. How could you act so recklessly? Sir Galinos, Namiel yelps while the whole arena seems to freeze at the sound of your highness. Galinos holds the startled crow aloft like a shield. Take my life first, you will not touch this crow, his highness adores her. Balfric watches Namiel and Galinos both throw themselves on the line for him, quietly stunned. They're going this far for my sake, he thinks bitterly. This is on me too, I should have known how cowardly they'd be. Across the arena, the smug elder magician just laughs it off. Ho ho, how dare you try to summon the head magician, even I can't get her to answer a call. So he sneers, what do you have to say to that? A voice cuts through the air. Murden, Bupelos actually laughs. Ho ho, you know that name and you're still asking me. A striking figure appears beside a startled Nadia, teasing lightly. You're being a little mean, Your Highness. With a flourish of her cloak, she announces herself properly. First, let me greet everyone. Shock ripples through the group. Nadia gasps, and Balfric and Namiel can barely believe who just walked in. This is Murden, the head of the Imperial Magicians herself. She cuts an imposing figure, draped in ornate white and crimson robes laced with chains, wearing a smile that says she already knows how this ends. I've answered the Emperor's call, she says simply. With a sly little smirk, she reveals something in her hand. The truth is about to come out whether anyone likes it or not. One of Bupelos' allies panics. Bupelos, what do we do? You said she'd never actually show up. Bupelos, unbothered, just muses. It's thanks to the Boskert that there's less bloodshed between nobles these days. Murden raises a hand, gathering golden magic. After all, she says coolly, this doesn't sit right with me. A massive golden magic circle blooms across the sky. This is exactly what injustice looks like. Glowing chains wind around Bupelos, binding him right where he stands. He grits his teeth against the magic, locking him in place. The mocking is over now. Murden's gaze moves on. I can't believe things went this far over one elder magician. I don't know if you're brave or just reckless. She addresses Balfric formally by his full name and title, all business now. Llewellyn, she finishes, rounding on him directly. Do you really think you're the only member of the imperial family who's ever thought like this? Llewellyn breaks into a nervous sweat. I don't know what you're talking about. Murden's tone turns almost weary. We're not even certain the previous duels were ever fair fights, but as someone who climbed to the throne because of one, I can tell you one thing, she continues, the words heavy with old history. In the memory that follows, two royal figures walk together, backs turned to us. A young man, unmistakably a younger version of the Emperor, recalls, when I took part in the Boskert myself. There was once a member of the imperial family who used magic just like you did. A wolf's silhouette flickers with stolen power in the memory. Lightning crackles through that old, illicit magic, replaying a crime no one was ever punished for. But I couldn't contest it, the young emperor admits, and the nobles on my side were ordered to stay silent. It's a cowardly thing to use magic in the Boskert, he adds, but it would be just as foolish to throw your life away fighting fair against it. Because if you die, he warns, you won't even be qualified to become emperor. Back in the present, Murden looks between both princes, unimpressed. Neither of you satisfied me, but at least I can see which of you struggles to earn real loyalty. In another old memory, a furious young man snaps, if you hadn't abandoned a servant like Wilhelm, you wouldn't have gotten caught so fast. Someone finishes with a dark little grin. Well, Balfric muses aloud, I always wondered what happened since I had to stay silent about it. Isn't it pointless to dig up something that's already over? You're right, Namiel agrees, then turns deadly serious. Llewellyn. No, Balfric cuts in. I don't know if you were just trying to win without getting caught, but now that everything's out in the open, cheaters have to answer for it. Llewellyn's eye flashes red, blood on his lip, teeth clenched. I won't let everything be taken from me. Dark magic crackles violently around his clenched fist. From this point onward, Balfric says quietly, staring up at the sky. Llewellyn's transformation twists his face into something desperate and monstrous, claws bared. Who would have thought I'd suffer like this? He screams, blood dripping from his own claws. If you're going to cut me out of the imperial family, he snarls, then I'll just become the next emperor myself, a truly unhinged declaration. A streak of blood-red magic tears across the open sky. And there stands Balfric, resplendent in white and gold, utterly unshaken because whatever comes next, he's ready for it. Somewhere in the smoke and blood, a voice snarls out a promise. I'm going to become the next emperor. Blood sprays across the sky. Something in this fight just turned very, very bad. A body crashes down through the chaos, and it's hard to tell who's still standing. An imperial official strides into the arena just as everything's falling apart. An elderly mage bursts forward shouting for the prince, and Namiel grabs at him. No, Murden, Nim, don't. Too late, Murden's already taking a jolt of golden lightning meant for someone else. A cold voice warns everyone off. The duel's never been officially called, so stepping in now means real trouble. Camute freezes mid-fight and roars out one word, father. Something dark and twisting cuts him off, no, father will, before the sentence even finishes. A furious caw rips through the air as Rainelle throws herself straight into the fight. Claws and feathers collide with whatever's coming for him. Rainelle and Camute move as one, driving straight at the threat while Namiel scrambles to keep up. She rakes her talons across its snout without a second of hesitation. Damn it, you bastard, someone snarls through gritted teeth. Anyone who interferes, all of you. The threat booms out right as Galinos and Namiel come charging in anyway, yelling for the prince and for Rainelle both. Whatever Llewellyn's turned himself into now, it barely looks human anymore. Rainelle spins through the air, strange magic crackling around her feathers. She screeches as blue lightning arcs way too close for comfort. Ayak, what is that? Someone shrieks an honestly fair question. Rainelle, mid-flight, is already narrating her own heroics in her head, something about protecting her future father-in-law and swooping in as backup. Somebody mutters not to get ahead of themselves, but even the seasoned fighters can't quite believe Llewellyn actually pulled off a full transformation. One onlooker jokes it looks like straight-up main character syndrome cosplay before turning dead serious Bupellos. What exactly is the third prince doing? Namiel lets out a shaky laugh. Apparently, even the Empire's head magician has never seen this kind of magic before. Camute just grunts it's nothing through the pain. Meanwhile, the hooded mage finally comes clean to a horrified apprentice. This whole time, he's just been helping Prince Llewellyn get exactly what he wanted. The shadow just grins, completely unbothered. Dark rose is blooming around it like it's already won. Oh no, it mutters, almost amused, I used too much energy on this temporary body. It dissolves into dust with a mocking little promise, I'll greet you again next time, Murden Nim. Murden just gives a tired nod back, it was an honor to meet you, like he's dealt with worse. Llewellyn, battered and alone now, spits out through his teeth, so this is how it ends. Rainelle dives straight at him with a furious caw while Namiel braces for whatever's next. A chain clatters to the ground as her cry echoes across the arena. She lands blow after blow while Camute, finally back on his feet, watches it happen. Your Highness, someone cries out, relief flooding in your safe. I knew he was only using a temporary body, we couldn't get anything useful out of him, one official admits. That's fine, comes the reply, this is more than enough to have him thrown out. And the others, Namiel asks, still fighting the shadow that crawled out of the demon realm, comes the grim answer. They don't even know what they're up against, should I step in? Then, gritted teeth, why hasn't it disappeared even with the mage gone? Namiel figures it out mid-cast, the shadows aren't running on the enemy mage's power anymore. They're feeding off Llewellyn himself. We need to knock him down to end this, Helium says. Murden just smiles, leaving it to the youngsters again, as always. You know me too well, Murden, Helium admits. You're right, I want to see Camute push through this himself. The boss Kurt still hasn't technically ended, Murden reminds him, which is exactly why nobody's stepped in yet. Camute grits his teeth as the dark magic coils tighter around him. It's painful, he admits to himself, but he doesn't stop. There are a few variables here even I didn't see coming, Camute thinks, fighting to stay clear-headed. But Rainelle's already diving in before he can even finish the thought. She comes in fearless, talons first. Jaws the size of a door snap shut just inches from where Camute was standing. A dark tendril lashes out, barely missing. Who cares about that? Rainelle snaps back, she is not backing off now. Camute's own claws finally connect, raking in deep. Feathers and shadow scatter with the impact. A streak of golden light cuts clean through the dark. And blame myself for it, Camute finishes, right as Rainelle swoops in again to back him up. The shadow wolf snarls back, teeth bared, refusing to go down easy. There are too many people I still need to protect, Camute roars, and he means every word. The shadow wolf roars right back, louder and uglier. Light and shadow collide in one blinding clash. It staggers just for a second, but Camute sees his opening. He takes it, unleashing everything he's got left. One clean, devastating strike straight through. Llewellyn's monstrous form goes flying, finally knocked down for good. He hits the ground hard and doesn't get back up this time. Reinelle circles back, calling out his name like she can't quite believe it's actually over. Your Highness, by Helium and Namiel both call out, rushing straight for him. Then comes the proclamation everyone's been waiting for. Finally, my successor has been decided. The victor is Balfric Ebel. To Camute, the whole arena erupts. Gold light bursts across the stands as the crowd loses it completely. Banners snap in the wind while the cheering just keeps building. Years of brutal succession fighting are finally over. After the dust settles, the magicians who'd conveniently stayed out of it all suddenly develop a conscience. They start feeling awfully responsible all of a sudden. Responsible enough at least to finally go hunting for the mage behind it all. Llewellyn, meanwhile, isn't getting off easy either. He's locked away in the imperial prison now, his fate resting entirely in Camute's hands. And as for the man who actually has to make that call, well, that's where things get complicated. Because Camute himself has been unconscious for days now. Bandages wrap nearly every inch of him. He sleeps on, still as stone, while everyone else waits. The priests already treated him, Namiel says quietly, and Myrddin's been keeping watch over his highness ever since. The two of them keep vigil together, refusing to leave his side. He'll wake up soon, Myrddin says, though he can't quite look away from the strange mark spreading faintly across Camute's hand. It's said that in the end, Camute was cursed by the demon he crossed blades with, and you can already see it eating into him. Is it really that serious? Yeah, it really is. Escorted through the halls in chains for his own safety, his once golden hair has gone ghostly pale. The sacred wolf's blood in him is the only thing keeping the pain bearable. But if this keeps going, that protection isn't going to hold for long. This curse is genuinely dangerous, and it's only getting worse. Worse still, it can actually feed off him and grow stronger. It latches onto desire itself. The stronger the want, the more power it steals. Grim, thorny stuff, basically whatever he wishes for, the curse is happy to weaponize. And there it is, glimpsed for a split second, the demon itself, all fangs and glowing eyes. Elsewhere, Gallinos presses for reassurance. Camute's a good-natured guy, so surely there's nothing to really worry about. Namiel just smiles and asks right back, isn't having a strong desire a good thing? Yeah, that cleared up nothing. So he offers to actually explain himself this time. It's all supposedly in the name of building a peaceful world. A peaceful world, he says, where everyone's freedom gets taken away and controlled. The image that flashes past is dazzling and cold at once, order, imposed by force. One person slipping up, he warns, and they'd be cut off from the world completely. A golden rose skewered clean through, pretty, and completely ruined. So he asks pointedly, is that really a good place to live in? Namiel's answer is simple, everything should be balanced, that's the whole point. In the demon realm, he explains, only the wicked end up gathered together. And heaven only takes the good, which leaves humans caught in between, unable to live by either rulebook. Gallinos panics, then we need to strip this curse off him right now. She wouldn't have to spell it out like this if that were actually possible. Turns out in this whole empire, only one source really understands the demon realm, the House of Bupelos. Getting rid of the curse completely, Namiel admits, is going to be brutally hard. A quiet footstep, then a name spoken with real respect, Myrddin Nim. Namiel introduces himself properly. He carries the sacred wolf's blood too, and he walks the path of magic. He's not just here to watch. He throws himself into the working, pouring in everything he's got. And the newcomer, gracious as ever, simply asks, is there something I can help with? Of course comes the answer. Behind a glowing door, the ritual finally gets underway. Outside, Nadia and Gallinos pace the hall, muttering that it's taking an awfully long while. Don't get too close, someone warns. The curse feeds on human desire, so everyone needs to clear out while they burn it away. That's why I'm out here too. Perched on the windowsill in crow form, Rainelle just watches, silently willing him to get better soon. I miss you, she thinks, staring at the dark window like it might somehow answer back. The light under the door holds steady, still no word. Then finally, all done, it's over. Word spreads fast through the halls that the danger's past. Then can we go in now? Nadia blurts, practically vibrating. Namiel, cradling Rainelle in crow form, just smiles. Yes, of course. Come on in, Rainelle Nim, he adds, and Gallinos immediately tries to invite himself too, getting a flat huh. in reply. Someone asks where exactly Marquis Namiel thinks he's sneaking off to, catching him mid-smirk, wiping his face clean. Oh, he sighs, he's just wiped out from pouring so much magic into that ritual. He'll rest up a bit. Life at the estate rolls quietly on while everyone waits for their prince to wake up. Soft light spills through the curtains of his room. It's almost time. And there he is, Camute, finally stirring, his golden hair back to normal now that the curse is gone. His eyes crack open, a smear of dried blood still on his lip. This is, where am I? He blinks up at the chandelier overhead, dazed, and the first thing on his mind is the fight. How did it go against the boss, Kurt? He's sure that right before he blacked out. He was screaming her name, Rainelle. He bolts upright in bed, bandaged and wild-eyed, ignoring every protest from his own battered body. What happened to Rainelle if she got hurt? Right there on the blanket, perfectly fine, a little crow is happily pecking at scattered flower petals. He drags himself upright, shirtless and bandaged, just to see her with his own eyes. She's safe, he breathes, hand pressed to the pendant at his throat. Thank God, he murmurs, reaching out to gently touch her feathers. Seriously, what a relief, and right on cue, Galinos comes crashing through the door. You're awake, Your Highness. Are you hurt anywhere? He demands, checking him over while someone else still curled up in that very same bed gets an unceremonious "Hey, wake up." No, Camute says, just a little foggy after lying still so long. Still, someone needs to fetch Murden Nim or Marquis Namiel. Galinos does a full double take. Something shifts in the air with a burst of magic. And a very human, very furious Rainelle sits bolt upright, dark hair whipping around her. Camute, you. You, she growls, then explodes, idiot. You got hurt like that? Why didn't you fight back against that bastard? He protests he's a patient right now, thank you very much, and Galinos just adds helpfully that he still needs a beating. I don't care if it was the Boskert or some cheap knockoff, she snaps, it makes no difference. You should have called the knights to gather, why did you have to fight him alone? Is your title just decoration? Are you even a prince? Galinos, way out of his depth, turns to Nadia for backup, who just shrugs. Isn't this basically a lover's spat? Wait, you were bleeding that much? Don't move, your wounds could reopen. Nadia and Galinos beat a hasty retreat, hollering that they'll go fetch the magicians. That's basically the same as almost dying. You promised me you wouldn't die. He knows exactly how unreasonable this all sounds, but in that moment it really was the only call he could have made. She knows that too, deep down, but watching him lie unconscious for days on end genuinely broke something in her. In the end, she admits she's the one being irrational here. What if, she starts, voice cracking, you hadn't kept your promise, you. I'm sorry, Rainelle, he says quietly, pulling her close. This was all on me. Stop moving, she scolds through tears, you still haven't recovered. Sorry for worrying you, Rainelle, he murmurs again, closer this time. If you want to be angry, he tells her gently, then be angry as much as you need to. He cups her face in his hands, and for a second neither of them says a word. And if you can't forgive me yet, don't nod until you actually feel better. Something in her just cracks wide open. No one's ever cared about her this much before, she admits, and here she is, a mess of feelings all over again. No, me too, he answers softly, I'm sorry for snapping at you, and that's right about where this night quietly fades to black. Use your imagination. Come morning, Rainelle is spiraling. I'm so stupid, she groans, I actually cried in front of him. Honestly, she just wants to crawl into a hole and disappear. Then the announcement lands, Marquis Namiel and Murden Nim have arrived. Right, she remembers, can't hide in a rat hole, but she can turn into a crow. Come in, he calls, bandaged shoulder and all, with a very convenient little crow now perched right beside him. In walks the group, Nadia, and leading the way, the man himself, Murden, gently asking how His Highness is feeling. Do you feel anything strange? He asks, all business as he checks him over. Just a little drowsy, otherwise I'm fine, Murden Nim, Camute answers, polite as ever. Ho ho, no need for the honorifics, comes the reply. No, he insists, I've heard plenty about you from my father, Murden Nim. What? Someone squawks because apparently nobody mentioned this guy personally tutors the emperor. You really didn't have to bring that up, Murden says, suddenly bashful. I'm a little shy about it, actually. Come to think of it, Murden muses, about your highness's crow, and something in Rainelle goes rigid. Why me? She thinks, bracing herself, as he casually notes she seemed to clock Llewellyn's cheating during the whole Boskert mess. Not only that she apparently stepped in and protected the Emperor when he was nearly attacked. The memory flashes back her, wings out, claws bared, launching herself straight at the threat. I have a feeling, Murden says slowly, that she understands every word we're saying right now. I don't think Camute starts to object. It's just an ordinary crow, he insists, flashing his most convincing smile. Don't you think so? Murden presses, turning that same knowing smile right on the crow. No way, did he actually figure out who I am? Rainelle's whole world quietly short-circuits, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us. Fresh off his brutal duel, the future emperor lies bandaged in bed, and perched right beside him is his one true confidant, a certain very special crow. He tells the crow flat out, there is no hiding her from his mentor Murden anymore. Now that he is set to become the next emperor, Murden tells him plainly, there is no reason left to keep this secret buried. Balfric has to admit, yeah, that tracks. He turns to ask the crow herself, Rainelle, what do you think about all this? She just tilts her head and lets out one very unimpressed little caw. He gently asks if she will finally show her true self, reminding her that no one can ever threaten her again, so she does not have to keep hiding inside that crow body. In a burst of feathers and light, the crow finally lets go and transforms right in front of everyone. Free at last, she declares she never has to hide who she really is again. Across the room, Namiel about falls over, stunned that the crow he has known this whole time just turned into a woman. The maids gasp that she was never just a clever bird, while a nearby aide just shakes his head, still not used to the sight no matter how many times he sees it. Everyone agrees this is one rare and precious bond the prince has stumbled into. Murden walks off deep in thought, the chain across his robes clinking softly. He murmurs that a crow who has actually eaten a Crovan rock is an incredibly rare thing to witness. Balfric catches the comment immediately, so Murden noticed it too, huh? Before he can even finish the question, Murden just chuckles, clearly enjoying keeping him in suspense. Turns out Murden once formed a lucky connection of his own, way back in his younger days. The memory pulls him back to a much younger version of himself, staff in hand, out in the freezing mountains. He remembers scrambling across icy rocks to save someone who could not save themselves. That someone, he explains, was also a crow who could change her shape. She was in bad shape when he found her, barely holding herself together. Even now, just picturing her again catches in his throat. Rainelle cannot help herself and blurts out the question everyone is dying to ask, is that crow still alive? She admits she really wants to know, and Murden just laughs, telling the cute lady it is fine to ask. He teases that she does not need human manners since she is technically a crow, and she squawks back that her inner sense of etiquette simply will not allow it. Rainelle wonders aloud what it would have been like if he had met his crow when he was even younger. Then the harder question creeps in, is she perhaps already gone, since crows usually only live 10 to 15 years? A rare few make it as far as 20, Murden adds. But compared to a human lifetime, he admits, it is still painfully short. Murden fusses over Balfric like an old worrywart, warning him he will catch a cold standing around half-dressed. Then his tone shifts and he says her name with real weight. The room goes quiet, everyone bracing for what comes next. Murden tells Balfric to hold his questions a moment longer, he needs an answer to his own question first. He turns to Rainelle and asks if he can pose a question to her before he answers anything himself. He asks her straight out, if her time came before everyone else's in this room, what would she do? Rainelle stands still for a long moment, letting the question sink in. Her usual spark fades as she really sits with it. Then she answers, quiet but sure, since every moment she gets is precious. She is not about to let a single one of them slip away. And she will do everything she can for the people she loves while she is here. The moment settles into something tender between her and Balfric. That way, she says, she will not have a single regret. Balfric can only breathe her name, clearly moved. Rainelle bounces back fast though, reasoning that in a world with actual magic there has got to be a fix for this, right, Camute? He backs her up instantly, swearing he will find a way even if it means mobilizing the entire empire to do it. Murden laughs at the two of them, calling them an impossibly positive pair, but tells them that will not actually be necessary. Because he says, needless to say, his own crow is still alive. Enter Hampel, that very crow, too unwell today to travel and clearly gutted to miss the chance to meet Rainelle in person. Murden tells her gently not to worry, there will be a next time, and sends her off to rest. Right now she is just dozing off back at his mansion, he says, probably dreaming about snacks. It clicks for Balfric all at once. Wait, that means. Murden confirms the theory, it still needs proper research, but crows who eat Crown rocks may end up sharing a human lifespan after all. Rainelle nearly keels over with relief, and Balfric has to catch her before she hits the floor. Murden smiles, saying he was just as nervous once, so he knows exactly how she feels. That crow, Hampel, he explains, is someone very important to him. She stayed by his side for years, and he could not stand the thought of losing her too soon, so he poured his whole life into studying everything he could about Crown rocks. That, he admits, is exactly why Rainelle caught his attention in the first place. Crows who have actually eaten a Crown rock are almost impossible to find, which has kept his research stuck for years. So he asks Balfric and Rainelle directly for their cooperation. Would that be alright with them? Of course, Rainelle says without hesitation, she has plenty of questions about her own condition too. Balfric has one condition of his own before they agree, and he pulls a necklace off his own neck to make his point. A single blue teardrop sapphire catches the light. Murden recognizes it instantly. That is the necklace Rainelle wore before she was ever kidnapped. Balfric asks him to fix it up properly, and to pack it with stronger, more refined magic, enough to actually protect her this time. Rainelle just whispers his name, touched that he has been carrying that fear the whole time. He clearly cannot stop replaying what happened to her before, that empty cage still haunting him. Murden examines it and picks up traces of the Marquis's own magic already woven inside. Infusing more magic in will not be hard, he says, but a sapphire this size opens up some serious possibilities. Balfric's eyes go wide. Wait, does he mean? Murden just grins and confirms it. With that necklace reinforced, Rainelle could actually have the option to sign a full spiritual contract. A spiritual contract? Rainelle can hardly believe what she is hearing. After all, Murden points out, crows are flying creatures at heart. So wouldn't a spirit of the wind be the perfect match for her? Back at the estate, Rainelle's crow pendant catches an elder magician's eye. Turns out it might qualify her for something no crow has ever had, a real spiritual contract. Balfric about chokes and Rainelle just about falls over. A spiritual contract? Crows are not even supposed to be spirit-worthy. The elder muses out loud. With all that sky and freedom in her, would not a wind spirit suit Rainelle best? But she catches herself mid-sentence, choosing her next words carefully. Someone points out the obvious problem. Do not you need mana and spiritual affinity just to bond with a spirit in the first place? Namiel jumps in. Since Rainelle already swallowed that mysterious Crown rock, the normal rules might not even apply to her. Still, the elder is not reckless. There is zero precedent for a non-human signing a spiritual contract, and she wants to tread carefully. She lays out her logic. Animals were living wild and free long before humans ever showed up. Unlike people, animals do not bend nature to their needs, which means their spiritual affinity runs naturally high. And since Rainelle can shapeshift into a human body, that alone proves she has got plenty of mana to spare. Magic ripples off her transformed frame as if to prove the point. Namiel is not done though. He says there is still a piece of the Crown rock mystery nobody has ever cracked. Everyone knows anyone who eats the rock awakens and gets handed a brand new ability, like some kind of mystery fruit. Except no one has ever actually found a Crown rock growing on a plant, not once. They just turn up, random locations, no explanation, like they fell out of the sky. So Namiel drops the logical bomb. Whatever a Crown rock is, it is definitely not a fruit. The whole room goes quiet, turning that over, Balfric included. Balfric clutches his chest like he has just been hit with something. If it is not a fruit, then what in the world is it? The elder finally lays out the old legend everyone half remembers. Everybody knows the Croban rock traces back to a divine wolf from the empire's own founding myth. What is not so well known is the part even the theologians gloss over. The divine wolf's closest companion, it turns out, was a black bird. That divine black bird plucked out its own feathers for its crow descendants, scattering them across the earth. So there it is, plain and simple. The Croban rock was never made for wolves at all. It was made for crows from the very beginning. Which means whatever power is buried inside Rainelle, it has been waiting for her kind specifically. Cut to Rainelle, hair falling over her face, quietly processing that she might be talking proof of an ancient myth. They sketch out a ritual circle in the sand. Normally you would need to belong to the church to even attempt a spiritual contract. But since Rainelle is already halfway there, all they need to do is fake a natural setting good enough to fool the ritual. One warning before they start, this takes serious focus, so nothing can afford to break her concentration. Nadia and Balfric both jump to volunteer, eager to help however they can. The elder puts Namiel on cleanup duty. Somebody has to mop up any stray mana that overflows and his back is already complaining. Namiel hesitates. What if their mana gets tangled together mid-ritual? As long as it is not a huge amount, he is told it will be fine. He can hardly believe it. Of all people, he is the one who gets to guide Rainelle through this, and he is taking the job seriously. Magic cracks through the air as he channels it in, giving the elder the go-ahead. Balfric walks Rainelle out to the ritual site, quietly checking in. Will she really be all right? She is clearly nervous, and the wind picking up around her is not helping. I'm fine, she insists, just shaking a little. Sure, Rainelle, sure. In her head, though, she is screaming. A real spiritual contract, this is straight out of her wildest fantasies. She talks herself down. It is not like she is about to become some overpowered munchkin overnight, probably. A glowing circle blooms beneath her feet as the ritual kicks into gear. Her only real wish, to get strong enough that she does not always need someone else watching her back. A voice that is not quite human tells her she is about to get a glimpse into the world of spirits. Energy floods through her, and reality starts to blur at the edges. She is pulled straight down into a shimmering, dreamlike realm. Countless spirits drift around her like glowing birds caught in slow motion. Woe is about all she can manage. She tumbles through the light completely weightless, eyes wide with wonder. There are so many spirits around her, she cannot even count them. Somewhere in the swirl she wonders out loud, which one of you is about to become mine? And stick with me for good. Something flickers past her and she freezes. Somewhere outside the vision, Namiel smiles. Once you find a spirit on your exact wavelength, he says, you will know. The instructions are simple, say its name. Whatever name comes to mind first, just say it. Name, she starts searching for the right one. Light erupts around her as something answers back. She reaches into the glow, eyes locked on something only she can see. Cupped gently in her hands, her spirit, actually truly hers. It steps fully into view for the first time, small, pale, and glowing softly. She pulls it close to her chest like she is afraid it might vanish if she lets go. Just like that, the vision fades and the real world rushes back in, leaves settling gently around her. Namiel catches sight of her and just breathes out an "oh, it actually worked." Rainelle looks down mid-step and realizes something is different. My clothes have changed, again she mutters, baffled. She has swapped dark feathered layers for something soft, teal, and laced with flowers. She had not even clocked the wardrobe changes before now. There was a lot going on, to be fair. Turns out her outfit shifts on its own whenever her mood changes, or whenever she picks up a new ability. So my clothes just match my vibe now, feels like I am in a game, she jokes, turning to her new spirit for a second opinion. What do you think, Mui? She chats away at the little spirit floating by her hand like it is the most normal thing in the world. Up close, the thing is honestly adorable, small, round, fluffy, with tiny little antennae. She asks it a straight question and gets nothing back. It's okay, don't be sorry, she laughs off while Balfric nearly combusts over how cute it is. We'll figure it out together with Granny Murden's help, right, of course. Later, Balfric tugs her a little closer, grumbling that visiting too often is going to be troublesome. Translation, he just does not want their time alone together getting cut short. The two of them lean in close, the moment turning unmistakably soft. "Right, Rainelle?" he asks, clearly fishing for agreement. Their hands find each other, without either one really deciding to. She just smirks back. "Really?" All tease, zero denial. Then she turns it into a bit, asking Mui if his face is so handsome it doesn't even make sense. Balfric turns beet red. "Shouldn't you be used to this by now? You're making me blush," he complains while pulling her in anyway. "Guess I'll just have to get used to it," she says, doves scattering into the sunset behind them. There is still plenty of time ahead for all three of them. Cut to somewhere much darker, a prison cell, and a warning that the danger inside it has not fully passed. The prisoner's body, we're told, has been badly eroded by demonic energy after prolonged exposure to something called the Bupelos. That exposure has cost him something huge. The golden light that once marked him as royalty is gone. Balfric and Namiel study him through the bars. Leave him like this and he will not last much longer, so what now? The Emperor has handed every blood victor, Balfric included, full authority to punish the man as they see fit. Left to his own instincts, Balfric admits he would get rid of him right now, no hesitation. But he catches himself, jaw tight, clearly wrestling with the decision. There is still information they need out of this guy first, and Balfric has no idea how he is actually going to pull that off. Camute heads down into the dungeon to see the brother who just tried to have him killed in the arena. Staring down at Llewellyn chained up in the dark, one question eats at him: is there even a way to save this guy? "Are you trying to play merciful now after everything you've done?" Llewellyn sneers. Don't expect him to grovel and turn over some new leaf. He fights the chains with everything he's got, screaming pure refusal into the dark. "I don't regret a second of how I've lived," he spits, blood and fangs on full display, not an ounce of shame in his eyes. His only regret, he snarls, is that he didn't manage to kill Camute and the rest of them when he had the chance. Camute, unbothered, just draws his sword a little and taunts him, "So, try and save me." From the shadows, Llewellyn swears it right back. No matter what Camute does, he'll make sure to kill him as painfully as possible. Namiel isn't exactly rushing to answer him. "Are you ignoring me?" Camute presses and Namiel just blinks back an innocent "what?" "If there wasn't a way," Camute snaps, "you wouldn't have given me the choice and told me Llewellyn would die." He's not letting this go. Namiel finally cracks a grin. "As expected, you're sharp," he says. "Of course there's a way." He was just waiting to see if Camute would ask. He pulls out a glowing bracelet. Llewellyn's been soaking in demonic energy far too long to just cure like last time, but this thing might buy him more time. A magic item built for exactly one purpose: extending a life that's already running out. Camute turns the bracelet over in his hand, half hopeful, half wary. Namiel lays out the catch. It's a heaven-blessed artifact, and if Llewellyn can be made to swear an oath of obedience with it, the sacred wolf blood in his veins and the bracelet's heavenly power would resonate together and choke out the demonic corruption eating him alive. Llewellyn's eyes go wide with dread the second he realizes exactly what's about to be forced onto him. Overhead, a certain crow can't resist a jab about hearing a dog bark, while Llewellyn howls that this thing works without his consent, not that anyone's asking. Camute isn't doing this out of kindness either. Keep Llewellyn alive and he can finally squeeze information out of him about someone called Bupelos who slipped away. Llewellyn's dragged into his wolf form, fur matted with churning dark corruption, and since he's an awakened, that raw strength is worth keeping around too. But above all else, watching him reduced to this broken, pathetic state. Llewellyn thrashes through the pain, still screaming defiance with everything he has left. Makes Camute decide he'd rather drag this out. More humiliation beats a clean death. Letting him die now would honestly be too easy, not after everything Camute is still holding against him. "Just kill me," Llewellyn screams, and for once he actually means it. Somewhere else in the palace, Rainelle gives the whole situation a delighted, cackling thumbs up. Word about Llewellyn's new humiliating circumstances spreads through the palace fast, and half the court can't stop laughing about it. Broom in hand, former Prince Llewellyn gets straight to work. Camute explains the terms plainly. He's decided to keep Llewellyn alive for now, but he can't just look past an attempted assassination of the Emperor either. So every shred of status Llewellyn once had is gone. He's demoted straight down to the lowest rank in the entire imperial palace. Rainelle can't get over it. The man who used to sneer down at Camute now can't lift a finger against him. Llewellyn just mutters through gritted teeth that he'll get them all back someday. The court nobles pile on too, mocking him openly to his face, a loser who committed crimes and still couldn't even win. If you don't have the ability, at least keep some dignity. One needles and Llewellyn finally cracks, screaming for them all to shut up. He rounds on Rainelle next, snarling that some bird of death has no right to look down on him right before he's hauled back before he can do a thing about it. "I'll finish you all off myself," he swears, heads and all. Big talk from a guy currently armed with nothing but a broom, and everyone treats it exactly that seriously. "Oh, is that so?" Rainelle drawls, not remotely threatened. "You go get 'em, champ." Then something else sets her off entirely, and she nearly upends the whole tea tray in a huff. Nadia the maid does a double take. "Wait, is that actually His Majesty Llewellyn sweeping the halls?" "You've got that wrong, Nadia," someone cuts in fast. "He's not a prince anymore, no need for the royal titles." Rainelle even bans anyone from using polite speech around him anymore, and poor Nadia isn't quite sure how to feel about that. The message is blunt either way. Llewellyn is now officially beneath everyone in the room. Rainelle tasks Nadia with something new: help train the palace's newest, lowest-ranked junior. Nadia isn't exactly confident. She's never trained anyone before, but if the future emperor is asking her personally, then she's not about to say no to a special assignment like this. She squares her shoulders, dead serious. She is going to whip this man's body back into working order one way or another. The storage room she drags him to looks like it hasn't seen daylight in years. "Here we are," Nadia chirps, way too cheerfully for what's about to happen. "Clean every single item in this room until there's not a speck of dust left," she orders, "then sort it all by category, and if he half-asses it, he's doing the whole thing over again." Slumped over his broom, Llewellyn has to wonder if he's actually going to survive this. Somewhere in the palace, someone swears they can hear distant suffering on the wind. Time skips ahead to quieter days, Camute savoring a good cup of tea for once. Not every threat has vanished, but at least the one person who mattered most still shows zero interest in Rainelle, and that alone is a relief. It's a small mercy, but Rainelle is safe, and now there's even a new little guardian looking out for her. A tiny wind spirit happily munching on cookies has been assigned to help watch over her too. "Now then," Camute says, setting down his cup. He figures they can finally relax a little, which means it's time to move on to the next step. "Rainelle," he starts. Most of the nobility still has no idea she even exists, and he wants to make sure her time in the palace stays comfortable. He's thinking she could start appearing publicly, but since she isn't nobility, some people won't be able to threaten her life outright, but they could still make things difficult for her. Makes sense to her, after all. A crow is basically a walking death omen as far as most nobles are concerned. "Exactly," Camute says, reaching for her hand, "which is why I've been thinking. If she had the acknowledgement of the single most powerful person in the empire, nobody would dare touch her." He clears his throat, suddenly nervous. "His Majesty the Emperor, my father. Could I introduce you to him, officially?" he asks. Rainelle's face goes completely blank with shock. Her brain skips clean past meeting the Emperor and lands on one very different phrase: a marriage meeting. She chugs her tea just to have something to do with her hands, completely spiraling. Rainelle's mind goes completely blank. A marriage meeting? Since when did this become a marriage meeting? She spirals harder, sure she's somehow about to blunder into her very first ever meet the parents moment. Meanwhile, Camute strides off with that same icy composure. The kind of guy, it seems, who could fight his own siblings to the death without shedding a single tear. Her spiral continues. What if she gets kicked out for failing to win the Emperor's approval? Her imagination runs completely wild, conjuring up a full melodrama scene of some furious noblewoman shoving cash at her and screaming at her to stay away from her son. Even in her own nightmare scenario, she's still fretting. What if he just doesn't like me, while a cheerfully unbothered little Camute tells her not to worry so much? Camute reassures her there's no reason his father would disapprove of her, then he pauses, however if he does. His voice turns dead serious. He'll persuade the emperor, he says, by whatever means necessary. A guard announces the prince's arrival at the emperor's chambers. Tell him to come in, comes the reply. Camute walks the long corridor alone toward his father's room, his expression carefully unreadable. Perched on his arm in crow form, Rainelle takes in the emperor's private quarters for the very first time. Even without knowing why, something about this room just feels dangerous to her. She wonders if she can hold it together without getting scared, right as the emperor's voice cuts through the silence. You're here, heir to the throne. The emperor shifts where he sits, heavy ceremonial robes pooling around him. Still in crow form, Rainelle quietly notices just how much worse his complexion has gotten. Don't worry about that, the emperor says, it's to be expected. Father, Camute answers simply. Camute stands before his bedridden father, Rainelle perched loyally on his arm. He explains he thought it best to introduce her in person. Feathers burst into light as Rainelle shifts into her human form right there, stammering out a nervous hello, your majesty. I am Rainelle, she manages, finally standing fully human before the emperor for the first time. Her transformation settles, borrowed court dress falling neatly into place. She fumbles through a proper greeting, then completely short-circuits. Ugh, I'm so nervous I can't get my words out right. I'm doomed, she wails internally until the emperor cuts in, amused. You won't get arrested for speaking casually with the imperial family. Still, she manages only a small "is that so," while he assures her that learning proper formality will only help her down the line. There's clearly a reason my son is introducing you to me personally, the emperor says, studying her closely. He needles Camute. I assumed you'd simply decided to fight your own siblings over one little crow, but there's more to it than that, isn't there? How amusing, the emperor says dryly, that you'd already worked out your own theory before I said a word. It's simple, he continues. Bringing her to me proves you've finally made up your mind. Now I can leave everything to you in peace. And then he adds simply leave. Rainelle freezes, you're leaving. His hand tightens around the sheets. I'm going to my wife, he says quietly. A wolf always finds its way back to its true mate, he murmurs, the silhouette of a young couple flickering through the memory behind him. Rainelle can only manage a small, stunned "oh." There's no need to look like that, Camute tells her gently. The two of them stand quietly at his father's bedside, the weight of what he just said settling over the room. There's nothing to worry about, the emperor tells them, no need to fear dying. Then, turning, also Camute. You're worried about the court's opinion and want my formal blessing for this young lady. But what kind of wolf welcomes a companion while staring down a moment like this? You're already a full-grown wolf, he tells his son plainly. There's no point earning acceptance from a dying man, he says. If you think she's worth protecting, then put your own life on the line and do it yourself. Camute goes quiet, genuinely caught off guard. I did not think this through. And Rainelle, the emperor says, turning his attention to her directly. Yes, she squeaks, already bracing herself. What if he scolds me? That will probably make him even happier, the emperor says instead, taking her hand warmly. The two of them quietly head out of the chamber together. Everyone always told her the emperor was an impossible, difficult man, Rainelle thinks. She believed it blindly. But it turns out he has a side like this too. She can't help smiling, genuinely moved. I'll do everything I can for Camute, she tells him sincerely. Good, he answers, then that's enough, the emperor finishes, then leave this nagging old man be. Take this blessing for your future together, he says, pressing a small living plant into her hands. I pray for the two of you to be happy, he finishes, as the scene drifts out over the quiet garden below. Outside, Rainelle lets out a long sigh. What do I even do now, she wonders. It's basically confirmed at this point, she thinks, that she's Camute's mate. Rainelle, he says softly, noticing her mood shift. I'm sorry, he tells her as they walk. Have I made things harder for you, he asks. No, she insists quickly. I'm not saying I hate it, please don't misunderstand, she clarifies. I'm just a little confused, that's all, she admits. If anything, she thinks, I should be ecstatic about all this. But every time something like this happens, all her old doubts come flooding right back up. Is it really okay for me to fall for Camute? She wonders quietly to herself. Because here's the thing, this world keeps moving forward like any other, but it's also the world of a game she once played back in her old life. A memory surfaces, a glowing system prompt asking who she'd hand some in-game item to. It would be so easy, she thinks, to just keep living happily ever after with Camute exactly like this. The game's own happy END screen flashes through her memory, roses and all. But what happens, she asks herself, when the original female lead finally shows up? In her mind's eye, she pictures an altar that was never really meant for someone like her. And what if that female lead decides she wants the Camute route for herself? It's not that I don't trust Camute, she tells herself. But she thinks, tears welling despite herself. More than anything, she admits, I honestly don't know. What's going to happen to me, she wonders, staring up into the dark. No, in a way, she realizes, I don't even exist in this story at all. I'm just someone who shows up now and then in the background. In other words, a foreign object stuck inside someone else's story. The moment the real female lead appears, she imagines, her own reflection starts to glitch and shatter beneath the girl's golden hair. Worst case, she could end up completely erased from this world altogether. I'm not scared of that, she decides, steadying herself. I've already said it before, she reminds herself. I just want to help the people around me as much as I possibly can. Back in the present, Camute pulls her close, completely unaware of the storm of doubt hiding behind her calm smile. If anything ever goes wrong, she thinks, pulling slightly back from him then. Camute could get hurt because of me, she realizes. Rainelle, he asks, catching her sudden change. That, she admits, is what scares her most of all. The two of them walk on quietly through the palace garden together. I really do treasure Camute, she thinks, watching him beside her. To the point that nothing could ever change that, she decides. At least, not until the female lead actually appears and everything's confirmed. However, she admits, I honestly don't know. Whether what she feels for him is real, romantic love or something else entirely. Until she's sure, she has to keep it hidden. Camute glances over at her, quietly wondering what's going on behind those thoughtful eyes. For now, she decides, hiding her feelings really is the best solution she's got. Camute's been chewing on one question for a while now. Does he treasure her like a lover or just as family? The leaves keep falling and so does his focus. He still can't land on an answer. Out on a quiet stroll, Rainelle and Camute walk side by side, the tension between them thick enough to touch. She steals a glance back at him, her chest tight with the same unspoken question. She can't even bring herself to look him in the eye, not with this conversation hanging over them. What face is he making right now, she wonders. Disappointment, rejection. Camute starts to answer, and even his back looks nervous. Thank you for being honest with me, he says quietly. Then he admits a truth of his own. He says he'd sort of already guessed how she really sees him. Her eyes well up. That wasn't the reaction she was braced for. He figured she'd have doubts, he admits. On paper, a crow and a wolf don't exactly make sense together. She can only manage a small O, but he presses on, since she did just tell him she treasures him above everyone else. That's more than enough to make him grin ear to ear. He's genuinely happy. She says his name, unsure what's coming next. He tells her straight, maybe she only said that to smooth things over. But as for him, he says, he's known exactly which direction his own feelings point for a long, long time. Every time he looks at her, he says she's beautiful, and everything she does he finds impossibly endearing. He never wants to see her hurt or crying ever again. He folds her hand into his, feathers and all. And he doesn't want anyone else to ever see this side of her, only him. He needed the whole world to know it too. He confesses that she belongs to him and only him. Even after saying all of that out loud, he still doesn't think words are enough to capture how he feels about her. Watching him lay his heart bare like this, she can't help but marvel. Since when does the untouchable first prince trust anyone this much? Her mind drifts to a darker memory of his, a young Camute caught in the middle of violence he never asked for. In the memory, he's begging someone he trusted, "You promised you'd stand by me no matter what happened." The answer comes cold and final, don't hold onto too much resentment right before the blade falls. Because he hadn't awakened his power yet, they told him nobody would ever be on his side. He screams no. Now, though, things are different. Camute walks into the palace surrounded by people who actually have his back. I'm different, Rainelle thinks, watching him. She's not going anywhere. From the moment their paths crossed in that forest, his whole fate started bending in a new direction. He's not alone anymore, not since her. Back in the present, the two of them stand together as the sky turns gold. He admits that at first, what he felt for her was different, simpler, back when she was still just a crow. Even so, somewhere along the way she'd already carved out a huge part of his life long before she ever learned to walk on two legs. Once she could take human form, he says, it was only a matter of time before those feelings turned into something more. She just breathes his name, overwhelmed. He's quick to add he won't pressure her into feeling the same way. He just wants permission to do one thing. Permission for what exactly, she asks. To work on making her feelings match his own. Wait, is he saying he wants to seduce her? The air between them goes charged. Rose is practically blooming out of the tension. If she says yes, he tells her he'll be happier than he's ever been, and in that one moment she's blushing way too hard to think straight. Before she can even weigh it, the word yes is already halfway out of her mouth. That look in his eyes is just too sincere to argue with. Whatever worries she has about the future, she decides, okay, let's do this. She figures turning him down again would honestly be too cruel to him, so she tells him, go ahead, do what you want. He thanks her by name, looking way too pleased with himself. And well, he promises he'll try his very best, sure he will. The two of them wander the palace grounds together, wrapped up in their own little bubble. Quietly though, Rainelle wishes the bigger mysteries hanging over her would sort themselves out just as fast. If they did, she thinks, she could finally let her guard down completely. And maybe then she could finally tell Camute exactly how she feels too. But peace never lasts long around this palace. The sky itself seems to know something's coming. 2 weeks later, the imperial banners are already being raised for what's coming. The palace grounds fall unusually quiet beneath their shadow. All eyes turn toward the empire's ailing emperor. And just like that, he's gone, passed on beyond the world of the living. In his final moments, he'd asked his chamberlain, Murden, for one thing, look after Camute. Murden had answered without hesitation, of course, knowing that boy, he'll be just fine. Even so, the emperor pressed, make sure of one more thing. Make sure Camute lives a happier life than his father ever did. And quietly, do you have any regrets, sir? He's honestly not sure anymore, and besides, that's not really the question that matters. He thinks he's just tired, that's all. His eyes finally close for the last time. And somewhere beyond, a familiar figure is already waiting for him. His late wife, Camute's mother, greets him with the same warm smile he remembers. She reaches out her hand, and he takes it without a second thought. Together, the two of them walk on, finally reunited. Back at the palace, Camute doesn't shed a single tear. He just stands there in the quiet, hollowed out. Instead, without a word, he pulls Rainelle into a hug. He just holds on and doesn't let go for a long, long time. Grief, as it turns out, doesn't clock out on a schedule. After the funeral, Camute's life turns into an absolute avalanche of duty. Letters, seals, decrees, his desk barely has room to breathe. With the coronation looming, there's a mountain to prepare before he can officially become emperor. He barely looks up from the paperwork. To calm the nervous capital, his people report back. Llewellyn's remaining loyalists have been wiped out. Good work, comes the approving reply from one of Camute's hooded agents. But the search for that rogue magician has hit a wall. Every guild member's been questioned and there's still nothing. It's like the man vanished into thin air. Camute tells them to keep watching and asks what's become of that magician. Meanwhile, Rainelle is parked on a windowsill watching the courtyard, worried sick. She just hopes he's okay. He's been racing through his workload trying to free up time for her, and she's pretty sure he hasn't slept in days. Down the hall, his poor staff aren't doing nearly as well, buried in paperwork and screaming that they'll finish it all within the week. Rest in peace to everyone dragged into Camute's one-man productivity marathon. Still, Rainelle can't shake the feeling that he's pushing himself way too hard. Somewhere in the palace, a door slams hard enough to rattle the windows. It's a little girl, absolutely furious that Camute has stood her up again after promising to see her today. Big brother is a liar, she declares, stomping her foot. Whoever this tiny troublemaker is, she clearly isn't used to being told no. Meet the palace's tiniest terror. Every single day this little golden-haired girl storms in demanding to know where her big brother is, and today's no different. Big brother is a liar, she wails, stomping those little heels like the world's ending. She works herself into a full meltdown, dress flying, absolutely done waiting around. Watching quietly from across the room is our girl Rainelle, still in crow form, recognizing this tiny troublemaker instantly. She's a regular. My nanny says people who break promises are bad, the girl huffs, working up to a real threat. And bad people get punished by the heavens. Turns out this little spitfire has a name, Sapphire. Though underneath all the fury, she quietly admits she doesn't actually want her brother punished. Turns out she's not just some random kid, either. She's Camute's baby sister, years younger, the youngest princess of House Balfric itself. And her story's a heavy one. After the second prince and the empress died, the family did everything they could to shield baby Sapphire, who was barely old enough to walk. So they sent her off to grow up quietly, far from the palace, with only her nanny for company. Cut off from everyone else, she latched onto the one person who kept showing up, her big brother Camute. Every rare visit from him became the highlight of her whole world. But when the emperor's funeral rolled around, Sapphire got called back to live in the palace full time. Her whole little life got packed into a single trunk. And that's how we get here. Every single day without fail she comes looking for Camute. I can't take it anymore, she groans. I'm just going to wait right here until big brother gets back, she declares, and honestly, Rainelle's kind of into it. Free entertainment while she waits for Camute too. She's unbearably cute, Rainelle thinks, watching her pout. Wait, hang on, there might be a problem here. That problem announces itself immediately. Turns out Sapphire absolutely, positively hates crows. Here, get out, she screeches, hurling the poor bird straight out the window. And don't you dare come back. Midair, Rainelle is spiraling, chased off by the love interest's little sister before the story even really starts. Not exactly the debut she planned. Sapphire, confused, points out she'd literally opened the window for someone else. Why aren't you going out? First things first, Rainelle figures, try to reason with the kid. Caw, sweetheart. Normally I'd love to hear such an adorable request, she caws, but this happens to be where I live, so let's just skip it this once. Sapphire understandably hears only noise. What are you even saying? Stop cawing and get out. Right, crow form, she can't understand a word of this. Maybe it's time to go human. Nope, new plan first, hide out until Camute gets back. She ducks behind a wardrobe. Sapphire freezes, completely stumped. Where did the bird go? Sorry, sweetie, Rainelle thinks, peeking out. A girl's got alive somewhere. Wait, she sees me. Sapphire's not giving up that easy, hopping up onto a chair. You think hiding's going to save you? Get out here right now. She scrambles higher, arms stretched up after the bird, absolutely committed to the mission. Her resolve is terrifying, Rainelle thinks. She really is Camute's sister. Wait, what happens if she falls doing that? Right on cue, a familiar voice cuts in. What is going on here, Sapphire? Camute's back and not thrilled. What are you doing? This is dangerous. He storms in just as she's still climbing, arm outstretched toward the crow. Sapphire tries to explain, just chasing off a bad bird, that's all, and that's exactly when it goes wrong. Her foot slips, the floor drops away. Sapphire, Camute's blood runs cold. She's falling for real now, nothing to grab onto. Rainelle doesn't hesitate, diving in as magic crackles to life around her. Camute's right behind her, his own power surging to catch his sister too. What is this? Am I flying? Sapphire gasps, hanging safely in midair. Somewhere nearby, a very relieved crow exhales. Phew, made it in time. Camute scoops her up safe and sound. Thank you for helping, Rainelle, he says quietly. Thanks to you, she's not hurt. Here, Sapphire, he sets her down gently, then nudges her toward the real point. Shouldn't you be thanking someone? That doesn't mean birds like her are bad, Camute tells her softly. Did you know Rainelle saved my life too? If it weren't for her, I'd be dead. Sapphire goes quiet. Camute nudges her along. Go on. A good kid says thank you when someone helps them, right? He ruffles her hair, teasing. I get it, quit pushing me, she mutters, cheeks going pink. She shuffles over to the crow, working up the nerve. Thank you for helping me, she says, and thank you for saving Big Brother Carmute's life too. I was just angry before, I'm really sorry about that. Off to the side, Carmute is absolutely melting, so cute, while Rainelle just calls it off. It's fine, these things happen. Then Sapphire straightens up. Excuse me, Crow, if you're really not a bad bird after all, could I ask you for something? Carmute steps back to let them talk, the room going quiet. My nanny always told me, Sapphire starts, that black birds are really, really scary. We flash back, a much younger Sapphire tucked into bed, her nanny leaning in close. Princess, if you don't sleep, a black bird might come take you away, Tilda. They carry off anyone close to death, the nanny warns, not to heaven, not to hell, but to the underworld to wander and suffer forever. And then one by one it actually happened. My second big brother, my mother. Even my father, all of them gone. Back in the present, Sapphire's voice cracks. I don't want Big Brother Carmute to die too. The fear finally spills over, tears and all. And just like that, Rainelle gets it. This was never really about hating crows, it was a little girl trying to protect the only family she has left. I don't know if this will actually help, Rainelle thinks, but let's try. She calls on her spirit magic, and light begins pouring off her feathers. Butterflies bloom out of thin air, swirling in every color. More and more of them fill the room, drifting like something out of a dream. The whole space lights up, soft and glowing. Sapphires lifted right off the ground, dress rippling as butterflies spiral around her. I just hope you can smile again, Sapphire, Rainelle thinks, and slowly through the tears she does. Wow is all Sapphire can manage, completely spellbound. She made me fly, Sapphire tells Carmute afterward, still amazed. Can crows just do magic? He smiles, you finally stop crying, this power is. That's right, Carmute explains. This is the first time either of us has seen a crow with an actual spirit contract. Rainelle's not like other crows. So you don't need to worry so much about me. Sapphire takes it in. I see. Then that crow won't ever take you away, Big Brother, she asks, still needing to hear it. The crow just watches her quietly, butterflies still drifting around them. Sapphire finally relaxes, nuzzling up against her brother's hand. I'm glad, Carmute says, watching her. I'm really glad. Later, alone with Rainelle, he turns serious for a second. I'm sorry, Rainelle, you must have been pretty overwhelmed dealing with Sapphire. No, Rainelle laughs, I actually really like playing with kids. Back in her human form, Carmute eyes her hair. Your feathers are looking a little. No, she cuts in, judging by the state of your own hair, I don't think you're one to talk. She just laughs it off. I'll just fix it myself. Turns out the damage is all evidence of one very enthusiastic petting session from Sapphire earlier. Pat, 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 kind crow, I'll pat you, Tilda. Still, I'm sorry, Carmute says. If there's anything you want, just say the word. The two of them end up bonking heads mid-conversation, hair a disaster on both sides. I said it's fine, he mutters, flustered. Rainelle just blinks, oh. A slow, mischievous grin spreads across her face. Well, if you insist, then could I ask a favor of you? Back at the estate, Rainelle works up the nerve to ask Carmute for a favor, one she swears isn't a big deal. His whole face lights up the instant he hears her voice. What is it, Rainelle? He's ready to say yes before she even finishes. If you're the one asking, I'll listen happily no matter what it is, he grins, practically glowing. Rainelle nearly melts, gushing that he actually meant it when he said he'd sweep her off her feet, then catches herself and insists it's really not that big a request. Turns out the favor is sweet and simple. She just wants permission to visit and play with someone named Sapphire from time to time. Carmute wonders if she'd rather ask for something bigger, but Rainelle shuts that down fast. This is exactly what she wants to do. I really like kids, she admits, and for once there's nothing hidden behind it, just plain, quiet warmth. Her mind drifts back to kids she once saw laughing under balloons, and she can't help wondering who they'll grow up to be. Their whole lives, she thinks, are just so bright. But then there's the memory of one particular girl, wandering a huge, empty hallway all alone and clearly, achingly lonely. Rainelle just can't stand it. That's exactly why she's asking. She wants that little girl, Sapphire, to stop being lonely and to actually get to laugh for once. So she comes right out and asks Camute, could she be Sapphire's caretaker? She frames it as something she genuinely wants for herself, and hearing her put it that way, Camute can't say no. Please take care of, he starts, voice going soft. Sapphire Rainelle, he finishes, then almost shyly he adds one more thing. That one more thing turns out to be him pulling her in close, lips brushing near her cheek, a whole garden's worth of roses blooming behind them for dramatic effect. She lets out a surprised little HM, as he leans in, eyes shut, clearly not finished. Their hands find each other, fingers lacing together amid the petals. He kisses her properly this time, and she just about short-circuits on the spot. Behind that dazed smile, Rainelle is internally screaming at the top of her lungs. Her brain, to put it politely, just blew up. This is bad, this is really bad, she panics. Is this guy actually a wolf, or is he secretly just a total flirt? If this keeps escalating, she worries, the actual heroine of this story hasn't even shown up yet, and things are already getting embarrassingly out of hand. The original is going to show up eventually, I have to hold it together, she tells herself, bracing like her life depends on it. Camute's got his own theory for why things keep stalling. Rainelle's always so nervous around him, and given she spent most of her life as an actual animal, that tracks. So he tries nuzzling up to her in his golden wolf form instead, affectionate and warm. Maybe I should try courting her like this, he decides, as a wolf. Up close, that wolf face is doing its very best attempt at a romantic expression. Rainelle's reaction, though, is not exactly what he was hoping for. She lights up like it's Christmas morning. He's too fluffy and soft, she squeals, hands buried in fur, completely losing it. I can't help myself, she wails, glomping onto him with zero restraint. She's cooing over his squishy paw pads and his wet little nose like he's a puppy at the shelter, not a grown man in disguise. I like this so much, what do I even do with myself? She squeals while her crow buddy just watches the chaos unfold nearby. Camute, still stuck in wolf form, can only think one thing, this is not the reaction he was going for. So, plan B, he decides it's time to go back to seducing her the old-fashioned way as a human. Cut to the palace office where a sharp-eyed, dark-haired advisor lets himself in. This is Marquis Wilhelm, and from the look on his face, he's got something heavy to say. The next in line for the throne, Your Majesty, it's Wilhelm. I need an audience with you about a matter, he announces formally, and Camute waves him in. Wilhelm settles in at the desk, papers and wax seal at the ready. His eyes flick nervously to the corner. That bird of death is here again today, he mutters, still clearly spooked by Rainelle's crow form. Rainelle, perched with her pendant gleaming, isn't going anywhere, she promised she'd be here. Camute cuts straight to it. Marquis Wilhelm, stop glaring at Rainelle and just tell me what the matter is. Caught, Wilhelm apologizes. Please read this catalog first, Wilhelm says, dropping an absolutely massive stack of paper on the desk. Turns out it's a list of candidates handpicked to marry Camute and become the next empress. His reaction is instant and furious. What did you just say? For a second there, he looks a lot less like a prince and a lot more like an angry wolf. Wilhelm, sweating bullets, repeats himself, this really is the list of future empress candidates. They've carefully picked noble ladies from families loyal to him, but with weak enough royal ties to stay politically safe. If you pick one of these ladies, politically speaking, Wilhelm starts, and Camute cuts him off cold. Wilhelm. You do not pick a wolf's mate off a list, he says flatly, eyes blazing. Wilhelm pushes back, reminding him he served Camute's late father and knows exactly how this works. The whole situation gets laid out like a chessboard collapsing, pieces scattering everywhere. The succession war with Llewellyn dragged on way too long, Wilhelm explains, and it split the nobility right down the middle. The whole empire suffered for it, and if Camute takes the throne with no empress in place, who knows what happens next. The image says it all, Camute alone on a throne surrounded by thorns, nothing but instability waiting for him. So you're saying if the succession looks shaky, people will start scheming for the throne themselves? Camute asks, getting it now. Exactly, Wilhelm says. You've still got royal blood relatives out there too, Princess Sapphire and Marquis Namiel. And there she is, Princess Sapphire, the very same lonely little girl Rainelle's been wanting to protect all along. To keep them safe from anyone with bad intentions, you need to marry and soon, Wilhelm presses. That's exactly why they prepared this list. Candidates with weak enough backing that nobody could use the marriage to threaten the crown. Camute isn't having any of it. There's already someone with no ties to the imperial family at all, he says quietly, and she's more special than any name on that list. Wilhelm blinks. You already have someone in mind. If there's someone who genuinely fits everything you're asking for, Camute says, then I want you to know exactly who. I will do whatever it takes to make her the empress, he declares, and just like that, the whole conversation changes shape. As dusk settles over the palace, Camute goes looking for the one person this whole conversation was really about. Rainelle, he calls out, catching up to her. This might be a bit much to ask. But could I ask you a favor? She freezes. No way, do you want to make me the empress? Busted, she'd clearly been eavesdropping. Since my father already told you everything, Camute says, a little sheepish, you must already know. If I have to marry someone else, he starts, and just the thought makes something dark and clawed flicker under his skin. Rainelle, deadpan, offers, might be easier to just submit to Llewellyn instead. Camute nearly loses his mind on the spot while she cracks up laughing. That's not funny, haha, he says before turning dead serious. I mean it, Rainelle. I feel sick just imagining anyone else standing where you are. I get it, just breathe, she says, trying to talk him down. I know exactly how you feel, she tells him gently, but honestly, I'm not sure. She doesn't know the first thing about court politics or formalities, and it's all happening so fast, so I don't know if I can properly return your feelings. The two of them stand together in silence, silhouetted against the city. Even if it takes a while, Camute says, I want to give you the time, and if you help me with this, I can help you too. That's just how I feel about it, you're free to say no, he adds. Then it hits her, but what if they tell you that you have to marry right away? Camute's whole demeanor shifts, that confident, scheming little smirk creeping back in. Just hear me out first. If I can get your help with my coronation, he says, then I think I can buy myself a lot more time than they're expecting. Confetti practically explodes around him, he's already 3 steps ahead. Carriages roll up to the palace one after another. It's coronation day, and the whole empire's turning out. Camute, quiet aside to Namiel, a coronation? I've been waiting for this day so long it barely feels real. Namiel just laughs him off. Ho ho, you'll get used to it fast enough. Camute isn't so sure. Maybe so, but I can't help feeling nervous. Down in the crowd, people are outright sobbing with joy, chanting their new emperor's name. One courtier weeps so hard his friend deadpans that he looks like he's at a funeral, not a coronation. Nadia rallies the mood, telling everyone to calm down, today's a good day. Better to smile than cry, she says, and hey, at least think about Llewellyn, who can't even show his face here. Even the narration can't resist a jab. This is basically that failure's last straw. Rainelle, now in a stunning red gown, draws gasps just walking through the hall. She clocks Marquis Wilhelm once firmly on Llewellyn's side, already cozying up to Camute's people. Politics move fast. A small hand tugs her dress. Nanny, Rainelle glances down, surprised. What's wrong, princess? The little princess points excitedly at the fanfare heralds the ceremony's about to start. Guests file into the grand hall as the ceremony officially begins. Let us start the ceremony, the officiant calls out. Camute kneels before the throne as the ceremonial scepter is raised over him. Citizens of the empire, hear me. Golden light floods the hall. The officiant recounts the old legend. The divine wolf gifted its power to humans, and among them Balfric Ervil de Markdale, strongest, born to lead, founded this very empire. Old banners and a legendary blade hang as reminders of that founding myth. Since then, honorable emperor after honorable emperor has carried that crown forward. And today, it's official. The 25th emperor will be Balfric Ebel de Camute. So, everyone here, the ceremonial mantle settles onto his shoulders. Camute kneels one last time as the robes of office are draped over him. The crown itself begins its slow descent toward his head. Every jewel on it catches the light as it settles into place. And just like that, Camute rises fully crowned emperor at last. He looks every bit the part, golden light, fur-trimmed robes, the whole regal package. I would like to sincerely thank all of you here today for celebrating my succession alongside me. he begins. If even one of you hadn't shown up, I couldn't have made it to this position, he adds, with that same smug charm. Then he drops the real bombshell. I'd like to introduce you all to my most precious person, the one who saved my life. Across the crowd, Galinos and the others freeze, completely blindsided. A caw echoes through the hall, whispers ripple out, who on earth could it be? Feathers drift down as the crowd stares, stunned into silence. Massive black wings unfurl overhead, someone gasps a bird of death. Scandalized murmurs spread a crow here at the most sacred of ceremonies. Cut back to earlier. Under a fading sunset, Rainelle asks Camute what exactly he needs from her for the coronation. It's simple, he tells her, leading her down the stairs. I'm going to introduce you to everyone as my most precious person, he says. So all you have to do is transform into a human right in front of them. Back in the present, feathers keep drifting as the whole hall waits to see what happens next. Off to the side, Galinos is having his own revelation. Someone with no connections, more remarkable than anyone else. He wasn't wrong after all. The nobles are already bracing to start treating her like a future empress. And there she stands beside Camute in a striking black and gold gown, looking every bit the part. Back in the flashback, Camute lays out the plan. They'll use still adjusting to being human as an excuse to stall any talk of marriage until her feelings are clear. He pulls her close. She lets out a flustered before joking that this is basically a contract romance plot straight out of the novels she used to read. A little obvious maybe, she admits with a laugh, but privately, Camute admits he'd been holding back his feelings, waiting for the original female lead to show up, but this might just be the better move. He assures her none of this means she's actually obligated to become empress. Out on a balcony, he tells her plainly, if she ever decides she doesn't want to marry him, he'll simply tell everyone he can't cage a free bird without its permission. Rainelle just looks at him, quietly touched. Camute. She can't resist teasing back though. Wait, you're seriously going celibate forever? Before the scene snaps back to the present. Camute holds her close as she lets out a startled little eek. Inside, she's just trying to get through this, confirm whatever's coming with the female lead, and get back to her usual chaotic little life, especially now that the coronation's basically over. Her mind drifts back further to how the original story actually opens. That's the moment the original female lead first appears in the game. It happens at the anniversary banquet right after the new emperor's coronation. She's replayed this exact scene a dozen times, clearing different routes. Is this me? It's like the player her essentially ended up possessing the female lead's body. From here, the story has the female lead meeting the new emperor and the other target characters who will help her along the way. So far, she's already met two of them, Camute and Galinos. There's also supposed to be an absurdly powerful spirit character somewhere in the mix. And a hidden character who only unlocks after maxing out every other route. Honestly, she doesn't expect to run into either of them. Still, since she has no clue who the female lead will actually be drawn to, she can't just tune it all out. And if a route goes wrong, she remembers, side characters can end up dead. That's not exactly comforting. It was fine as a game. This is real now. She'll have to make sure that never actually happens. It's all too much. She spirals a little, rambling that she just wants to live happily. Somebody please save this crow. Camute notices and gently asks if she's tired. I'm sorry, I've asked a lot of you, he says softly, just hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon. Even so, all she really wants is for Camute to be happy. I already told you I'd stay by your side, she says, smiling. So don't think for a second this is too much for me. One step at a time, she just has to keep moving forward. Together, the two of them step out to face the stunned crowd. Elsewhere, servants are already prepping a new set of rooms. We'll place these over there. Careful, that belongs to His Majesty the Emperor, someone warns as boxes get hauled through. Chaos ensues as movers fumble the luggage. Someone jokes the new imperial suite is even fancier than the last one. Nadia explains to a visibly unimpressed Galinos, of course, a newly crowned emperor needs quarters that match his new title. Camute mentions the others wanted to help spread the news too, but Namiel and a colleague had research to finish, so they'd already slipped out. Meanwhile, Marquis Wilhelm gets swarmed by nobles firing off questions about the mystery crow and the so-called next empress, and he's got zero answers for any of it. Turns out nobody actually told Wilhelm that Rainelle could transform Camute, just got too busy and forgot. Rainelle can't stop snickering. Camute isn't too bothered. Wilhelm doesn't exactly trust him anyway, not after everything with a guy who once tried to have him killed. Let him be upset, Camute figures. Rainelle though suddenly freezes mid-thought. There's someone else they completely forgot to tell. Brother, Rainelle, a small voice shrieks as a little girl comes sprinting down the hall with an attendant chasing after her. She storms up practically in tears, furious that nobody bothered to tell her either. Could you not tell me, she demands. Camute and Rainelle both freeze. This is Sapphire and she is not having it. You liars, she wails, absolutely done with both of them. It ends in total chaos, the tiny princess mid-tantrum while Camute and Rainelle scramble to make it up to her. Somebody is in the doghouse. A golden-haired princess named Sapphire crosses her arms, radiating pure not good enough energy while someone off-panel begs for her forgiveness. Flashback, little Sapphire's power rages out of control in a burst of fire and Camute and his crow companion come sprinting in, stunned. This is the incident everyone is still tiptoeing around. Sapphire is not having it. You are all always like that, she snaps. This is not the first time she has felt shut out. Turns out young Sapphire once overheard the grown-ups deciding, behind her back, that she was too fragile and too young to be told the truth about anything. The more it happened, the more it curdled into resentment, she admits. Being constantly left out of the loop by the people who supposedly loved her most, that is the wound that never healed. And that bottled-up hurt came out as raw power, lighting up the room like a fireworks show nobody asked for. Back in the present, Sapphire finally says the quiet part out loud. Can't you include me too? Rainelle realizes, maybe for the first time, just how isolating all that protection really was. Rainelle cannot really argue with the logic and admits that in hindsight, she would have handled the secrecy with a lot more tact. Camute pulls her close and tells her not to spiral about it. There is no clean way to play this, so all they can do now is make it right. Rainelle decides the only way forward is total honesty. No more half-truths, no more misunderstandings. Her mind drifts to a gentler memory too, two little girls hand in hand, sharing a quiet apology of their own. Time for the real confession. Rainelle admits she hid her ability to turn human and there was a very specific reason why. Llewellyn, just the name is enough to make the whole room go cold. Because the one time Llewellyn caught a glimpse of her true form, things went very wrong very fast. He decided he liked her, then took that as license to corner and harass her for a stretch. Sapphire's reaction says it all. That is absolutely not okay. That is exactly why Camute sat on the secret even after beating Llewellyn. One predator down did not mean the coast was clear. His plan was to drop the reveal on everyone at once at his own coronation, so no single noble could weaponize it first. So no, this was never about Sapphire being too young. It was about keeping her safe from a very real threat. Sapphire lets that sink in. I see. Still, they own the misstep. They should have given her a heads up instead of blindsiding her. Sapphire, softening fast, waves it off. It's fine. Rainelle, back in crow form, points out she was not the only one hiding from that particular monster. Sapphire gets it now. She would have done the exact same thing in their shoes. So can you forgive us? Camute asks. Sapphire lets them sweat it out for one deliciously dramatic hum before caving. Cue a flashback to happier times, Sapphire awestruck begging to see the crow-to-human trick again. Rainelle, already a total pushover for this kid, says of course, anything Sapphire wants. And just like that, a glossy black crow comes swooping straight into Sapphire's open arms. The princess wastes zero time getting her hands into those feathers. Sapphire admits she was terrified of the crow at first. A giant black bird showing up is not exactly a warm welcome. But up close, those feathers turned out to shimmer like the night sky itself. Soft, shiny, and apparently impossible to stop petting. Then Sapphire just comes out with it. Do you want to be my older sister? Turns out she has grown up surrounded by brothers and has been quietly wishing for a sister this whole time. Carmute's household chimes in to back the idea up, assuring everyone that Reinelle's kindness is the real deal. The consensus is unanimous. Reinelle is going to make an excellent big sister. Reinelle accepts with all the grace of someone about to become official royal family. It would be my honor. And honestly, the thought of having a sibling this lovable already has Sapphire a little giddy. Then take care of me going forward, Reinelle says, laughing, hand outstretched. Sapphire reaches right back, sealing the deal before anyone can overthink it. Yeah, take care of me too, and with that handshake it is official, sisters. Reinelle's mind wanders somewhere heavier for a second. In the original game, this world is based on, even on Carmute's storyline. There was never a scene where Sapphire warms up to her like this. Every time reality writes a moment the game never had, it hits her all over again. This is not a script anymore, this is her actual life. She sits with that thought a while, feet swinging, somewhere between wonder and unease. So what even is this game her old world's memories keep referencing, really? Was it ever really just a simple dating sim? Because nothing about living, breathing, hurting people like these feels like it belongs inside a game. When, she wonders, is she finally going to get real answers about the world she is stuck in? Cut to palace business. Carmute is getting an earful about noble pushback, and honestly he expected as much. Turns out it is not the old Llewellyn loyalists causing trouble, it is the fence-sitters who never picked a side at all. His original backers have made peace with the fact that wolves mate for life, and even Llewellyn's old crowd has resigned itself to protecting anyone who can shapeshift. But the undecided middle, they are smelling opportunity, a shot at marrying into the imperial family for themselves. Leading the grumbling is one Duke Howard, who has been the loudest voice in the room. He has even started rallying a whole new nobles faction aimed squarely at chipping away the emperor's authority. One advisor cuts through the noise. These nobles were never really worried about the future empress, they have just been using her as an excuse to grab power, which means they could turn on Carmute the second it suits them. The room splits down the middle. Do they cut this faction off at the root right now or try to smooth things over first? Namiel steers it back to basics. The real fix is building up Reinelle's own standing, and he volunteers to dig into the old myths about crows to help make the case. The goal, make it undeniable to everyone that she is the ideal match for an emperor with wolf blood running through his veins. Carmute hands one task off to a Lady Murden, and then someone asks with a slip of the tongue he clearly regrets, how exactly they plan to educate the bird of the person, Reinelle. Carmute is instantly on his feet. Marquis Wilhelm, how dare you look down on Lady Reinelle right now? The poor Marquis scrambles to backpedal, swearing it is respect, not disdain, driving him. Keep sheltering her without a real plan, he argues, and she will end up feeling trapped instead of protected. His actual pitch, give her a weapon and let her be able to hold her own. The room practically glows at the idea, a blade fit for a future empress. Fair point too, she has spent her whole life as a literal bird, not exactly steeped in courtly backstabbing. Even the skeptics have to admit that one lands. Carmute decides this one is not his call to make alone. Reinelle gets a say. He need not have worried. The second he asks, Reinelle's answer is an enthusiastic yes please. As I expected, Carmute laughs, already promising to line up a tutor as fast as he can. Reinelle pumps her fist, lessons incoming. There is a hidden bonus to all this too. Somewhere among the nobility is the story's actual original female lead, and lessons mean Reinelle finally gets access to that world. Rubbing elbows with the nobles means she can quietly start gathering intel on this mystery rival too. Truth is, this whole world's customs still trip her up sometimes, so lessons double as a crash course in not embarrassing herself. As far as she is concerned, this is a golden opportunity she is not about to pass up. However, that grand resolution made on literal day one of her new life did not even survive 72 hours. By the very first lesson, she is buried under a mountain of books and already plotting her great escape. Enter her new tutor, Hayop, Count Pinxia's wife and apparently the woman now in charge of turning Reinelle into a proper lady. Hayop lays out the mission. 1 month to drill enough knowledge and grace into her that nobody will ever dare look down on her again. So please keep up with my lessons as closely as you can, she says, and it does not sound like a request. The sheer tiger energy radiating off this woman says the crash course is about to be very, very intense. Rainelle, already drowning in books, offers up one small, pitiful prayer: please save me. Yeah, nobody is coming to save her. Welcome to Noble Lessons, Rainelle. The clock starts now. For 1 full month, this tutor vows to drill enough knowledge and grace into Rainelle that no one will ever be able to look down on her again. Peering over her glasses, she warns Rainelle to keep pace with every single lesson. No excuses. Buried under a literal mountain of books, Rainelle's mental HP hits 0. All she can manage is a pitiful "please save me." She groans that this is actual hell, and moments later she's face down and unresponsive. Camute scoops her up in a panic, barking at Nadia to grab something sweet, stat. Cradling his exhausted, crow-turned fiancé, Camute starts wondering out loud if maybe, just maybe, they should ask the tutor to ease up. Because that same girl had marched into her first lesson looking absolutely determined to prove herself. Turns out the tutor isn't complaining at all. She tells Camute Rainelle is the fastest learner she's ever taught, with killer memory and comprehension. Cut to Rainelle screaming into a pile of homework like she's back in exam week. Deeply relatable. The tutor, meanwhile, is quietly ramping the curriculum up even faster than she'd originally planned. There's a reward for surviving it, though. A fork slices into strawberry cake as someone quietly decides this girl really is fit to stand beside an emperor. Rainelle is not nearly as convinced. Muttering that the Countess is basically trying to kill her, she can't believe the sheer mountain of homework dumped on her on day 1. Camute just watches her cry into her dessert and, completely deadpan, tells her she must have really suffered. He half-jokingly offers to swap her tutor out, and the way her eyes light up says she is way too tempted to say yes. She catches herself though. She's the one who begged to be taught in the first place, so bailing on day 1 just isn't an option. Every fiber of her wants to run screaming, sure, but quitting the second things get hard would leave her with nothing to show for it. So instead of running, she settles on a smaller ask. She simply requests the lessons ease off a little, and Camute agrees on the spot, promising to step in if it ever gets to be too much. Then she flips the script entirely. She'll beg the tutor on her knees if she has to, but only if Camute promises to rest too, since he's clearly been running himself ragged. Camute blinks, genuinely caught off guard. Wait, him. She reminds him he hasn't had a real break since the day she came back to the palace with him. Not since the brawl with Llewellyn, and not since that beast, the Boskert, either. Aside from one enforced recovery after his big win, he's done nothing but grind through paperwork non-stop. He tries to brush it off, insisting his body just doesn't get that tired. Rainelle isn't having it. Even if the body holds up, she tells him the heart doesn't. No matter how strong he is, a heart pushed too far can give out without warning. So no matter how busy he gets, she says, he needs to actually rest sometimes. All Camute can manage in response is stunned silence. As far as he can remember, nobody has ever said anything like that to him before. His mind drags him back to the voices that raised him. Survive as a prince, they told him, and you'd better handle worse than this. Rest for even a second and Llewellyn's power buries you. Then you can do it, they'd say, right as a young Camute hit the ground, pushed past his limit. Hands reach for him out of the dark, the same cold refrain repeating, and he tells himself those words weren't even said out of cruelty. They were something worse than cruelty. They were just what everyone truly believed a prince had to endure. Shaking off the memory, he comes back to the here and now, and the moment softens right back up again. Out loud, he decides he'll just have to start carving out time for her every single day. Because every second he spends with her, he admits, feels like resting for an eternity. No matter how worn down his heart gets, he says, one moment with her and it bounces right back. Rainelle quietly files that tenderness away too, and decides maybe it's time she asks for her own lessons to be dialed back a notch. After all, if she's going to be seeing him this often, she can't keep showing up completely wrecked. Practically speaking though, she knows Camute barely has any time to spare right now. It's barely been any time since he took the throne, and he's still neck-deep in prepping the coronation banquet. Which leaves her stuck. She's only just started her own lessons, so what could she possibly do to actually help him? Isn't there something, anything, she can do for him? Nadia snaps her fingers. Why not just get him a gift? A gift, Rainelle repeats, mulling it over. Nadia's pitch, something small he can carry with him at all times. It doesn't need to be fancy either, just something that means something. Nadia's already picturing Camute keeping it on him always, cheered up even on his worst days. Rainelle decides she wants to pick it out herself in person. One small problem is she even allowed to just walk out of the palace. She could get lost or scammed blind, someone warns, cue a full chibai panic spiral, and a cheeky offer to just bring Galinos along as muscle. Nadia points out the obvious problem. Galinos is literally the Emperor's personal guard. Better bet, Nadia decides, take Marquis Namiel instead. So a carriage rattles off toward town, horses in tow. Namiel admits it's been ages since he set foot in the city himself. Thanks to Rainelle, he's actually got an excuse to clear his head for once. He asks if she's been just as swamped lately, and yes, that really is a robe of disguise she's wrapped in because apparently that's a thing here. Busy doesn't begin to cover it, Rainelle admits. Between helping the Emperor and getting roped into research with Lady Murden, she's practically been living at the palace. Namiel one-ups her. He's been trapped researching with Lady Murden so long he's lost count. She's sworn almost done well over 1,000,000 times now. Rainelle compares it to a grad student held hostage by their own advisor. Naturally, she has to ask, what kind of research even needs that much grinding? Turns out it's demonic magic research, and the reason isn't exactly comforting. They're bracing for the Bupellos, the demonic threat that could resurface at any moment. Which means stockpiling knowledge on demonic magic, holy artifacts, basically anything with real power behind it. Namiel shows off the proof, a strange, corrupted-looking ring he's currently wearing, a working prototype. And then he just does not stop talking. Power output, converting it into a weapon, maybe amplifying it with the imperial wolf's blood someday. Rainelle's brain short-circuits, too much information. He barely notices, cheerfully adding he'd love to turn it into an everyday amulet too, while Rainelle just nods along, quietly realizing exactly how busy he really is. The verdict is in. Namiel is, without question, a certified research maniac. She silently vows never to ask him about his work ever again. Snapped out of it, Namiel points out they've finally rolled into town. Welcome to Lunaran, the Empire's lively southern capital. The two of them slip through the crowd, hoods up, keeping a low profile. Rainelle can't hide it. Her eyes go wide with pure oh my gosh wonder. Having lived inside palace walls this whole time, she never realized just how different the real world feels. It genuinely feels like stepping into a fantasy world, every species under the sun crammed into one bustling street. The shops are stacked with things she's never seen before, vendors hawking charms to sweethearts left and right. There's even a street performer working the crowd, top hat and all. There's just so much to take in, she reminds herself, staying focused on the mission. Easier said than done, though, with skewers of sizzling grilled meat calling her name. I have to not get distracted, she insists to absolutely no one. Turns out somebody already caved to the bread stalls, and now Namiel's the one teasing Rainelle for looking hungry. Busted, Rainelle sputters that she wasn't hungry, she's just fueling up because gift shopping could take a while, okay. Namiel plays along and suggests they head for the bookstalls next. Rainelle's already leaning toward something practical, like nice writing supplies he'd actually use. Then the mood snaps. Somewhere nearby, a man's furious voice cracks through the market, snarling at some kid for daring to try to run from him. Rainelle and Namiel both freeze mid-step, heads turning toward the commotion. The man keeps ranting, red magic whipping around him, shrieking about how well he treated this kid and how dare they repay him like this. Looks like you want to die, he snarls, and someone hits the ground hard. Rainelle's smile is long gone. All that's left is wide-eyed, dead serious alarm as she takes in exactly what she just walked into. Our story kicks off mid-nightmare. A hooded boy is on his knees in the street, and the blow coming his way is not going to be gentle. His so-called owner lays into him with a whip, screeching that she treated him so well, which is never, ever the setup for anything good. She screams that he must want to die. He just curls in on himself, silent like this is nothing new. A stranger nearby freezes, then looks away, one more person choosing not to see it. But somebody is watching. A lone crow perched in the bare branches, eyes locked on the whole ugly scene. That crow's mind drifts back to softer days in the palace, when life among Camute and his people made it easy to believe the whole world was kind. One step outside that palace bubble, though, and the ugly truth is waiting people who slip through the law just to own other people. A crowd gathers around the owner and her entourage, nodding along as she spits that a slave trying to escape deserves exactly what he's getting. Our crow tells herself not every human is like this. She knows better, but every time she sees this, it chips away at that theory a little more. Watching people supposedly made in the image of gods treat someone like garbage, she's fresh out of patience for that theory entirely. That's her cue. Wings spread, claws out, she dives straight at the abuser. The noblewoman shrieks, swatting at feathers as the crow rakes at her hair, not quite the retaliation she was expecting from a bird. She screams at the bird to get lost right as someone in the crowd goes pale and gasps out a name. Miss Rainelle. A passing bread boy nearly drops his loaves, gawking. Since when does the crow just casually attack nobles in the street? One glance at the telltale necklace glinting around her neck confirms it. There's no mistaking this crow. And up close, our crow gets her own shock. She recognizes the beaten boy's face. She's seen it before in the game this world is based on. She refuses to be the kind of person who watches this and walks away. And honestly, there's one more reason she's diving in. Because whoever did this to a face this pretty has some serious nerve. Yes, in the middle of a righteous rescue, the visual otaku in her rears its head and says absolutely not on her watch. Protect the pretty boy at all costs, she screeches, going in for round 2. The noblewoman goes down again, yelping, definitely regretting whatever life choices led her to this street today. Hair a mess and pride in shreds, the noblewoman glares up, already plotting how someone's going to pay for this humiliation. The boy, dazed in the middle of the chaos, mutters bitterly about his rotten luck, because of course today's the day everything goes sideways. She grabs him by the collar again, snarling that she is absolutely not letting this slide. That's when a tall stranger steps in out of nowhere, calmly warning her she really doesn't want to test whatever guardian spirit is backing this crow. She rounds on him instead, demanding to know who he thinks he is butting into her business. He just smiles, all mock apology, and offers to properly introduce himself first. Turns out that's exactly the point. His name alone is the fix for dealing with lowlifes like her. Meet Marquis Charmalt Namiel. Son of a duke, nephew of the previous emperor, a marquis and a magician in training, basically not someone you want as an enemy. He notes, almost pleasantly, how people who only respect power tend to fold the second they meet someone with more of it, then asks who exactly she's talking to. Something invisible tightens around her throat, and panic flashes across her face. A magic circle blooms beneath her feet, his quiet reminder that cruelty has a way of circling back and strangling the person who dishes it out. A second noble scrambles into a bow the instant he clocks who he's dealing with, stammering out his own name like it'll save him. Say hello to Baron Guillaume. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Wait, isn't that the bird of death everyone's been talking about? Someone actually tries to grab her mid-flight and she squawks her way free of it. A swirl of magic gathers around her and someone in the crowd starts putting the pieces together out loud. And just like that, the crow is gone, replaced by a striking dark-haired woman with a knowing little smile. She asks the noblewoman, sweetly, if she's looking to get beaten some more herself. The noblewoman folds herself into the deepest, most dramatic bow of her life, babbling apologies. Word just spread, she's picked a fight with the empire's future empress. Someone in the crowd confirms it, swearing they saw this exact face at the coronation with their own eyes. Turns out flashing her human form in a crowded street takes more out of her than planned. She sways, suddenly drained. Baron Guillaume finally turns on the noblewoman himself, demanding to know why she was beating the man. She scrambles out the same tired excuse he was trying to escape. Property doesn't have a conscience, she insists, so it obviously can't just decide to run, as if that logic makes any of this okay. Namiel turns her own logic right back on her. If she sees slaves as livestock, can he buy her, pay to beat her daily too? Somehow she doesn't love the idea. He notes she's clearly used to pushing people around, but with a crowd gathering, he figures it's time to wrap this whole spectacle up. That's when a sweet-looking old woman ambles over with her shopping bag, chuckling that she figured the market was getting a little loud today. She beams at Namiel like an old friend, glad to see a familiar face. Somebody nearby recognizes her and goes rigid with shock. The noblewoman scoffs that the head magician of the royal court can't possibly be this unassuming granny with a grocery bag. Namiel just smiles wider, clearly enjoying every second of her being about to be very, very wrong. Lady Murden waves a hand, deciding things have gotten rowdy enough, and gets to work. A wave of golden light washes over the gathered crowd, and they wander off, dazed and smiling like nothing ever happened. Someone still lucid enough to notice gapes at the sheer scale of it. That is not some copycat with a similar name pulling this off. Namiel turns back to the still shaking noblewoman, all pleasant smiles now that things have finally quieted down. Lady Murden steps in properly, asking if they're ready to settle this. She's been watching long enough to know exactly what's going on. She turns to Rainelle directly. Miss Crow wants to save this young man, doesn't she? Namiel jumps right in, already cooking up the plan to make it happen. He offers to pay whatever it costs to have Baron Guillaume set the boy free. The noblewoman splutters that he's her favorite. She doesn't want to give him up. Namiel's smile doesn't move an inch as he asks if she's really foolish enough to make an enemy of both him and the woman about to become the most powerful person in the empire. The question hangs there, and everyone already knows what her answer is going to be. The noblewoman, thoroughly beaten, nearly faints on the spot and gets a cheerful, mocking send-off for her trouble. Bye-bye, extra. As the group walks off together, the boy finally finds his voice and asks Lady Murden why she even bothered helping them. She just smiles and waves it off as personal curiosity, nothing more. She won't say any more than that either. Spoilers, apparently, even in real life. Someone asks if she's planning to take him in herself. Murden confirms it. She needs to tend his wounds, and there's something specific she wants to ask of him. She makes him one quiet promise. Whatever else happens, she will never treat him the way his last owner did. The boy goes quiet, turning that promise over in his head like he's not sure he's allowed to believe it. His mind drifts back. He was born into slavery, caged before he could even understand what that meant. He'd always belonged to somebody. It genuinely never occurred to him that running was even an option. Yes, master, the only two words he really knew how to say over and over to whoever was holding his chain that week. But that day, unbeknownst to him, he'd felt something strange in the air, a power he couldn't place. He let himself get distracted by it just for a second. That 1 second of distraction was all it took. His master decided he was trying to escape and lost it completely. Which is exactly the beating we watched him take at the very start of all this. And now, just like that, the only owner he's ever known has cast him off entirely, leaving him alone with total strangers. He trails behind the group in silence, not sure where he even fits into any of this anymore. All he can think is, what happens to me now? Rainelle crouches down to his level and gently asks if he's okay. For once, someone's actually asking. She can see right through him. He doesn't look okay at all, and she's not going to pretend otherwise. She tells him gently that a lot happened all at once and it's okay to be shaken by it, but he doesn't need to spiral. All he has to do now, she tells him, is actually live his own life for once. She says it like it's the simplest thing in the world, like freedom is just something you pick up and carry. He won't have to suffer like that ever again, she promises, and for the first time he actually lets himself believe it. Out in the middle of nowhere, Rainelle and Namiel are patching up a total stranger with field magic. Namiel wants to get moving before his wounds get any worse. Have a safe trip back, Rainelle tells him as they get ready to head off, not realizing yet how much this small rescue is about to matter. The stranger stammers out a shy thank you, still stunned anyone bothered to save him at all. I won't forget this, he mutters. It's okay, really, Rainelle waves him off. I didn't do it so you'd owe me anything. Straight into mom mode, she orders him to get proper treatment for his wounds like she's checking his homework. And live a happy, healthy life, she adds, only half joking, as the two head off under a wide open sky. The stranger just stares after them, like he's not entirely sure what kind of day he just had. In a burst of golden light and loose feathers, Rainelle taps her crow magic to get everyone moving fast. Namiel still can't get over her magic. So this is the teleportation I keep hearing about, he says, eyes wide like a kid at a magic show. Someone greets her with a formal Miss Rainelle, and just off to the side, a fist clenches tight, like her name carries more weight than she realizes. Here, wrap this around you, Namiel says, holding out a new cloak. A new robe, Rainelle blinks. Turns out her old one fell off and got dirty earlier, so he quietly went and grabbed her a replacement. Sorry, I was pretty worked up, she admits. You must have been flustered, huh? Not at all, you did the right thing, he tells her. Even if you hadn't stepped in, I would have stopped that from getting worse anyway, Miss Rainelle, Namiel reassures her. That's a relief, she murmurs, still thinking about the stranger they just left behind. Here's the twist, in this world's original story, that stranger was supposed to be someone with an extravagant, important life. Right now, he's just living as a slave. Rainelle shakes off the doubt creeping in. Screw the script, she decides some things are just worth doing anyway. Saving a life matters more than sticking to some original storyline, she reminds herself. She just hopes that wherever this leads, that guy actually ends up happier than where she found him. Mission accomplished. Time to go finish shopping for His Highness Prince Camute, she decides, already moving on to her next errand. I almost forgot just where is my head today, she blurts mid-comedic meltdown right there on the street. Meanwhile, across town, a quiet building holds the next stop for that rescued stranger, an actual clinic for actual treatment this time. The treatment's finished. You shouldn't scar since we got to you fast, comes the reassurance, patched up and safe for now. After the day you've had, just rest for now, Namiel tells him. This is one of my houses, I barely use it, so make yourself at home. And just tell the maids if you need anything, he adds, nodding at the household staff already hard at work. My place is right over there, so feel free to stop by, Namiel says, pointing across the way. Wait a minute, I'm a slave, the stranger blurts like that's supposed to explain why none of this makes sense to him. I'd honestly be fine with just a storage room, he mutters, unable to picture himself deserving any of this. Namiel's tone turns serious. I didn't bring you here to treat you like a slave, if what I'm sensing about you is right. You could be living a life where people actually respect and admire you. So don't sell yourself short, just follow what I have to teach you and let's see where this goes. For a quiet moment, the two of them just sit there together, something like trust starting to settle into place. Yes, I understand, he finally answers. Namiel, meanwhile, is quietly thinking, this kid doesn't even know how to say no. I really do have a lot to teach him, Namiel muses. Guess I should give him a little extra motivation. Follow my lessons well, he tells him, and I'll make sure you get to see the crow lady again. The kid's whole face lights up. Yes. I'll do absolutely anything you ask of me, he declares, practically glowing. Mr. Male lead really does know how to recruit a fan. Namiel chuckles, grocery bag in hand. It's getting late, I should head home. Hoo, nice to see young people with so much energy. I've got a very sick friend to look after, he adds, a quieter, heavier note slipping in under all that charm. I'll see you tomorrow then, the boy says, watching him go. Left alone, his hand clenches around his torn shirt. Whatever's wrong with him, it's flaring up again. Meanwhile, Rainelle can't stop thinking about him either. In her head, she pictures his wounds gone, his face finally at peace. She imagines him walking tall, no chains, no cage, just free. No more slave rags in this little daydream of hers, just him, finally standing like the person he's supposed to be. Surrounded by flowers instead of chains, in the version of this story she's quietly rooting for. I really hope that actually happens, she thinks, quietly rooting for a guy she's only just met. Back in the real world, she's exhausted and the shops are closing before she's found Camute anything decent. Why is picking a gift so hard, so many options and none of them feel right, she groans. Night's falling, the crowds are thinning and stores are locking up one by one, officially panic mode. Ugh, and I really wanted to give him something today, she sighs then perks right back up. Hey wait, don't close up yet, she yells, sprinting for one last shop before it shuts. I'll take this and this, she says, grabbing whatever catches her eye. 6 bronze coins later, deal done. Yeah, it might end up being something small, she admits to herself, hood pulled low. But I'm making him a gift out of these no matter what, she decides, thread in hand and fully determined. Meanwhile, Camute is burning the midnight oil over an absolutely massive guest list. I'll invite as many people as I possibly can to the banquet. Rainelle, he mutters, glancing up, then does a double take at the clock. Where did the whole day go? Turns out she's been waiting on him this whole time without even going to bed, and apparently she's got something for him. You can meet her in the garden, comes the word, under one big, quiet moon. So off he goes, straight through the lantern-lit garden gates. Rainelle, Rainelle, he calls out, scanning the hydrangeas for any sign of her. Rainelle, I'm here, he tries again, a little louder into the night air. Where are you, Ray? He starts, then stops cold at something on the ground. A petal, he picks it up, confused, as more drift down around him for no obvious reason. His expression shifts, something's happening here, and it's clearly not just the wind. Petals keep falling as he looks straight up, completely caught off guard by whatever's coming. And there she is, a massive black crow, dropping straight out of the night sky right toward him. Rainelle, he breathes, frozen completely in place. Right in front of him, feathers melt into hair, wings into arms, crow becomes girl in one smooth, glowing motion. I have something I want to give you, Camute, she says, human again and a little out of breath. She lands light on her feet, petals scattering around her like she just stepped out of a fairy tale. Could you give me your hand, she asks, suddenly shy about the whole thing. And just like that, the two of them close the distance, hands reaching for each other under the stars, the actual gift still tucked away, waiting. Under a sky full of drifting cherry blossoms, a soft voice asks for something simple. Could you give me your hand? In a moonlit park, Rainelle reaches out to the Emperor himself, and he stops in his tracks. He freezes, stunned. Is Rainelle actually giving him a gift? Petals drift past their joined hands as she gets to work, focused and a little nervous. He blurts out that he offered his left hand without even thinking, flustered like a schoolboy. Just stay still for a moment, she says, fumbling with the clasp while he privately braces for a ring. Relax, big guy, it's not that kind of gift. She murmurs his name, cheeks pink, while he wonders just what could have her this focused. A bit more, it's done, whatever it is, it's finished. He looks down at his wrist, quietly baffled. It's a lucky bracelet, she tells him. I made it myself. She admits he's been swamped lately, and with her own new classes, their time together has been shrinking. She stands there a moment, gathering the words she actually wants to say. That's why I made this, she says, tying it snug around his hand. It's her way of taking care of his feelings, even just a little, when she can't always be there. She grins and pokes fun at herself. It's a bit simple to be a gift for an emperor, isn't it? He just looks at her, softer than any crown, clearly meaning to treasure this over anything jeweled. Of course not, he tells her, even if someone searched the entire empire. Having this means I can get through any hardship, any lonely night that comes my way. I'll treasure it with my life, he vows, and she pulls him into a hug. She thinks he really doesn't need to risk his life over a bracelet. If she'd known this would make him this happy, she'd have made it ages ago. If she can just keep being someone who gives Camute more, little by little, that she decides would be a pretty good life. Walking her home hand in hand, he tells her it's late and she should rest. What about you? She shoots right back. He admits he's still got work waiting, so sleep will have to happen later. Classic workaholic emperor answer. She tells him to just finish it tomorrow. He'd love to, he says, but that only dumps more work on everyone under him. Somebody give this man a day off. Then come here for a second, she says, waving him over toward the rose garden. She settles herself down among the pillars and flowers, clearly plotting something. Lie down here for 5 minutes before you go, she offers. Even a moment of rest counts. He freezes up completely. The bracelet wasn't enough, apparently. Now she's giving herself the opportunity to fuss over him properly. Pinning him down with a grin, she announces she'll just have to declare today a national holiday. "What are you even allowed to do that?" she asks. He smirks. "Rainelle, I'm the emperor. I can do anything I want," she fires back, fully committing to the bluff. He calls it instantly. Then of course a national holiday is no problem at all. She short-circuits on the spot. She admits, mortified, that she almost actually believed him with that face he made. "I do though," she says quietly, and the teasing softens into something more sincere. She just watches him, his soft golden hair, the quiet rhythm of his breathing beside her. In her mind she drifts somewhere dreamlike, wishing she could keep moments like this forever. The two of them, wrapped in starlight, holding on to each other with nothing else in the world. How good would it be, she wonders, letting the daydream linger just a little longer. How good? Reality snaps back in hard. "Straighten your back, your smile is too forced, so much for the fantasy." Startled mid-daydream, she jolts, and the book balanced on her head goes tumbling. Her tutor coaches her through it. "Relax the face, lift the corners of the mouth just slightly. Noble smile 101. With the banquet closing in, the tutor unrolls a scroll of everything Rainelle still needs to learn. Dances, dining etiquette, tea parties, and on and on. The list is so long it literally spills past the edge of the panel. Even Rainelle points it out. Not even the manga format can contain this syllabus. A tiny voice in her head starts whispering to just run for it, while her very unaware tutor insists she's actually studied plenty already. Her imagination runs wild. What if she just went back to being a crow for good? No more of this torture, just soaring free through the open sky without a single worry. Forget studying, forget manners, forget every headache forever, her inner voice tempts, signing off like it's her own personal escape plan. "Miss Rainelle," the tutor's shout cuts straight through the fantasy. Because apparently she wasn't just daydreaming, she'd actually taken off as a crow. "Miss Rainelle, were you trying to run away?" Back in human form in an instant, she panics. "When did I even transform?" Her tutor is not amused, but she gets it, the lessons are brutal. "Yeah, she's right," Rainelle admits, deflating a little. Her brain spins up a wildly overdramatic flashback, claiming she came here because life in the wild was just too brutal. Very theatrical for a girl who mostly eats snacks. The little tempter pushes one more time. Are these lessons really more bitter than survival out there ever was? She shakes it off. If she was going to bail this easily, she never would have started. She apologizes to her tutor, Countess Pinxia, for the lapse. "I just lost my will for a second," she says, "but now, no matter what you throw at me, I'll push through it." She strikes a fired-up battle pose. Her tutor, mildly impressed, gently notes that determination is great, but maybe tone it down to something a noble would actually do. Still, she admits, old habits are hard to break with lessons alone. Her tutor thinks she's finally cracked the pattern and asks how much time Rainelle actually spends as a crow each day. Rainelle thinks it over, mostly while sleeping, she figures, or whenever she's alone. "I understand," the tutor says, then. Her entire daily routine is getting an overhaul, starting now. A grand new hallway of the palace is unveiled, prepared just for what comes next. Camute flexes his royal muscle, telling her budget is no object where she's concerned. He's had an entire room built just for her. A dedicated staff of maids is being assigned to help her master noble life from here on out. Learning to manage a household of her own, the tutor explains, will make being a noble feel far less foreign. Rainelle hesitates, worried about her friend Nadia and the contract between them. She's told not to worry. Because Miss Nadia herself is being put in charge of leading the entire new staff of maids. A serious promotion for the Rose Maid. Nadia can barely contain her joy, clasping her hands together, glowing with pride. Rainelle tackles her with a hug and congratulations, prompting an instant reminder from her tutor to please be graceful about it. "Miss Nadia, please do not encourage her behavior," the tutor scolds, and the two of them share a look. Yep, she's mad. Lastly, the tutor says, to get her comfortable with nobility culture. An elaborate new outfit is presented. "Please change into this." Since dresses still make her uneasy, they'll ease in with something simple, a nightgown to start. Reinelle hesitates, pointing out that noble clothing is one of the ways nobles project authority in the first place. Keep wearing the same thing, she's warned, and people will look down on her. Then it hits her. Wait, is the outfit she's wearing right now actually made from her own feathers? Then, if I take it off, she wonders aloud, would I just transform back into a crow? Maybe don't test that theory in front of everyone. Spoiler, she absolutely does not think that through, and chapter 43 ends in a burst of feathers and pure chaos. So the big moment arrives. Someone hands Reinelle a brand new dress and tells her to change into it. Wait a second, she realizes these clothes aren't separate from her at all. They are literally what her crow feathers turn into when she shifts. Which means if she ever peels this outfit off, she has no idea what happens to the feathers underneath. And if she turns back into a crow while wearing normal clothes instead of her magic ones, she's suddenly picturing herself as a plucked, naked bird. Cue the horror movie Chibai meltdown, and poor Camute is sweating bullets just watching her spiral. As if being whispered about as an ominous bird omen wasn't bad enough, now she's stressing about looking like dinner. Her imagination runs wild, a ballroom full of nobles pointing and gasping how disgusting at a bald crow princess. But worse than random nobles, the thought of Camute himself seeing her like that. She's officially spiraling, hair a mess, absolutely refusing to picture it any further. A scream echoes down the palace hallway, loud enough to rattle the windows. Still mid-meltdown, she's babbling that she simply cannot handle that kind of humiliation. Her tutor peeks in, startled Miss Reinelle, clearly not expecting a full nervous breakdown. Reinelle's shaking her head so hard it's basically a cartoon blur, begging to just study all night instead of risk it, while her tutor tries to talk her down. She grabs her tutor and pleads for literally any other assignment. This outfit is her feathers, and she has zero idea what happens if she takes it off. Her tutor pauses, actually considering it, admitting she never thought of that, and honestly she's kind of curious what would happen. Then she catches herself with an awkward little ahem. A proper noble shouldn't be so nosy, even if she totally is. Still, she reasons, doing this properly would make Reinelle a lot more comfortable in the long run. Someone else chimes in, they've genuinely never considered what happens when a crow changes clothes before. Enter the palace's actual expert on this stuff, grinning like he just found his new favorite research subject. How interesting. He proposes they just test it out right then and there. How about it, Miss Crow? And Reinelle immediately looks like she wants to bolt. Turns out this cheerful troublemaker is the Imperial Palace's head magician himself, promising he'll fix anything that goes wrong. He leans in with a confident smirk. Won't she just trust his skills? And Reinelle's whole body tenses up. Her mind jumps straight to worst-case scenario. What if this is basically hair loss magic in disguise? Then all her feathers falling out for real, and wait, would that get her fired from her own role as the romance novel's female lead? Priorities, Reinelle. Blushing and flustered, she clutches a pillow to her chest, stammering out of the then. Deep breath. She steps out in the new outfit anyway, dress trailing behind her. A quiet, nervous as she takes in her reflection. Do I look weird? She asks, clearly bracing for the worst. The dress swishes as she turns, still waiting for someone's verdict. Nadia can barely contain herself, hands clasped to her face. It suits her so well. The head magician suggests she just try transforming right there in the new outfit. Reinelle's breathing gets shaky just thinking about it. I'm nervous, she admits, bracing for whatever comes next. In a burst of magic she shifts, and even her ever-composed tutor leans in to watch the result. The verdict is in. The head magician scribbles notes with a delighted grin, while someone worriedly asks that their Miss Reinelle be kept safe through all this. She flutters up in full crow form, sparkles trailing behind her. Down below, Nadia and the magician crane their necks, watching the little black shape land and anxiously checking she's okay. The magician squints through his glasses. Her feathers are completely fine. He actually looks a little disappointed his experiment fizzled. Nadia's just relieved. See, even with a new dress, the feathers never go anywhere. Reinelle, still in crow form, lets out an unimpressed little caw that basically means, yeah, I know, right? The magician notes that when Camute transforms, his clothes are never affected either, so this must run on the exact same magical principle. And just like that, he's off on an academic tangent, mumbling about a thesis on crows who apparently ate a mystical rock, already planning to rope poor Namiel into the research. Somewhere off in the shadows, someone watches this whole scene with a low, unsettling chuckle, clearly not done with Rainelle yet. Back in human form, Rainelle beams her clothes really do stay exactly the same every single time. The magician's already planning his next dress testing session, and mentions he'll get the dressmakers working on a whole new outfit for the upcoming banquet. Nearby, the mustachioed Grump scolds the excitable attendants, but Nadia can't help herself. She really wanted to see a featherless crow, and honestly, just imagining it has her giddy. Rainelle's eyes widen. Wait, does that mean she'll actually be able to? Cut to a full fantasy sequence. Chibai Rainelle fanning herself behind designer sunglasses as gold coins rain down around her. She's practically drowning in imaginary jewels and a blinged-out red gown. Turns out she's been sitting on a literal chest of gemstones Camute gave her ages ago and never knew what to do with. But now she declares, I can flex as much as I want. Snapping back to reality, she's actually apologizing. Countess Pinxia, I'm sorry for turning down your offer so abruptly earlier. The two of them talk it through. If only she'd realized sooner that the outfit really would hold up. Rainelle laughs it off, hands clasped to her chest, clearly relieved the tension's broken. Her tutor's expression turns serious for a beat. There's a proper way nobles express gratitude, apparently. And grabbing someone's hands like that, not it. There are rules for this sort of thing, and the Countess is happy to lay them all out. I still have my habits, she admits, realizing she hadn't fully accounted for Rainelle's rather unique situation before now. So really, she says, I should be the one apologizing to you. She adds that Rainelle is picking up every lesson faster than anyone she's ever taught, so there's no need to keep putting herself down like this. Rainelle takes it and quietly, maybe humility really can be a virtue. The two share a small moment together, the Countess offering one more piece of advice. Never forget, she says, Rainelle is the Emperor's partner now, and she's allowed to carry herself with real pride. That night, alone in bed, Rainelle reflects she'd braced herself to get scolded for not acting mature enough. Instead, somehow, it felt more like she was being cheered on. Lying there in the dark, she realizes just how long it's actually been since she first fell into this world. She'd been scrambling this whole time just to adapt and survive, constantly blindsided by danger she never saw coming. And yet, through all of it, she had so many people showing up to help and support her along the way. Little by little, she realizes she's actually becoming a real part of this world now. Is that why, she wonders, that for the first time since arriving at the palace, she's sleeping completely alone tonight, and even though the room's a little chilly, she settles in peacefully, hair spread out across the sheets. She realizes she doesn't feel lonely, not even a little. Morning comes fast, Miss Rainelle. You'll need to start getting ready now if you want to make it to the band. On time. First the dress goes on, then we'll handle your makeup. And after that, your accessories. Understood, Rainelle replies simply. We're short on time, the Countess warns, hustling her along with a small army of attendants. Layers of fabric swirl into place as the prep work continues at full speed. Meanwhile, the banquet hall itself is already glowing, gold chandeliers, gleaming floors, the whole extravagant setup. Guests are already sweeping across the floor in pairs, the party well underway. Nobles gossip over wine that this banquet's running later than the others. Some traveled from other countries just to finally meet the current emperor, who they've heard is quite young and rather handsome. I heard that too, if only I could actually meet him myself. One sighs while someone else notices Rainelle's still nowhere to be seen. Namiel and Galino's figure they'll just have to escort her personally until the emperor himself arrives. We can't afford to lose focus right now, Galino says, all business. Elsewhere, the newly formed nobles faction is already circling, eyeing Rainelle's rising position with open suspicion. And there will always be someone out there just like Llewellyn, fixated on her in ways that spell nothing but trouble. Which is exactly why they've all agreed in the Emperor's absence, protecting Rainelle falls to them. Camute himself stands ready, fully dressed for the occasion, expression set. The doors creak open, tension building as the moment finally arrives. The announcer's voice rings out across the hall. Miss Rainelle is now entering. The crowd immediately starts murmuring, Rainelle, who's that? They didn't even use a title. Is she a commoner? Her gown sweeps forward as she steps through the golden doorway. It is an honor to greet you all, she says, voice steady. In this place, though some of you have met me before, there are also plenty who haven't. So allow me to introduce myself properly, here and now. She snaps open a fan with practiced elegance, every inch the composed noblewoman now. Then, with the whole room hanging on her words, I am Rainelle. The doors open and out she comes, Rainelle, done up in a gown so sharp it practically glows, ready to make her big entrance. Under the chandeliers of the grand hall she greets the crowd like she was born for this. It is an honor to greet you all in this place, she says, cool as anything. Some of these nobles already know her secret, some don't have a clue yet, so she decides it is time for the official introduction. Fan in hand and jewelry sparkling, she takes one breath before dropping the big reveal on the whole room. I am Rainelle, she announces, and just like that, the crow who used to hide in the shadows is officially a name every noble in the empire knows. The room stays dead silent for a beat too long. Stunning an entire ballroom speechless is apparently its own kind of power. Somewhere in the crowd, a cluster of nobles are still staring, hairpieces and all, trying to process what they just saw. A gloved hand reaches out to guide her forward. Welcome, Miss Rainelle, please come this way. She is swept into the thick of it fast. Balfric presents her to Sir Winster, Count Charmalt, which is just Namiel's full fancy title, and he looks a little caught off guard being introduced so formally. It's an honor to meet you here, Balfric tells her with that trademark smug charm. Everyone's been speechless since you walked in. I couldn't be prouder. Hoo-hoo, I'm not sure how to respond when you say things like that. She laughs it off, Fan hiding her blush as someone nearby teasingly murmurs her name. Namiel, the Empire's favorite silver-haired charmer, quietly throws up a sound-dampening spell so their conversation stays private. Handy trick to have around. You can speak comfortably now, he tells her, and honestly she looks like a woman who was just let out of prison. Finally, I feel like I can actually live again, she thinks, relieved. Moving like a noble she has down, talking like one, that is the part that has nearly killed her. In her head she is already spiraling about her terrifying etiquette tutor who has apparently started haunting her dreams too. That is dedication to the craft. Namiel is not done buttering her up either, insisting she outclassed every noble in the room the second she walked in. Hee, really? So my hard work paid off, she says, soaking up the compliment before immediately wondering where the actual guest of honor has gotten to. Carmute's entering last, isn't he? How much longer do we have to wait? Someone grumbles nearby. Turns out the wait is almost over. The trumpets blast through the hall, showtime. And there he is, Emperor Balfric, cape and all, making the kind of entrance you would expect from a man who fights as a golden wolf on his days off. I would like to thank everyone who has gathered here today, he opens, working the crowd with that easy, confident smile. Since this banquet is being held for all of you, he continues, setting up whatever big announcement is coming next. The music kicks up and the ballroom floor fills with dancing couples, gowns swirling under the lights. Wow, I'm watching dances I've only ever seen in movies or video games, and it's actually happening in front of me, Rainelle marvels from the sidelines. I want to dance with Carmute like that too, she thinks wistfully, right before a smooth voice cuts in with beautiful lady. Enter Ferris de Vue Codisra, first prince of the Ferris kingdom, sweeping in with all the confidence of a man used to getting what he wants. Will you do me the honor of a dance, he asks, and suddenly half the room's noblemen are elbowing in with me too, and me next. One royal dance request and it is a whole trend now. Whoa, a dance request? I could actually be the lead of a romance webtoon, Rainelle thinks, equal parts flattered and panicked. But dancing with a total stranger before she has even had her first dance with Carmute, that feels a little wrong. Before she has to answer, someone steps in for her. I apologize, the lady has a prior engagement. The crowd gasps, Yo, your majesty, because it is Balfric himself taking her hand right in front of everyone. Shall we dance, my lady? He asks, all charm and zero subtlety about who she belongs to tonight. "It would be an honor, your majesty," she replies, and just like that, she has the emperor all to herself on the dance floor. The two of them fall into step together, and for a moment the whole ballroom seems to fade into the background. "Back when I played the games, I always figured the dancing event was just an excuse for pretty outfits," she thinks. "Turns out you actually have to stay in sync to not butcher the steps. Who knew?" Cheek to cheek, close enough to catch each other's scent, both of their faces start to heat up a little. Slowly, step by step, that closeness starts to feel less like performance and more like something real. After the dance, he hands her a glass of wine. "Here, aren't you thirsty?" "You've become a proper noble now, Rainelle," he tells her. "Even so, when it's just the two of us, you can act like yourself. Not that the elegant act isn't nice. You shine brightest when you're just being you," he adds, and yeah, that is the kind of line that will make anyone blush. "Hee, don't worry," she says, sipping her wine with fake composure. "The second nobody's looking, I'm reverting to my normal self in a heartbeat." Except she immediately clocks her etiquette tutor watching her like a hawk from across the room. So much for letting loose. Sure enough, the drill sergeant herself glides over. "Oh my, I was wondering who this dazzling couple was. Turns out it's just your majesty and Miss Crow." Balfric greets another familiar face warmly. "Lady Murden, welcome. Are you enjoying the banquet?" Hoo, this old granny can't dance like you youngsters anymore," she chuckles, "but it's an honor just to watch over you too." Lady Murden is not just here for small talk though. This is someone who will be of great assistance to you, your majesty, and someone Miss Crow will be very happy to see. A striking young man with pale blue hair steps forward and gives a polite bow. "I am Miel," he says simply. Rainelle does a double take. It hasn't been that long since she personally rescued this guy from a rough situation. But now she thinks he looks like a completely different person from the man who was being mistreated. Glow-up of the century. "Would you care to explain how this man is going to be of use to me, Lady Murden?" Balfric asks, intrigued. "Rather than tell you, it's better you see for yourself," she replies. "Please, show him your ability, Miel." "Yes, master," he answers, and things are about to get very interesting. Water, wind, and fire all surge to life around him at once, spirits taking shape out of thin air like something out of a myth. Miel stands calmly in the middle of it all, wreathed in flame and completely in control, like this is just a casual Tuesday for him. The crowd absolutely loses it. 3 superior spirits? Impossible. Apparently nobody in recorded history has ever pulled that off. "My apologies," Miel says calmly, "but I couldn't summon the superior spirits fully within the banquet hall grounds. Please forgive me for not being able to show you my full abilities," he adds, which, considering he just casually summoned 3 legendary spirits at once, is a wild thing to apologize for. Lady Murden steps in to make it official. "I'll introduce you two again properly. This person's name is Miel." Balfric can barely believe what he just watched. "I can't believe it, with this kind of power." "Yes," he says, already thinking ahead. When the real threat comes back, he'll be an incredible asset in the battle. For just a second, the mood turns cold, a reminder that the peace at this party will not last forever. "Did you say your name is Miel?" Balfric asks. "Yes, your majesty," Miel confirms with a bow. As a rule, anyone who contracts a superior spirit earns at least the title of Baron, Lady Murden explains. "But since you've signed with 4 superior spirits, I will grant you the title of Count," Balfric declares. "On-the-spot promotions courtesy of His Majesty. As soon as this banquet ends, I'll begin the official proceedings for you," Balfric adds, already moving fast. "I don't know how to respond to your majesty's generosity," Miel says, humbled, while across the room Rainelle puts the pieces together. "That's right, I remember now." Turns out this Miel is a character straight out of the original novel, and in that story he swears loyalty to Camute too. Guess some things are just fate. Word is this guy could give Sir Overkill himself a run for his money in the loyalty department, which sends Galinos and Namiel into an instant, ridiculous bickering match over who is actually the most devoted. Rainelle just watches, amused, waiting for the real ceremony to start. Miel turns to her, sincere. "Miss Rainelle, if it wasn't for you finding me, I wouldn't be standing here today." He drops to one knee before the emperor. Thus, he begins with my entire existence on the line. I swear to serve you for all eternity, a full oath sealed in front of the whole court. Reinelle reaches over to fix his collar afterward, a small, familiar gesture between two people who go way back, with Balfric watching close by. Whatever happens next catches her completely off guard. Wah, and that is exactly where tonight's chapter leaves us hanging. We open mid-scene. Someone is down on one knee in front of Reinelle, swearing an oath. I swear to serve you for all eternity. We do not know who yet, but this is clearly about to complicate things. Cut to Reinelle getting laced into a gorgeous blue and white ball gown. Looks like another big banquet is on the calendar. A jeweled choker gets clasped around her neck. Someone is being dressed up for a very important night. Reinelle's face goes slack with shock. Whatever just happened, she clearly did not see it coming. Turns out the man kneeling is Miel, a young lord who by all rights should have sworn his loyalty to Camute, the emperor himself. Flashing back to the moment itself, Miel drops to one knee and swears his fealty straight to Reinelle instead. Reinelle spirals. Why? How did this even happen? She was not the only person who helped him, not Namiel, not Grandma Murden. Why her? Her brain is doing full cartwheels. Rewind further. We meet Namiel brooding under the stars, muttering that Reinelle must just be flustered because he brought this up so suddenly. Off to the side, young Miel quietly admits to himself he does not see any other option. Deeper flashback. After the coronation banquet, Namiel once told Miel it would be best to swear fealty to the emperor, while Miel wrestled an actual fire dragon spirit in the background, because apparently that is just a normal day for this kid. Namiel lays out the rules: bond with a single superior spirit, and you can earn yourself a noble title. But Miel is not bonded to just one. He has contracts with 4 superior spirits. That is basically unheard of. Which means every faction in the Empire is about to circle him like sharks smelling blood. If he stays independent, Namiel warns, he is going to get dragged into one messy situation after another. But swear fealty straight to the Emperor and he is protected from most of that headache. But Namiel clocks the hesitation and asks the obvious question: what exactly is holding him back? Young Miel wonders quietly to himself, could he swear his loyalty to someone else instead? His mind flashes straight to Reinelle glowing in a black gown. Subtle, this is not. Namiel clocks it immediately. Is he talking about Miss Crow? And honestly, Namiel decides that would not be a bad thing at all. Reinelle has already been chosen as the next empress, after all. If someone as strong as Miel backs her, Namiel reasons, nobody is going to dare mess with her. With Camute already devoted to her, anyone who opposes Reinelle would not be able to do a thing. It might even take some of the pressure off the emperor himself, Namiel figures. So when Miel finally works up the nerve to ask, Reinelle does not hesitate for a second. Of course you can, Miel. Back at the banquet, wrapped in candlelight and flowers, Miel admits the quiet part out loud. He wants to be near her whenever he can. He wants to be close to her, and so close. On Miel's face, practically misty-eyed, he has just told her his most selfish wish out loud, and there is no taking it back now. He kneels. Formally order him to do anything, he says, and if she asks him to risk his life, he will. That is why he is asking her to accept his fealty. Right there in the ballroom, Miel kneels before Reinelle and makes it official. Namiel fills in the backstory. Miel recently learned spiritualist techniques from him, all thanks to a favor Reinelle once did for him. Looks like this is his way of paying it forward. Watching from a distance with Namiel, Camute can only wonder aloud what exactly happened between the two of them that day. He decides he will get the full story later. For now, though, he admits he is genuinely glad someone else has stepped up to protect Reinelle. Ever the diplomat, Camute turns to her. Reinelle, I recommend you accept his fealty. Camute reasons it would be pointless to try talking someone like Miel out of his loyalty anyway. Besides, abilities as rare as his are worth keeping close, so holding onto Miel works out well for everyone. Reinelle, ever the transmigrator, just shrugs it off internally. She gave up worrying about what does or does not match the original novel a long time ago. Since she is firmly on Camute's side anyway, she figures she can simply call on Miel for help whenever Camute needs it. Fealty officially, gladly accepted. Miel's whole face goes red clearly. He was not expecting her to say yes quite that easily. He thanks her properly, pressing a kiss to her hand like the devoted knight he has suddenly become. Reinelle reflects quietly to herself her entire new life in this world basically started because of him too. Miel bows deep in his ceremonial cape, fully committing to his brand new role. Time skipped to tea and pastries. Someone brings up the slave that you recently, and honestly, we already know exactly where this is going. So the sentence trails off conveniently over a very tempting slice of cake. Camute and Reinelle catch up over tea. Saved is Marquis Miel, yeah, though I had no idea he would swear his fealty to me like this. Camute actually agrees it makes sense. No, Reinelle, that makes his actions make more sense. He admits that if Miel had ignored the person who actually saved him and pledged himself elsewhere out of pure convenience, that he would not have forgiven. But this tracks. Still, there is a but coming. He softens. He knows exactly what kind of gratitude Miel must be feeling right now, because he has felt it himself. Even so, Reinelle, it would be. Camute trails off, clearly working up to something. Someone warns Reinelle point blank best not to get too close with Marquis Miel. Her reaction is a very confused huh. Camute admits he respects Miel, of course he does, but he cannot just shrug off watching another man give her his everything. It is making him do things he knows are a little beneath an emperor, he admits, a bit sheepishly. Since I have already given my everything to you, he adds, and there it is, the jealousy is fully out in the open now. Reinelle nearly chokes on her cake, fork frozen midair, absolutely blindsided by his honesty. Her inner crow literally pokes its head out for a second in a panic. You can't come out. Even her own instincts are stressed about this conversation. Camute, a little flustered himself now, quickly backpedals. I'll do that then. Ahem, thanks, Reinelle, my god, she mutters. Later, at the piano, Reinelle cannot stop replaying it in her head. She never expected to see his jealous side over something like this. Camute, meanwhile, suddenly notices the time and wants to call it a night. With another party tomorrow, he suggests they head back and rest, and privately, Reinelle decides this jealous streak of his is actually pretty cute. Walking arm in arm, Camute points out they will be dancing together again tomorrow anyway, so there is no rush to turn in this early. Reinelle gently reminds him this is her very first big party, pacing herself through that many guests is going to be exhausting. She thinks to herself how almost nobody else gets to see this soft, unguarded side of him, and honestly, that feels like a privilege. Elsewhere, night falls quietly over a cozy little townhouse. We are somewhere new. A voice at the door. Thank you, Lady Murden. Namiel, standing on the steps with Miel, gets asked point blank for what. For everything, Miel says, you've taught me so much and today you took me to the banquet. Lady Murden brushes it off at the door. She was simply introducing the Emperor to someone who would be genuinely valuable to the Empire. Namiel goes quiet for a moment, thinking to himself, even so, that person. Back on Miel, blushing as he replays it all in his head to be able to see Lady Reinelle again. Namiel, watching from a distance under the night sky, admits to himself he is going to need to keep a close eye on this kid. Because it is becoming pretty clear Miel does not just see Miss Crow as a simple savior anymore. Love at first sight, maybe. Namiel is already bracing for the political headache this could become. He resolves to make sure Miel's relationship with the Emperor does not get strained over it. Later, Namiel reminds Miel with a smirk not to forget the promise he made at the banquet. Miel simply answers yes. Namiel walks off smiling to himself. I know it very well, he murmurs like he already sees exactly where all of this is headed. Warm light spills out from a doorway, closing out the scene. Miel's inner monologue continues, dedicating everything he has, every ability, every honor he will ever earn. And also, my heart, yea, this is definitely not just gratitude anymore. Back at the grand banquet hall, the party is still in full swing. Footsteps close the distance as someone approaches Reinelle and Camute. Cut to a sharp, serious-looking man. Someone asks him why he looks so tense, calling him Sir Garlinos. Namiel, walking alongside Camute, murmurs simply that person. Garlino says the quiet part out loud. Miel keeps hovering around Miss Rainelle using his fealty as an excuse, and he is worried it will make the Emperor uncomfortable. Right on cue, Miel steps in close to escort her again. Rainelle, a little awkward, tells him he does not have to keep doing this, and someone suggests he use the party to find his own companion and solidify his new standing instead. Miel's eyes narrow slightly. More so, he starts. He explains why he is so protective. Lady Rainelle is the person who saved his life, so if anything ever happened to her. For a second the room seems to fall away, just the weight of that thought hanging in the air. I cannot even imagine it, he admits, dead serious. Camute, watching this play out, allows. That's right. I really get it, he continues, so I understand why you're acting like this. Even so. He reminds everyone this is a party. Every single guest was checked for weapons before they ever got through the palace doors. So whatever Miel is so worried about happening to her, it simply is not going to happen here. The night winds down with Camute and Rainelle close, faces inches apart, a quiet, warm moment to end the chapter on. Someone's clearly nervous about something, but Balfric isn't hearing it. So what exactly are you so worried about, he asks, already bracing to shut it down. Won't happen, he says flat, standing beside Rainelle with roses everywhere and a small child watching from the front like he's daring fate itself to argue. Somewhere backstage, another gown waits on its stand because apparently one banquet outfit was never going to cut it this week. Whoa, this is insane, the crow inside her narrates, watching sparks fly literally between two very different men who both seem awfully interested in her. Ah, please don't fight because of me, she squeaks before admitting to herself, even looking at it backwards, this is totally a love triangle. If this were happening to someone else, I'd be enjoying it with popcorn and soda, she thinks. But now I'm the one stuck in the middle of it. Is this real life? She panics. Either way, she decides she'd better step in before this whole mess gets even messier. Marquis Miel, she says gently, there are plenty of people here who can protect me, so please don't worry. The pale-haired knight bows his head. I apologize for upsetting you with my forward actions, he says quietly. It seems I am still lacking in many aspects, he admits, clearly still kicking himself over it. From now on, I will be more careful, he vows, falling into step behind the Emperor and Rainelle as they cross the party floor. Please enjoy the party, Miel, Balfric tells him, polite as ever, though Rainelle can't shake a stab of guilt watching it happen. I feel a little bad, she admits to herself, but I've got to keep the peace here. Or was that just wishful thinking? She wonders, not entirely convinced the peace is going to hold. Ever the devoted one, Miel appears at her side with a cup in hand. Lady Rainelle, please drink this if you're thirsty. As the party rolls on, she has to admit, having a devoted knight fetching your drinks does have its perks. Not to be outdone, Balfric shows up hauling an entire tray of pastries himself, grinning like it's nothing. Is there anything else you might need? Just tell me, I'll get you anything you ask for, he insists, the caption practically reading I didn't know what she liked so I brought everything. Ha, thank you, she manages before internally screaming, Balfric, no matter how you look at it, this is way too much. If a count starts doing an attendance job that can get troublesome, Miel, someone remarks dryly, watching him pull out her chair anyway. It would be good if you were a little more cautious, Balfric tells Miel, right as he pulls Rainelle in close himself. Then why is the Emperor doing something like this? Rainelle thinks, thoroughly unimpressed by the double standard. This is different, Balfric says simply, since I am your closest person. I'm asking if an emperor is allowed to do something like this, she sighs, now I don't even know how to get out of this mess. Watching scenes like this used to sound nice back when it was just a story. Living through one, turns out that's actually pretty stifling. The crowd's already whispering, how'd she pull that off? I'm so jealous, as Miel cuts through the party unbothered. A smug, silver-haired onlooker watches it all unfold. As I thought, Miss Crow's going to be uncomfortable if this gets left alone. Banners snap in the wind over the palace grounds, the whole empire turned out for the coronation's grand send-off. It's already the last day of the party, someone sighs, how unfortunate. It's no small thing, gathering this many nobles and foreign dignitaries under one roof without a diplomatic incident. However, the most unfortunate thing is obviously this: the narration deadpans, cutting straight to the drama. A trio of noble ladies huddle together, buzzing over the whole love triangle like it's the season's best content. Honestly, fair. Everyone, look over there, someone calls out as Marquis Miel strides through the crowd and every head turns at once. His expression is dead serious. Is he actually about to request a duel? Miel keeps his composure, jaw set, clearly steeling himself for whatever he's about to do. "My honorable emperor," he says, kneeling and presenting an ornate box with both hands. "Although I've sworn my fealty to Lady Rainelle," he says, "Your Majesty has given me more honor than I deserve. And for that," he continues, "I'd like to present you with a small gift." The box creaks open, and inside, a glowing blue stone pulses like it's alive. Rainelle's eyes go wide. "Wait, that's a spirit stone. I heard about these from Grandma Murden," she says, "while I was learning how to handle spirits. And judging by the color," she says, "this one's from a water spirit." "A water spirit stone gives you more than just control over water," she explains. "It can heal too, and one this size, that power would be enormous. Honestly," she breathes, "it's basically the same as having an extra life." The light pours off it in waves, like the stone itself knows exactly how big a deal it is. Balfric's expression goes carefully unreadable as he takes it in. I can't not accept it," he says out loud. In his head though, truthfully, "I'm not thrilled thinking about this guy being around Rainelle from now on. But the man hasn't put a foot wrong, and there are far too many eyes on this to make a scene about it. Right now, I need to look like a tolerant emperor who doesn't mix personal feelings with policy," he reminds himself. "I'm thankful you'd think of me this way," Miel adds, oblivious. "I'd be glad if you kept protecting not just the Empire," Balfric says, "but my precious person too." "As I thought," Miel tells himself, "I was right to listen to my master's advice." Miel, his mentor, says, "If you want to stay close to Miss Crow, you'll need to be seen behaving properly in front of the Emperor too. Those with wolf blood in their veins don't take it well when others get close to their mates," the mentor warns. A wolf snarl flashes through the panel, the point being, they don't share and they definitely don't forgive trespassing. "So if you're going to keep protecting Miss Crow going forward," the mentor continues, "you need to make it very clear you respect their relationship," he finishes. "Yes," Miel answers simply, "if I can just protect Lady Rainelle." "As your Majesty says," he tells Balfric, kneeling, "I will use everything I have to keep the Empire and Lady Rainelle safe. If I can just keep protecting Lady Rainelle," he thinks, "then I can do anything. Since your Majesty's safety also means Lady Rainelle's safety," he reasons, a logic Balfric can't exactly argue with. "Thank you, Miel," Balfric says, and for once he actually means it. "Knowing you're protecting my precious emperor makes me feel safer too," Rainelle thinks, relieved. "Looks like Miel's finally figured out how to handle me. Sure, then the same way Camute treats his own sworn sword, Garlinos. I can treat my sworn sword, Miel, exactly the same," Balfric declares, making it official. That settles it for her, no more forcing distance, no more awkwardness if he's close by. Then, to celebrate this great day, Miel says, "May I ask a favor of you?" "What kind of favor? Just name it," Balfric says. "You may have seen it before," Miel replies, "but I also have a small spirit." "Would that be all right?" he asks, already reaching out. "Of course, Lady Rainelle," he says. Night settles over the palace gardens, stars scattering across the sky above the fountains. Miel raises a hand, and something ancient stirs in the air around them. A spirit contract can only be formed by those closest to nature, the magic seems to whisper. Light and wind twist together in a small storm of color, wrapping around the two of them. So when spiritualists come to understand each other, she realizes this is the kind of scenery they end up making together. Off to the side, Balfric just watches it happen, quiet for once. Just for a moment, the thought lingers, they get to cleanse themselves within nature. And so the last night of the Emperor's coronation celebrations rolls on under a full moon. It all wraps up without incident, carried off on a clean, refreshing breeze. And with that, the night finally winds down to quiet. The cause of most of my conflicted feelings, though. The hands of the original novel's clock have started moving again. Somewhere, something that was supposed to stay still doesn't. And then out of nowhere, a scream tears through the night. Miss Adriana, two men shout, dropping to their knees beside a girl who's just collapsed. Please wake up, miss, one begs, grabbing for her limp hand. Quickly, somebody get a doctor, the other shouts, panic setting in fast. She's out cold and something's glowing faintly right at her chest. Cracks of light spider out across her skin, like something underneath is waking up. Thin threads of light rise off her, curling into the dark like smoke. Whatever just started, it's clear this is only the beginning, and nobody in that room has the first idea what they're dealing with. Dawn breaks over the capital. Today's the day the original novel was supposed to finally kick into gear. And yet nothing about the world looks any different this morning. The thing Rainelle feared most simply didn't happen. The world didn't shift, didn't rewrite itself around her. She didn't vanish either, still very much here, still very much herself. Still, some quiet part of her keeps waiting for the other shoe to drop. She can't quite name the feeling, just a low hum of dread she can't shake. But instead of relief, all she's got is this nagging unease. It sits in her chest like a thorn, poking at her the second she lets her guard down. Cut to someone else entirely, a golden-haired noblewoman gliding toward a glowing archway like she owns the place. She moves with the kind of confidence that says she already knows exactly how this story ends. Someone nearby just watches her, quietly holding their breath. Perfect, she murmurs, like a plan has just clicked neatly into place. That smile isn't the smile of someone who just got lucky, it's the smile of someone who planned this. With this, she says softly, I'll finally be able to make my wish come true. Somewhere in the palace, footsteps echo down a sunlit staircase. This story's about to properly get moving. Back in the present, Emperor Balfric looks up from his paperwork and catches Rainelle mid-daydream. Are you all right? He asks. You seem a little out of it today. She's perched right there on the windowsill in crow form, doing her best not to make eye contact. Truth is, she's been quietly interrogating every bird in the palace for gossip. None of them have seen anything unusual, and the nobles she's been eavesdropping on are just griping about post-coronation politics. Duels lost, someone's daughter tumbling down some stairs, just the usual boring palace drama. And honestly, that's exactly what's freaking her out. Everything is suspiciously, boringly normal. She's sick of tiptoeing around this anxiety. What she really wants is to just meet this so-called female lead face to face. In her head, she's already squaring up for a fight. Female lead, she grumbles, can't you just let me be happy? If she just knew the woman's name, she could track her down and meet her on her own terms. Problem is, all she's got is a face and a title. She remembers exactly what this woman looked like from her old dating sim, right down to the butterflies on the dress. But recognizing a face is the easy part. That game never actually gave the heroine a fixed name. Every dating sim she'd ever played let the player type in whatever name they wanted for the main character. Right there on screen, please choose the main character's name, simple enough for anyone who took it seriously. Which she absolutely did not. Past life, her thought it was hilarious to type in something dumb instead. It was practically a hobby, making the love interest say ridiculous things because of it, like calling Camute paid vacation. Garlinos got stuck begging please choose me. Interviewer Namiel waited around for a salary negotiation, and poor Miel called his own boss quite small and weak monthly wage. Which means she has genuinely never once seen this game's real heroine name, not a single playthrough, not once. Balfric's voice finally cuts through her spiraling. He's been calling her name for a while now. I've been calling you, he says, and you weren't answering at all. He scoops her up in a full panic, already convinced something is seriously wrong with her. Are you hurt anywhere? Should I go get a priest? Bless him, he jumps straight to worst-case scenario. She shifts back to her human form and waves him off, just lost in thought, nothing more. He clearly doesn't buy it, but she can hardly explain she's losing sleep over the original novel's female lead. Still, this is her problem to untangle, and she's just remembered exactly how to start. She casually asks Balfric how one might go about meeting a handful of young noblewomen, maybe some kind of gathering. Normally, he tells her, you just host a tea party. And just like that, Balfric's imagination runs completely off the rails. In his head, this modest little tea party has already become their wedding announcement. Reinelle, he says, snapping her back to reality. Yeah, she manages. He offers to invite literally every noble in the empire and throw the single greatest tea party of all time. She very quickly decides she'll just ask Countess Pinxia for help. Instead, his version sounds like way too much. Sorry, Camute, but an emperor-hosted party means nothing but politics, and she needs actual gossip about the female lead. She promises this one's just practice. Next time when she does it properly, she'll take him up on the offer. So don't be too disappointed, okay? Something about that lands right in his chest. He just smiles, already looking forward to it. I hope it goes well, he tells her, pulling her close before she heads off. Thanks, Camute, she says, and clearly means it. And with that, the palace kicks into gear, preparing for Reinelle's very first hosted tea party. Fine china gets laid out while the staff scramble to get every last detail perfect. Carts loaded with tea and pastries roll into place. It is an honor, one guest murmurs, cradling her teacup like it's made of glass. Off to the side, another noblewoman is already scheming. Getting close to Reinelle could do wonders for her family's standing. Her friend isn't so sure Reinelle is still the bird of death to plenty of people here, and that reputation dies hard. Someone practically claps a hand over her mouth. That is not something you say out loud in this crowd. Meanwhile, three of Balfric's closest men, Galinos, Namiel, and Miel, see the party as their own little networking opportunity. Reinelle arrives dressed to the nines, fully ready to play host. You three really didn't need to escort me, she tells them. Haha, it's no problem at all, Miss Reinelle, Galinos grins back. Turns out the Emperor was worried enough that 3 escorts didn't even feel like sufficient backup. And by he, they mean he's currently crouched in the garden bushes. Ahem, what do you mean, hiding, comes the very unconvincing denial. I was just passing by, Balfric insists, definitely wasn't here for you. Maybe pull the leaves out of your hair first, your majesty. Busted, leaves and all, he finally comes clean. He just wanted to check on her before her first big hosting gig. It's your first time hosting one, he says simply. I wanted to see you. Camute, she's a little floored. She didn't realize he was that worried about her. She shakes it off fast, though today's too important to let herself get distracted. It's showtime. Every guest has arrived except for one. See, every single woman on today's guest list was hand-picked because she fits the profile of the original novel's female lead. Reinelle had Countess Pinxia round up every noblewoman who could plausibly be her. The catch, if she can't actually pick the right woman out of the crowd, this whole scheme falls flat. Chalk it up to bad luck, maybe, but she figures the party still won't be wasted either way. Worst case, she can just fish for information the old-fashioned way, straight from the guests themselves. It'd help if the last guest actually showed. You never know, the one who hasn't arrived yet could be the one holding the biggest piece of the puzzle. And right on cue, footsteps approach and a familiar golden-haired guest steps into view. I'm not too late, am I? No matter how many times this scene replays, one thought never lets go. Some people just move on their own, no strings attached. With a single choice, she could tip everything in this world off balance. Every last piece of it, she could influence all of it. That is exactly why the Watcher recognized her on sight, even as a soft apology starts to spill out. I'm sorry, I lost my way getting here, the newcomer admits, a stray blue butterfly settling in her hair. The main character of this whole world, standing right in front of her. I'm not too late, am I? The golden-haired stranger asks, a rose in hand. No, comes the quiet reply from the black-haired host, you are not too late. What a relief, the newcomer breathes. Then you are? Yes, the host confirms simply. I am the host of this tea party, she announces, gathering herself. Reinelle, she says, and just like that, the crow-turned noblewoman introduces herself to a garden full of watching nobles. Petals drift across the table as the garden tea party quietly gets underway. I am Adriana, the guest replies, meeting her gaze. Gwynel Fawn Adriana, a name delivered with the poise of someone used to being looked at. Something about the moment makes Reinelle flinch. What was that just now? In the garden beyond, Adriana dips into a graceful bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Reinelle. Reinelle squares her shoulders, determined to play the perfect host whatever just crawled up her spine. Across the palace, Balfric taps a restless finger against the windowsill. The tea party, he reminds himself, still has a long way to go. That woman, he mutters, did she say her name was Adriana? Blue butterflies swirl around him as an uneasy feeling settles in. I've only just met her briefly, but I felt a real sense of incompatibility with her. And I think Rainelle felt it too. When they met, I could tell she was uncomfortable. In more ways than one, Balfric admits this is concerning. A hooded figure steps in from the shadows. Shall I place her under surveillance, Your Majesty? If it were up to me, Balfric thinks, watching from the window, I'd have stayed right at that tea party next to Rainelle. But given who I am now, I'd only pull every eye onto myself. Attention Rainelle deserves to have all to herself. So for now, he waits it out, planning to grill her escorts the moment the party wraps. Was there anything strange about their guest? That is exactly what he intends to ask. Back in the garden, Namiel keeps a careful watch over Rainelle as the small talk rolls on. The recent trends, someone offers politely, and the parties that will happen after this. Namiel's eyes narrow slightly. Lady Rainelle. Her hands, he notices, have been shaking for a while now. Is she really all right? Lady Rainelle, if you're finding this difficult, he offers gently, how about taking your leave now? So you don't have to worry, Rainelle says, forcing a reassuring smile. But inside, the truth is a lot less composed. I'm not fine. Not fine at all, and it shows, if you know where to look. Meanwhile, Namiel is stuck wondering why on earth someone has been glaring daggers at him all afternoon. What did I do wrong? He silently panics, replaying that glare over and over. I haven't done a thing besides introduce myself. I wish she'd just tell me what I supposedly did. The garden path stretches out golden in the fading afternoon light, a brief, deceptive calm. I really enjoyed the tea party today, Tilda, one of the guests gushes as things wind down. Invite me next time too. Another chimes in while Rainelle sees them off with a polite, please get home safely. I want to go home and just lie down, Rainelle thinks right before Namiel steps in. There's something I'd like to say to you in private. Of course, she sighs to herself, there was no way her day would end that easily. Elsewhere in the garden, someone quietly asks if now would be all right to talk. A hand closes around her wrist without warning and worry flickers across her face. Will she actually be okay? At last, the tea party officially comes to a close. Lady Rainelle is quite drained from hosting this afternoon, one of her escorts explains carefully. So taking your leave now would be for the best, Miss Gwinnell, Namiel adds, polite but firm. Adriana's expression barely shifts, but something behind her eyes clearly isn't happy about it. That's right, you've been glaring at Lady Rainelle for some time now, someone presses. We cannot forgive any further. Everyone, Rainelle starts, gathering the room's attention. That's right, with all of you protecting me like this, I really don't have anything to be afraid of. I hosted this tea party to negotiate with her directly, didn't I? So let me actually do that. Everyone, I am fine, she insists, smoothing her skirts. It isn't too difficult to have a short, private discussion, she reasons. If I need help, I'll ask for it, but please, give us a moment alone. Understood, Namiel concedes, we'll be waiting close by. The garden settles into a hush as everyone else steps back, leaving just the two of them. Excuse me, Lady Rainelle, Adriana says, closing the distance. Do you mind if I ask you something? I've heard that you're a crow, Adriana begins. Does that mean you're some kind of crow hybrid? No, Rainelle answers evenly, I am just a crow. I ate a Crowbin's rock and gained the ability to turn human, but underneath it all, I'm still just a crow. Ho ho, I see, Adriana muses. If the chance ever comes up, I'd love to see your true form. That smile, Rainelle thinks, feels less like curiosity and more like looking down on her for being a crow. Is that just her own pride talking? No, Adriana clarifies, I was simply curious. Did you really pull me aside just to ask me this? Lady Rainelle, do you know this? Adriana asks, changing tack entirely. The hottest topic among the noble ladies these days is everyone else's relationships. And in that case, Lady Rainelle, you happen to be the one everyone envies most. The Emperor has publicly claimed you at his side, after all. You've been escorted by Marquis Namiel, Adriana continues, ticking off names, the firstborn son of Duke Charmalt. And a promising young mage besides. Not to mention you've earned the fealty of Marquis Miel, the Empire's first spiritualist ever to hold contracts with 4 spirits of entirely different attributes. What does this have to do with Reinelle starts? Isn't it interesting? Adriana presses on, cutting her off. That every eligible man in this empire has somehow gathered around one crow, a bird the whole empire supposedly shuns. What is your secret? Adriana asks, leaning in. Magic, a miracle? Or do you have some special method? Something you've repeated over and over, Adriana asks, and the question lands like a blade. For a moment, neither of them moves, the garden gone completely still. Adriana's composure finally cracks. Who, she demands, are you? Her question hangs in the air, unanswered, framed by roses and thorns alike. Whatever Adriana really knows and however she knows it, one thing is clear: Reinelle's quiet new life just got a lot more complicated. Out in the fading light of the palace gardens, a stranger corners Reinelle and demands she answer for something nobody else even knows to ask about. The girl studies Reinelle's face like she's trying to place her from somewhere. Who are you? She demands. A quick flashback to softer days Reinelle held close outside the palace before we snap right back to this tense standoff. What exactly are you trying to say, Miss Gwinnell? Reinelle presses, done playing along with the riddles. There's no need to pretend you don't know, Gwinnell snaps back, not about the world we're both standing in right now. Gwinnell strikes a dramatic pose, like she's been waiting her whole life to say this next part out loud. I possess the body of the original female lead, she declares. Gwinnell isn't just some noble's daughter, she's an outsider too, dropped into this world same as Reinelle. But you, Reinelle, she adds, eyes narrowing, I don't remember someone like you existing at all. According to the story she knows by heart, Reinelle was never supposed to exist, and thanks to her showing up, Gwinnell says the whole game got wrecked before it even started. Thanks to you, I've been utterly dumbfounded, Gwinnell groans, looking every bit the woman whose master plan just collapsed. She squares up anyway, smug despite the chaos. So, which path are you actually on? Reinelle's jaw drops. Possessed? Reincarnated? Those aren't words some random palace noble is supposed to know. To think she'd just come right out and ask. Reinelle sputters internally. Isn't there some unwritten rule that possessed people don't just admit it? Then she catches herself. Actually, this might work in her favor since the cat's already out of the bag. I suppose, Reinelle says evenly, laying her own cards on the table, it would be accurate to say I was possessed too. After my accident, I woke up and found out I'd suddenly become a crow, she admits, no sugarcoating it. Gwinnell blinks, genuinely thrown. I didn't think you'd just come out and tell me. Good, then let me ask you one more thing. Reinelle's hand drifts to her pendant, bracing herself. What is it? What do you want to ask me this time? What are you going to do to me? Gwinnell blurts out, suddenly a lot less confident than a minute ago. Reinelle just blinks. Pardon, not exactly the follow-up she was expecting. Gwinnell spirals fast, rattling off options. Imprisoned, banished somewhere far away, or does Reinelle just get rid of her right here and now? She's fully spiraling now, practically hashtagging herself ready to die as she braces for the worst. Do to me, she shrieks while Reinelle just stares back, utterly lost. Do to her as in what exactly? For 1 second Reinelle's mind actually goes there, flashing through every dramatic option a proper villainess would pick. In her head she's already cackling I'll destroy you, original female lead, while cartoon Gwinnell faints on the spot. Pure daydream but a tempting one. Back in reality, Gwinnell's still bracing for it. So you weren't going to use your power and influence to eliminate me? Yeah, but why would I? Reinelle deadpans, genuinely confused this is even a question. So you won't? Gwinnell asks, hardly daring to believe it. I don't know what you're misunderstanding, Reinelle says, but I have zero plans to do anything like that. Gwinnell's shoulders drop with relief. Honestly, on my end, I was just scared you'd see me as an enemy. Lies, Reinelle fires back, smirking. You're about to be the next queen, no way you'd be scared of a mere count's daughter. Gwinnell just gasps, busted. Turns out the almost empress and the runaway noble's daughter are carrying the exact same anxieties underneath it all. Two women dropped into a world neither of them grew up in, both trying to survive off half-remembered scraps of a story they used to just read for fun. And on top of that, each one's had to treat the other as the single biggest wildcard in the whole plot. It finally clicks for Reinelle, so that's why Gwinnell had been so icy toward her this whole time. It wasn't hatred at all, it was fear plain and simple. However, Reinelle says, still turning it over, there's still something I don't understand. If you were that scared of me, wouldn't it make more sense to be friendly instead of coming at me like this? We could just be on the same side. Gwynnel visibly flinches. That, Gwynnel stammers, caught completely off guard. That's. Honestly, I was obsessed with villainous stories before I got reincarnated into this game. She confesses with a dramatic laugh, admitting she basically tried to steal the villainous role for herself. Reinelle just stares, completely floored. From now on, you should just play it by ear, Reinelle tells her, privately thinking this girl might be a little slower on the uptake than expected. Then, Gwynnel says, still not fully convinced, you really don't have any thoughts of killing me, right? Reinelle just rolls her eyes. Honestly, it's a little humiliating she was ever scared of a kid like this. Only if you don't attack me first, Reinelle answers, only half joking. What a relief, Gwynnel sighs. I thought I was going to die without even getting to hold Namiel's hand once. Reinelle's ears perk right up at that name. Do you? Reinelle grins like Namiel. Gwynnel freezes. Do I like? That one question detonates something in her, because like doesn't even begin to cover it. She launches into a full essay on every route she's studied and every ending she's lived chasing him, and Reinelle quietly concludes, yep, certified otaku. To think I could actually meet my one true favorite character, Gwynnel breathes, someone I used to only see through my phone screen. It's really like a dream, she murmurs, completely starstruck. It's perfect, she says, practically glowing. For a second, the scheming and the fear melt away, and it's just a girl grinning about her favorite guy. With this, I might actually get my dream to come true, she says. Even though I completely ruined our first meeting all on my own, she admits, wincing at the memory. Well, maybe you should have tried being friendly from the start, Reinelle points out. Yeah, hey, that's just karma. So cool, Gwynnel sighs anyway, and honestly at this point I wouldn't even mind if he just kept hating me. I'm happy just having gotten this close. Reinelle starts to genuinely worry this girl might spiral if left unsupervised for one more second. Still, if this girl stays this unstable, it could cause real problems down the line. I'll help you, Reinelle decides. Even though your first impression wasn't great, if you actually keep trying, it might work out after all. A flashback surfaces of their actual first meeting, Gwynnel horrified, once accusing the crow of circling her just waiting to eat her corpse. It's been a while since my own path was already set in stone, Reinelle says, but I can make sure the two of you get to meet again. Gwynnel's mouth falls open. Pardon, then, catching herself, she snaps right back into dramatic mode, however. I'll only give you one chance, she announces grandly, like she's the one doing Reinelle a favor. So don't go pulling any of those weird moves you read about somewhere. Just try talking to him like a normal person. You never know, Reinelle adds with a smile. Namiel might actually come to see how you really feel. Why? Gwynnel asks quietly, why are you doing this for me? I was genuinely awful to you. We've already sorted out a lot just by actually talking, Reinelle says gently, and I could really use someone else who gets what it's like being dropped into a whole new life like this. So please, she smiles, just find some determination. I suffered plenty after landing here myself, and if you want to hear the whole story, we're going to need a few sleepless nights. Miss Reinelle, Gwynnel says, visibly moved. Thank you so much, Miss Reinelle. This favor, I swear I'll pay it back. I'll remember it forever, she vows, pulling Reinelle into a hug amid the roses. Left alone with her thoughts, Reinelle wonders, if their situations had been swapped, what would she have done? Honestly, she'd probably have panicked and tried to wreck everything too, just like Gwynnel did. And yet here she is, closer to Camute than she ever could have dreamed of being. She lets herself lean into him a little longer, soaking in a quiet moment that almost didn't happen. That's honestly why I'm grateful things turned out the way they did, she thinks, that I became a crow at all. Miss Reinelle, someone cuts in, pulling her right out of the moment. I know this might be a little shameless, but could I ask you for one more favor? A favor. Elsewhere, evening settles over an empty garden bench, the lamps just starting to flicker on. Off in the distance, the guys waiting on the girls are getting antsy. This chat's going on way longer than I expected, one mutters. I wonder if anything happened. Galinos shifts uncomfortably. Even so, this is a bit awkward. This might just be me worrying over nothing. Then something makes him flinch hard. Feathers start raining down out of nowhere and Namiel's voice cracks with alarm. Miss Rainelle. Both of them freeze, staring at whatever's happening, completely blindsided, and that's exactly where this one leaves us hanging. Someone screams her name into the sky as chaos breaks loose. Welcome back to the madness that is Rainelle's life. A stunned bystander can only ask what in the world is going on as black smoke swallows the scene, one very panicked crow cawing for backup somewhere inside it. Someone please save me. Yep, that's Rainelle alright, still in full crisis mode even as a crow. Turns out the emergency was just a hug. An over-enthusiastic blonde girl scoops her up, gushing about how ridiculously soft and sexy her feathers are. Best hug of my life, the girl declares, hearts everywhere, while Namiel and Galinos just stand there, utterly done processing what they are witnessing. Off in the shadows, someone else quietly watches the whole spectacle unfold. Elsewhere, Balfric brings up a name that's clearly been on his mind. So, Gwynolfon Adriana. Turns out Adriana's obsession runs deep. Thanks to her, Rainelle narrates, I've been smothered with cuddles non-stop. And it wasn't just suspicion driving Adriana's constant hovering. She simply couldn't hide how interested she was in Rainelle. Adriana's private thought flashes across the screen. Who does she think she is, rewriting the story like this? Adriana's inner monologue is a certified mess. She wants to see Rainelle's crow form, tussle her hair, the whole deal. Somebody label that file noisy inner thoughts already. I'd love to see your true form sometime, Adriana says with a soft, knowing smile. Didn't you say you liked Namiel? Adriana teases and Rainelle just short-circuits on the spot. Namiel's my main, the birds are my second lead, Adriana explains, dead serious. Rainelle has officially given up trying to follow this woman's logic. Misunderstandings cleared up, they turn out to have a lot in common, so the two agree to get closer. Balfric hears about the new friendship and gives it a slow, suspicious once-over. I see, it's nice you made a friend, but... Rainelle starts packing, bracing herself for what's sure to be a long night of girl talk with Adriana. Just wait, I'll pack and be right back, she promises. Take your time, hee, Adriana laughs. Balfric, meanwhile, is having a full meltdown, spending the night outside. He knows, logically, it's her choice where she goes, but she's never once spent a night away before and that's doing something to him. I got a weird feeling off that woman, he broods, thorns and butterflies swirling around his very dramatic inner crisis. Is she actually trying to steal Rainelle away from me? Buddy, it's a sleepover, not a kidnapping. See you tomorrow, Camute Rainelle chirps on her way out. Be safe, he manages, doing his best impression of a man who is totally fine. The second she's gone, the mask drops. I will not forgive you, Gwynolfon Adriana. Adriana, of course, has no idea she's just been declared public enemy number 1. She's too busy being thrilled about her sleepover. Adriana's got her own agenda too, though. Use Namiel as cover to pump Rainelle for details she's forgotten about the original game. Cue Rainelle's daydream, full wall slam energy, confessing her feelings and declaring be my man forever to a very startled Balfric. Ack Rainelle, you're so, he stammers mid-glomp, rose in hand, completely swept off his feet in her fantasy. Back in reality, she reasons that even with the story's real female lead now in the picture, she knows she isn't fading into the background, so there's no reason left to hold back. Even though she's derailed the plot pretty hard by this point, she doesn't think what people actually like and dislike has changed all that much. So isn't this the perfect opportunity, she decides, time to make a move. Adriana, for her part, admits she basically only knows Namiel's route inside and out. Everyone else is a total blank. Someone lies deep in thought nearby, turning the whole conversation over in their head. No, but why not? Rainelle blinks. Aren't you supposed to be the female lead? Someone asks her point blank. I love Namiel so much I don't need any other character, Adriana declares, which pretty much sums up her entire personality. Officially crowned the girl obsessively deep in the well of Namiel, Adriana's got nothing left to offer on any other front. Honestly, you'd know a lot more about Camute than I would, Adriana points out, turning the tables right back on Rainelle. Even so, Reinelle stammers, wishing for just one tiny hint of what to do next. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of confidence right now, she admits quietly. But the days keep passing, and that nagging feeling only keeps getting stronger. She can't stop picturing his warm smile. The realization hits. Balfric's feelings for her run deep, and even someone as oblivious to romance as she is can't miss it anymore. It's gotten to the point she genuinely can't ignore it any longer. Still, her confidence keeps sinking. Can her own feelings possibly measure up to his? She clutches the pendant at her throat, steadying herself for what's coming. Her hair sweeps in the wind as her resolve slowly settles in. They say wolves mate for life. If she accepts these feelings of his, this will be Camute's first and only confession ever. I want to do everything I can to make sure it's the happiest moment of his life, she resolves. Adriana watches her friend quietly, saying nothing, just being there. Don't worry so much, Adriana finally says, taking her hand. I haven't been in this world very long, but even I can see how the two of you are together, Adriana tells her gently. Reinelle pictures herself in an elaborate gown, imagining the moment in full dramatic detail. No matter how you confess, it's going to be the happiest moment of his life, Adriana promises. Adriana lets out a satisfied little sigh, confident in her own pep talk. Reinelle's heart skips, cheeks going pink at the thought. Not even the original story could make him this happy, Adriana adds. Not bad for two people who used to be terrified of each other. Touched that Adriana would be this honest with her, Reinelle simply says, "Thank you, Adriana." The two share a quiet, grateful moment, hands together. "Thanks to you," Reinelle admits, "I think I've actually found some courage." Adriana laughs it off. "Honestly, shouldn't I be the worried one? Namiel and I are light years apart." Cut to Namiel himself, remembering the moment he caught Reinelle happily hugging every bird in sight. "I get the feeling Miss Reinelle isn't totally comfortable around me," he admits. "Might be best if I just step back." Reinelle just smiles, and the biggest problem is, see, in the original story, Namiel was famously the hardest character in the whole game to get close to. He walks off without a backward glance, staff in hand, keeping everyone at arm's length as usual. Shadowy vines curl through the frame, a fitting visual for a guy who guards his heart like a fortress. Even when people try to flirt their way in, Namiel just locks it all down and holds his emotions close. The game version of him is even blunter. "One wrong move and you get a cold. I don't think we can maintain this relationship any longer." Basically the reason half the players quit mid-game, according to Adriana, though she insists that's exactly what makes him so charming. And if I'm being a bit more sincere, Adriana starts turning thoughtful. Someone who doesn't open up easily to others is bound to be lonely, she finishes softly. If this were still just a game, it wouldn't matter much. But he's real here, living and breathing, and that changes everything. "I want to make him happy," she declares, "no matter what it takes." "You could say I've got a similar goal to you, actually," she tells Reinelle. "Miss Reinelle," Adriana says, turning fully serious for once. "So tell me honestly, is the Namiel you've actually met anything like the one from the game?" "Well," Reinelle admits, "it's been a while since I played, so it's hard to say for sure. Though his attention to detail has definitely gotten sharper lately," she adds. "Might just be all those all-nighters he's been pulling for his research," she guesses. Adriana jumps in with expert-level game knowledge. Approach an all-nighter Namiel wrong the next morning and his affection meter tanks instantly. "Guess I'll just have to meet him myself then," Reinelle decides, and choose my words a lot more carefully. The real trick is figuring out exactly how to approach him in the first place. Best to engineer the most natural-looking meeting possible, Adriana suggests, ever the strategist. The universe has other plans. Namiel coldly brushes them off since neither of them actually had an appointment. Adriana naturally melts on the spot. That's kind of cool." "Do not lose yourself to this again," Reinelle scolds. Right, Adriana mutters, "good-looking men really are dangerous." "Just hold onto your brain this time," Reinelle warns, "so you don't end up with a bad ending." Problem is, Reinelle can't exactly use her own influence either, not without raising every eyebrow in the palace. A determined glint flashes in her eye. "Then again, there's one method we could try right now," she grins, and that grin means trouble. Whatever she's plotting, it's clear this innocent matchmaking scheme is only just getting started. Deep in his study, the magician Namiel is burning the midnight oil chasing some kind of breakthrough. This still isn't enough, he grumbles, tossing aside yet another failed page of notes. He mutters that the formula needs a more stable medium, and that's when a knock rattles his door. Before he can answer, something flutters right up to his window, a crow. He does a double take. Miss Rainelle, yep, that crow is definitely royalty. What brings you here, he asks, as the crow's silhouette starts glowing with magic. In a flash of light, the crow becomes a woman again. I'm here because I need your help, Rainelle says. Namiel about jumps out of his skin. Portal entrances are apparently not covered in wizard etiquette class. He collects himself and gives a cautious, sure. Cut to a grand estate, marble floors, a gleaming piano, staff bustling to get everything ready for guests. The two of them arrive at the ornate front entrance, ready for whatever this errand actually is. A maid welcomes them in with a cheerful welcome, Miss Rainelle. Their host is already seated among the tea and pastries. I have been waiting, she says with a knowing smile. Namiel introduces his companion. This is Adriana, who will be helping me today, and Rainelle, in a very convincing disguise, plays along with delight. Their host asks if the two are already acquainted, then turns to Adriana. What exactly does she need help with here with this particular man? Rainelle clocks Namiel's flustered face and teases him about it, all while reminding herself, do not blow the cover. She can barely contain herself, sparkling with excitement at her own scheme. Their host lays out the plan. With Rainelle and Camute already an official item, she wants to throw him something extra special, and that's where Adriana comes in. She figured a second, male opinion might help 2Q1 very nervous magician. Namiel points out the obvious, shouldn't Sir Gallinos be a better pick given how close he is to His Majesty? True, but isn't Sir Gallinos a bit much? She imagines him rallying the entire empire over party snacks, not exactly subtle. Namiel blinks as she adds, and I'd feel too sorry asking Miel, ruling out candidates one by one. So really, you were the only man left to ask, she tells him, and if this goes to plan, her real goal is finally within reach. Her real plan is a little different though. Keep finding excuses for Adriana and Namiel to bump into each other as naturally as possible. In her head, it's already a storybook ending happily ever after, matchmaking success guaranteed. I'm a little curious how far she's willing to take this, Rainelle thinks, as their host waves Namiel to a seat. Please sit here, Marquis. Miss Gwinnell should sit comfortably first, Namiel replies, ever the gentleman, even to the woman apparently running this whole operation. Meanwhile, back at the palace, something has got Camute on edge. He stamps another form with more force than paperwork really deserves. How long has it been, he mutters, thinking of someone. His pen stalls mid-signature. Rainelle, he realizes, has been spending an awful lot of time with Count Gwinnell's daughter lately instead of him. Sure enough, Rainelle skips off cheerfully. Camute, I'm going to go play with Adriana today. Adriana asked me to play with her again. See you later, Camute. She's out the door before he can even answer. Something about being left behind again clearly does not sit well with him. Why am I the emperor? He groans, head in his hands, ruler of an entire empire, powerless against his own girlfriend's social calendar. This is all because of this damned paperwork, Camute snaps, glaring daggers at the stack on his desk. He can't just leave it all sitting here, or can he? I can't leave it like this, he decides, and not in the way you'd expect. Today, I'm going on strike as emperor, bold move for a guy who just got the job. Out comes the incognito look, hood up, cloak on, ready to vanish into the crowd. He slips out a side door before anyone can talk him out of it. A carriage rolls up, his hooded reflection staring back from the window glass. Earlier, before she left, Rainelle had mentioned that if he ever urgently needed to find her, he should just send someone to the Lunaran Theater District. So that's exactly where his carriage is headed. Elsewhere, Rainelle suddenly stiffens, like she can sense trouble coming. And there he is. Wow, what are you doing here? The whole group blurts out in unison as Camute appears. Oops, Rainelle squeaks, hand slapped over her mouth. She scrambles for a cover story. They were just scouting good spots for his special event, and she genuinely didn't expect him to show up in person, busy as he is. What do you mean, she asks, didn't you say to just send someone here if you needed me? He steps closer, voice softening, I wanted to see you urgently so I came myself. Have I annoyed you? Rainelle asks quietly, searching his face. He just smiles, warm and golden-eyed, not a trace of annoyance anywhere. Rainelle's brain short-circuits into full panic mode, that there's no way, I have no choice but to survive this crisis right now. Help me with this, Rainelle hisses at Gwynnel, who nearly jumps out of her shoes. Quick on her feet, Gwynnel offers to just go buy His Majesty a ticket so he can watch the show with them too. Namiel volunteers to go with her to grab it, conveniently leaving Rainelle and Camute alone for a minute. Nice assist, Rainelle thinks, relieved now she just has to keep Camute from putting the pieces together. Camute quietly takes her hand. Rainelle, he says. I'm sorry I haven't been able to spend more time with you, I've just been so buried in work, he admits. To survive and to protect this empire and you I fought my way onto that throne, he says, thinking back on everything it took. But somewhere along the way I've been leaving you alone more and more, with fewer and fewer days like this one. I feel like I've poured every bit of my energy into just staying in power, he confesses, walking beside her. Being emperor is a lot harder than I thought, Camute admits, and Rainelle can only softly say his name. Wait, does he actually think she's only been hanging out with Adriana because he's been neglecting her? Her stomach drops. That's not true, honestly, it's not that at all, she blurts, scrambling to set the record straight. If this keeps up, she realizes, Camute is going to overwork himself even harder just to make time for her. So she half confesses, I think there's been a misunderstanding. The real reason I've been hanging around these two is that Adriana likes Namiel and I've just been playing matchmaker. Technically, not a lie. It's not because I've been lonely, Camute protests a little too quickly. If I'd really been bored or lonely, I'd have just parked myself in your office chattering at you, she teases. Something in him finally relaxes. Rainelle, you should have told me sooner, he says, smiling. She laughs it off, cheeks pink. I dunno Tilda, it's just embarrassing. Well, since we're all here anyway, she figures, might as well make it a double date. Namiel and Gwynnel come back waving tickets in the air. We've got them now, we can all watch it together. Camute leans in close to Rainelle, then shall we? Rainelle silently crosses the theater off her list of places she could have used for a private confession. So much for that plan. The group heads inside together, footsteps echoing down the sunlit hall. The chapter closes on one quiet image, a golden wolf and a black crow, side by side, exactly who you'd guess. The Grand Opera House glitters gold as the crowd files in for opening night. Up in the gilded rafters, even a stray crow finds a perch to watch the show begin. Camute crashing this outing threw everyone for a loop, Rainelle admits, but honestly, having him along works out better than expected. This is the play marquee Namiel personally recommended, someone notes as the group settles into the VIP box. Since the VIP booths only seat 2 to a box, Adriana leans in and asks Namiel to fill her in on the play's theme. Namiel was fully prepared to sit solo tonight. That plan does not survive contact with the seating chart. The seats get swapped at the last second, also Camute and Rainelle end up right next to each other. Subtle, guys, real subtle. At this rate, Namiel jokes, this might turn into a very successful double date. As the curtain rises, word is the head royal mage wrote this play specifically to cast crows and Rainelle in a better light. Namiel goes quiet the second the plot kicks in, murmuring just one word, the plot. Turns out this whole play was cooked up to mirror Miss Rainelle and His Majesty's own story, and Rainelle just heard the theory in full. Wow, what? Rainelle nearly comes out of her seat, feathers and all. Oh my god, this is a play about me, she whispers. Then we had better watch very, very carefully. I'm already getting second-hand embarrassment, she groans, sinking lower in her seat. The whole box turns to watch her reaction instead of the stage. Great, just great. On stage, black feathers drift down as the play's story finally begins. Two silhouettes take the stage, an ancient crow and a golden wolf, sworn to stand together forever, just like the old legends. I have never said anything like that in my life, Rainelle hisses, curling up so hard she practically turns into a squid. I know it's a dramatization, but this is too much. At what point does this stop being her story and start being fanfiction? Namiel just winks, clearly enjoying every second. On stage, the actor playing Carmute coos, "Oh my crow, your black hair is like an opal in the night sky, even the sun would cower before your beauty." Reinelle can only ask why his dialogue sounds like that. Namiel milks it for all it's worth, striking a pose. "I want to be the only one who knows your brilliance, let the world witness the tsunami of tears I've shed for you." Not even a whole stick of butter could be this greasy. Reinelle wheezes through tears, already plotting to grab Carmute so they can suffer through this together. "Ho ho, he's saying exactly what I told the playwright," someone murmurs smugly. "It's perfect." "I'm truly glad I came out today," Reinelle says sweetly right before rounding on Namiel. "So you were the culprit all along. And I'll be having a word with Adriana about this too," Lashy starts, before getting cut off entirely. "Okay, but why are you two suddenly debating theology in the middle of a theater?" Someone cuts in, completely lost. "Adriana, weren't you supposed to be flirting with Namiel right now?" Reinelle asks. Adriana, unbothered, counters that it's worth considering the bigger picture. Legends warp depending on who's retelling them. "So you're saying someone with a political agenda might have twisted the story of crows on purpose," Reinelle says flatly. This conversation is so dry it could crumble into dust any second. Namiel picks up the thread. "Crows once served the wolves," meaning the imperial family, so rewriting that history could easily be a move to chip away at their influence. Reinelle just sighs now, Namiel's matching her, dry line for dry line. "There is no flirting happening here at all," Reinelle sighs, dragging a hand down her face. So much for tonight's double date, officially thoroughly ruined. The curtain finally falls to thunderous applause, the whole hall on its feet. The crowd spills out into the night, still buzzing from the show. "That," Carmute declares, "was the best play I have ever seen. Especially the finale," he smirks, "where Reinelle and I were dancing. Truly a masterpiece." "Fine, if you're happy, I guess it's fine," Reinelle grumbles, then notices something. "Wait, where did Lady Gwynnel and Namiel go?" Turns out those two got so wrapped up in their little academic debate that they wandered off during intermission. Meanwhile, Adriana's asking Namiel if he'd like to see her research materials, a couple who have truly, completely forgotten the actual point of tonight. Carmute, watching from under his hood, raises an eyebrow. Marquis Charmalt isn't exactly known for getting along with other nobles. Then maybe the Marquis has a bit of a soft spot for Lady Gwynnel, Carmute muses. "Is that so, Tilda?" Reinelle grins. Across the hall, Adriana freezes mid-sentence. Wait, was that painfully dry conversation actually flirting? Reinelle bursts out laughing. "Adriana, so this was your plan all along, typical of someone who's been quietly crushing on Namiel this whole time." Then Reinelle, Carmute says, turning to her with a look in his eye. "Since it looks like you no longer need to play matchmaker for those two," he says, "how about it's just the two of us for the rest of the day?" For a second, it almost feels like something out of one of those old confession scenes. "Yeah, sure," Reinelle laughs. "None of the plans we actually made today came through anyway." Who cares?" Carmute shrugs. "We can push today's plans to tomorrow. Fancy grabbing lunch nearby instead?" "Sure, I was getting a little peckish anyway," Reinelle beams, and off they go, hand in hand through the blossoms. Up on a nearby rooftop, the guards tailing them are having their own crisis. "Could you move over? I can't see a thing." "And who exactly gave you the right to that spot?" "I was here first." "Liar, I called this position before you ever showed up." "How dare you call me a liar?" Before it can escalate further, a weary voice cuts in. "Excuse me, you two. Weren't you two supposed to be guarding His Majesty and Miss Reinelle?" She snaps. "How long exactly do you plan on bickering?" Both guards freeze under her glare. Is all either of them manages. "That definitely wasn't just an exchange of suggestions back there," one mutters, breaking into a run. "Either way, now's not the time for this. Miss Reinelle and His Majesty have already moved on. We need to catch up now. If anything happens to either of them, it's the end of the Empire." Scanning the rooftops, one of the guards freezes mid-step. Someone is out there. A hooded figure slips into view, blade already drawn. "And just what exactly do you plan on doing with that?" comes a cold challenge as steel meets steel. The attacker lunges again, one hand wreathed in dark, clawing magic. The assassin barely has time to register the wound before it's already too late. When did he? One clean strike puts the attacker down for good. The fight for the throne is supposed to be over, the man mutters, brushing himself off. So why do these idiots keep crawling out of the woodwork? Honestly, I don't think they were even after His Majesty or Miss Rainelle this time, he adds, unbothered. Pretty sure it's me they are after, though they really should know better than to think I'd go down that easily. Thank you, Miss Nadia, Miel says with a small nod. Just in case, I'll leave a few spirits with you for protection. Nadia ties the unconscious attacker up without missing a beat. Honestly, I've lost count of how many times I've had to do this by now. She drags both bodies off like a pair of overstuffed suitcases, years of hauling palace luggage as a maid, finally paying off in the strangest way possible. One of the captured men comes to just long enough to spit out his grudge, a crow, becoming the empress. I will never accept that. Nadia answers with a smack that shuts him right up, courtesy of an arm built from years of hard labor. One of her spirits drifts close, murmuring softly, our Miss Rainelle. Let's just hope she has no idea any of this happened, Nadia says, and is off somewhere having nothing but happy thoughts. Cut to Rainelle, blissfully unaware of the chaos behind her and having a full-blown crisis all her own. I'm doomed. This, she groans, might genuinely be the biggest crisis of my entire life. Turns out she and Camute just wandered straight into every spot she'd once scouted for confessing her feelings. Is this your first time here, Rainelle? Yeah, first time, she lies through her teeth. Her private notes beg to differ. This exact spot is confession location candidate number whatever, already scouted a grand total of 52 times. Now I don't even know where I'm supposed to confess anymore, Tilda, she wails, then immediately gets distracted. Wow, this dessert is so good I could cry, Tilda. As the sun dips low over the capital, our favorite ex-crow and her emperor are strolling home from what looks like the most low-key royal date in history. Camute sighs that it's a shame, but they really do need to start heading back to the palace. Rainelle agrees. Somehow, she says, she completely lost track of how much time had passed. But inside, she's spiraling. What now, she thinks. This was never supposed to be some huge, amazing gesture. Cue the flashback? Since Camute is already emperor, a big public spectacle is off the table, so she baked him a heart-shaped mountain of cookies instead. His reaction is a very awkward thanks because apparently he already owns dozens of those. The real plan was simple. Give him one perfect, low-key date he'd never had before, then just naturally slide the confession in. But as always with these two, nothing about natural ever goes according to plan. So screw the plan, she decides. Why not just confess right here, right now? Sure, it's a little sudden, but honestly, it's not that far off from what she was already planning to do anyway. And would you look at that? The mood is perfect, the lights golden, and a street musician even strikes up a tune like the universe ordered a soundtrack. Rainelle actually stops to wonder if she's hearing background music. Yeah, hey, she is definitely overthinking this. Okay, she steadies herself. Camute, I have something to say. She finishes. Camute turns to her, all patient attention. What is it, Rainelle? Her whole face goes red. Honestly, come on, she tells herself. Do not chicken out now, not after putting it off this long. And just confess, she blurts out right as someone comes sprinting at them with a drawn sword. Camute just sighs, because of course this is happening right now. Of all times, why now? He yells, more annoyed than actually scared, which tells you everything about how outmatched these attackers are. Rainelle lunges to help, but Camute is already moving. Wait, Rainelle, I've got this. He's not gentle about it either. You absolute idiot, he snarls, taking the attacker down without breaking a sweat. His real complaint is the timing. Ambushing him mid-confession, he growls, is like deliberately spilling the ramen right after you finally finished cooking it. A passerby comes running over, panicked, asking if they're all right. Camute apologizes for the delay. He and his men were busy handling the other two attackers. Turns out this was never a one-man job. Camute hauls one of the would-be killers up by the collar. All business now. Take him, he orders flatly, and his guards snap to it. With the attackers bound and dragged off, Rainelle just wants to get out of there. Let's go, Camute. Camute goes quiet, clearly kicking himself. The whole point of today, he thinks, was making sure they'd never run into scum like that. And yet here they are anyway. Of course she was scared, he thinks, who wouldn't be? They head back toward the palace in tense, thoughtful silence. Inside the carriage, the two of them just sit with it, the earlier romance thoroughly murdered by sword-wielding strangers. I should have been more careful, Camute finally says. This is my fault. Rainelle takes his hand. It isn't, she says firmly. In her head, she already knows exactly why. Every noble in this empire is angling for the Empress's seat. But none of them can openly back someone to sit beside an emperor who carries the wolf bloodline, not without showing their hand. Once an empress is chosen, there's no replacing her except by death, so no one dares move openly. Unless, of course, that empress is just a bird. That, she realizes, is exactly the loophole ambitious nobles are betting on. And chasing that sliver of hope is precisely why people keep sending killers after her. Camute looks visibly rattled by the thought. Rainelle notices right away. She squares her shoulders. She's come too far to start being scared now, she tells him, and she's got people around her fighting hard to keep her safe. So he shouldn't worry so much. All she needs from him is to keep trusting her and keep backing her up. So she can keep soaring forward, no matter what gets thrown at her. That's a crow with an absolutely iron will, and honestly respect. Camute softens, a smile creeping in, then he says, I'll try a little harder too, Rainelle. And for the first time all day, he lets himself think there might actually be a real chance for him. Starting, he decides, with making absolutely sure she's safe. And locking down her position for good. The moment they're back at the palace, he announces they've got a lot of work to do. His big first move, ordering giant crow statues to be erected all across the empire. Rainelle's face says it all, absolutely not. No, Camute, she says, appreciating the thought while immediately trying to one-up him with something even more dramatic. Something bigger than that infamous play that was already exaggerated by a good 900%. Sure, why not? Then she catches herself and pumps the brakes. Wait, Camute, hold on a second. Not a play, their first meeting. Why did it take her this long to think of it? There's somewhere she wants to go, she says before they head back to the palace. She turns the idea over in her head, quietly excited about it. Camute asks if she thought of something better. No, she says, it's, will you come with me? And with that, the two of them set off somewhere far more meaningful than any palace ballroom. They walk deep into the woods together, the place suddenly, quietly familiar. This is the exact clearing where they first crossed paths. Feels like just yesterday, he says, sitting right where he once did. And yet so much time has passed since then. Doesn't it move you, he asks her, seeing what they've become. She laughs, remembering how she used to curse herself out as that wretched bird. Yeah, he agrees quietly, it does. She just smiles at him, soft and a little overwhelmed. Then she kneels down in the grass. Camute, what I wanted to tell you earlier. I'm going to say it right here. He remembers right, they got cut off before. He waits, curious what she's about to say. Before I met you here, she begins, I didn't really have a reason to keep going. I was just trying to convince myself a small, simple life was enough. But after I met you, I found something worth living for. Instead of facing everything alone, the way she always had before. She just wanted to be happy. Together with you. She never imagined she'd end up surrounded by so many people who care about her, and she never wants to go back to that lonely life again. No matter how much danger comes her way, she tells him she wants to stay right by his side. Right here, in the exact spot where they first met, the place that changed both of their lives forever. So she's done pretending she's unsure how she feels. This, she decides, is the perfect place to finally say it for certain. The magic in the air practically crackles as she steps toward him. Petals drift down around them like the world itself is holding its breath. He pulls her in close, foreheads nearly touching. Wrapped in his arms, she finally lets the words out. I like you, Camute, she finally says, more than anything else in the world. Picture the Crown Prince Balfric, a man who learned early that suffering came easier to him than happiness ever did. He'd spent his whole life walking a path of thorns instead of flowers, and it left its scars. Even sitting on the empire's most dazzling throne couldn't shake that feeling. Deep down, he could never quite loosen the uneasiness chained around his heart. Then came a small crow who wrapped him in her wings, and somehow that unease started to feel a little smaller. Little by little he started leaning on her, on a bird nobody else would ever look twice at. These days he can't imagine breathing without his bird of death anywhere nearby. He holds onto her so tightly because he's terrified this happiness might just fly away forever. Once she finally started returning his feelings, he decided he had no intention of holding back anymore. In his head he's already replaying it on a loop. Please just let Rainelle want me too. More than open sky, more than endless meadows, all he wants is for her to want only him. In this half-asleep haze, he pictures her leaning close, near enough to touch. He wants her to consume every part of him, he thinks, then immediately catches himself. Wait a second, bare feet in the grass, moonlight everywhere. Is this actually happening? Is this a dream? Honestly, he can't tell anymore. The vision keeps going, dressed in violet and starlight, reaching right for him. Did he want her so badly that his own brain just built the whole thing from scratch? Fair question. Here's the twist though, this part isn't a dream. She really has stopped seeing him as just family or just a friend. In the hush of the night, something between them has quietly, undeniably shifted. He finally lets it sink in. This cool forest breeze, this closeness, all of it is real. Her lips on his, her breathing right there against him. Real, not imagined. The part of himself he thought he was slowly losing starts to feel whole again. Happiness creeps up on him like a sunrise, and this time he actually lets it stay. And then right there mid-kiss he just says it plainly, I like you too, Rainelle. Something in him finally snaps loose. He is done holding back tonight. Mid-kiss, Rainelle has to pull back just to catch her breath, stammering out his name. Ever the gentleman for exactly 1 second, he offers her a break, then immediately apologizes for getting carried away. He admits he just wants this moment for himself, rules be damned. He's been patient a very, very long time, he tells her, and honestly it shows. So could he keep going, he asks, hand already at his own collar. Is that okay, he asks again, searching her face for the answer. She jokes it feels like standing in front of a starving beast, which, fair, given the look on his face right now. It just proves how badly Camute wants her, she decides, and tells him to do as he pleases. Let's leave them to it from here. I'll try my best, Rainelle, he promises, and for once in his life he lets himself admit he's genuinely, completely happy. Time skips ahead. Back at the imperial palace, footsteps echo through familiar halls. This is the seat of the Camute imperial family, a dynasty built on raw power, and now, it turns out, on real happiness too. A knock interrupts Princess Sapphire's lesson. Someone's got news that just cannot wait. Miss Rainelle has arrived for you, the attendant announces. She's told Rainelle will wait until the lesson wraps up. Sapphire does not wait, she bolts, screaming her name down the hallway. Her tutor just sighs, guess they're finishing this lesson some other day. It's simply because Sapphire adores Miss Rainelle that much, someone chuckles, watching her tear off down the hall. Welcome, Rainelle, the household calls out warmly as she's shown inside. Hi Sapphire, how are you today? Rainelle asks, immediately pulled into a hug. Sapphire's been studying hard and wants to know what they're playing today, but Rainelle has to admit she's got somewhere to be. Sapphire's face falls instantly. Wait, are you seriously busy? Rainelle breaks it to her gently, busy for a month or two actually, engagement busy. Instead of playing, she says, she's brought a present, sliding over a sealed envelope. Sapphire eyes it, completely baffled. What could this be? An invitation. Sapphire's eyes go wide as it clicks. That's right, Sapphire, Rainelle grins. Camute and I are officially getting engaged. She can't stop smiling as she says it, practically glowing. Very soon, she tells Sapphire, we're going to be real family, and she wanted her to be the very first to know. Sapphire's jaw drops, completely speechless for a second. It's the best present ever, Rainelle, she finally squeals. The invitation gets sealed with a flourish, ready to send the whole palace into a frenzy. Word spreads fast, and somewhere in the palace, Galinos is already sobbing his eyes out. His Majesty Camute finally engaged. He can't believe this day actually came. Namiel just deadpans at him. If you're crying this hard already, how much are you going to cry at the actual wedding? Everyone else in the room is smiling, not sobbing, Galinos. The news is already tearing through the whole palace, and even Namiel can't quite hide his own reaction to it. He just hopes she's happy, he says quietly, a real, true engagement after everything they've been through. Meanwhile, one poor steward realizes what this actually means for him, overtime starting immediately. The whole room descends into chaos, sobbing, shrieking, everybody completely surrounded by the news. Even the usually composed ones just freeze up like, what am I even supposed to do with this information? One of them wonders out loud if he's supposed to be crying too. Elsewhere over tea and cake, the real gossip session gets underway. Adriana offers her congratulations, genuinely delighted for her friend. Reinelle can't resist teasing back, so any progress on your end, you know so much about Namiel, figured you two would be together by now. Adriana's inner monologue kicks in, win his affection too fast in the Namiel route and it's an instant bad ending. So the plan is to become his friend first and slowly, patiently close the distance, just like he does with his research. Let's focus on your news instead, Adriana insists, steering the subject right back off herself. So you want my help planning the engagement? Honestly, Rainelle admits she has no idea where to even start. She's going to need a lot of helping hands for this one, she admits, clearing her throat. More than that, for a once-in-a-lifetime moment like this, Rainelle says she needs a friend she can really lean on. Adriana's eyes go wide, caught completely off guard by the request. Of course I accept, Rainelle, I'll help however I can, she promises. And with that, Adriana practically tackles her into a hug. Let's use nicknames too, Rainelle decides, just call me Aria from now on. Everything, Adriana thinks, is going absolutely perfectly. Then you can speak comfortably to me too, Aria. Adriana jokes she's not worthy to speak so casually to the universe's most dignified crow, bowing like a humble servant. Wait, what does that even mean? Rainelle protests, unable to help but laugh. For a moment, Rainelle just lets herself believe it. Maybe she and Adriana can both get their happy endings after all. Not everyone is celebrating though. Every assassin Duke Howard sent has been wiped out and now, of all things, an engagement. We cannot let this stand, he snarls, storming off through the dark to meet a shadowy contact. Time to change tactics slightly, the hooded figure agrees, dark magic curling from its claws. They'll show that lonely crow exactly where she stands, he vows, and somewhere in the shadows something is about to be summoned.